The sky was pitch black. Lightning tore through the night, illuminating the blood-soaked scene on the ground. A heavy rain poured down, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, creating a sodden battlefield littered with piles of monster corpses. Amid that desolation, a girl stood motionless under the cold rain, her small hand gripping a blood-stained knife. Her eyes flashed with a cold glint as she stared at the man kneeling on one knee among the monster carcasses. His breath was ragged, his body covered in wounds, droplets of blood running with the rain into the filthy puddles. "Tan Fong, you really are formidable." The girl's voice rang out, icy as frost. Not far away, a knight in battered armor propped his sword into the ground, his breathing feeble. His lifespan was draining away hundreds of times faster, yet he had still managed to survive the relics of the ancient god. His eyes darkened when he saw the priceless divine artifact, the Judgment Eye, now in the hands of the one he trusted most. Why betray me now? I'm your brother." His voice trembled, a mixture of pain and fury. Opposite him, the sister he had protected for years only offered a contemptuous smile. Tan Xiaodu bit her lip, clutching the divine artifact, her gaze cold and distant. "Me," she gave a faint laugh. "Tan Fong, you're only an adopted child. You don't even share blood. How dare you call yourself my brother?" From behind her, a familiar figure appeared. A tall, blond man stepped forward with a triumphant smile. "Xiaodu, don't say things like that. After all, this brother of yours served his purpose." His deep voice was laced with cruel amusement. At the sound, Tan Xiaodu's eyes brightened for a moment. "Brother Song Fei." Song Fei approached, draped an arm over her shoulder in a familiar manner, then sneered at Tan Fong kneeling on the ground. "Tan Fong, I truly have to thank you. Because of you, Xiaodu and I could seize this divine artifact. To drain your lifespan immediately, I put considerable effort into implanting the soul-stealing token into your body. So, do you like this parting gift?" Tan Fong felt his life force being siphoned away. His eyes bled, his whole body shaking from pain and rage. He ground his teeth and cried out in accusation. "Tan Xiaodu, I raised you like a parent, did everything to protect you. I risked my life to pay for your schooling. You're the only person I had left. I was wrong about you." Tan Xiaodu's beautiful face remained ice-cold, unmoved. "After our parents died, he constantly controlled and interfered in my life. When I and Song Fei needed protection, he did have some value. But now that the divine artifact is in our hands, his only remaining worth is gone." Song Fei curled his lip and swung two long swords forward. "Tan Fong, rest assured and die. I'll take good care of Xiaodu for you." Tan Fong screamed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Even if I die, I won't forgive you too." No sooner had the words left his mouth than steel flashed, a cold blade slicing across. Tan Fong's head was severed from his neck and fell onto the cold ground. Outside, in 2025, the cursed divine game had appeared. As soon as people slept, they were pulled into the brutal world of the game. Their life itself was the sole currency. Dying drained your lifespan, but killing monsters increased it. Players could use lifespan to bring in-game powers into the real world. A powerful warrior could rip a tank apart with bare hands, swing a sword to down an aircraft, even use their body to withstand a nuclear blast unharmed. The world changed rapidly. Disasters spread. In that world, I protected my sister through countless dangers and hardships. I was fortunate enough to become one of the world's top 100 powerhouses. I bled and sacrificed everything to reach the summit, to overcome the ancient god's relics and seize the divine artifact, Judgment Eye. But I was betrayed by the only family I had left. It turned out I had been nothing but a pawn all my life. It turned out all my efforts were meaningless. I cannot accept it. If I had a chance to live again, I would live for myself." Under the tranquil moonlight, in the small room, Tan Fong was still sound asleep. Suddenly he jolted awake, his body jerked up reflexively. Breath racing, cold sweat trickled down his temples. His eyes flew open as he looked around in confusion. "Where is this? Is this the real world?" He trembled and murmured, panic surging. "Wasn't I dead?" He reached with shaking hands for the phone on the table, The screen clearly displayed 2025. His gaze drifted to the window. Outside, the city still glowed with lights, the sounds of traffic distant on the roads. This is really reality, not a dream or an illusion, right? Could I have been resurrected? Resurrected 9 years earlier, the day the cursed divine game was born. The moment that thought surfaced, the bedroom door was kicked so hard it nearly flew off its hinges. A familiar figure burst in, eyes blazing with anger. Tan Fong, so you're home after all. Why didn't you answer my calls? Tan Xiaodu's sour voice rang out, her expression full of annoyance. She stood with arms crossed, swaggering like a bully. Don't you know how important today is? I'm here to support him, Song Fei. And you want to pull a disappearing act on me? Tan Fong said nothing, silently watching her. Memories of his past life surged like a flood. On this very day, he and Tan Xiaodu had a major fight over Song Fei. Before the cursed divine game appeared, Song Fei had been a famous underground idol. Tan Xiaodu, like many fervent girls, was one of his devoted fans. But beneath Song Fei's glamorous facade, he was despicable, secretly scamming money and exploiting the bodies of countless female fans. Knowing his true nature, Tan Fong never allowed his sister to associate with him, yet he was accused of controlling her life. Tan Xiaodu huffed and continued yelling, "Do you know? Those damn anti-fans have started infringing on his rights. I have to go support him. Those obsessive fans are disgusting, clinging to him like leeches. He's in crisis, and you're here stopping me, holding my money, blocking me from competing on the rankings. Because of you, I dropped in this month's list. If you don't give me money, I will." A resounding slap cut her off mid-sentence. Tan Xiaodu staggered and fell to the floor, her cheek flushed from the blow. She stared at him in shock, tears of indignation welling in her eyes. You dare hit me?" Tan Fong looked at her with an unprecedented coldness. His voice was low but resolute. "Tan Xiaodu, I have no time today, nor any patience to waste on you. But if you dare cause trouble one more time, I'll smash your mouth." Saying that, he threw a bank card hard toward her. The card landed on the floor in front of her. "This is the money our parents left. All these years, no matter how hard life was, I never touched a cent. Today I'm giving it all to you, because our parents wouldn't hold grudges against you anymore. But remember this. From this moment on, Tan Fong has no sister like you." With that, he turned away and coldly shut the bedroom door, not looking back at her even once. Tan Xiaodu stood stunned as silent tears fell. She could only sit there, full of resentment and hatred. Tan Fong entered the room, his expression complicated. In his past life, protecting Tan Xiaodu had cost him too many opportunities, too many secret realms and vaults he might have claimed but passed up. This time, freed from that burden, how high could he climb? He looked at the eye tonic in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation, his heart filled with iron determination. This time, I'll use everything I learned from my past life to rise above it all. He set the glass of water on the table, a deep flash of hatred in his eyes. Tan Xiaodu, rot on your own. As for Song Fei, his voice was ice cold. I'll personally kill you. Sinking into sleep, Tan Fong's soul drifted through the boundless void. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing before a vast azure gate emitting a mysterious light. Inside was a vast hall filled with countless statues, each representing a different profession. He stepped in slowly, nostalgia rising in his chest. I remember the first time I came here. I panicked and it took hours to finish choosing a profession. This time I must be faster. Tan Fong halted before the knight statue, where in his previous life he had chosen to become a warrior to protect Tan Xiaodu. Although the warrior was not weak, he no longer had to shoulder that responsibility. With no one to hold him back, his development speed would be much faster. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes, then resolutely shouted, I've decided. This life I'll choose the assassin. Suddenly, a notification rang in his mind. The divine artifact Judgment Eye had completed its binding. A giant golden eye appeared above his head, emitting a blinding light. The system voice continued, the Judgment Eye has activated the unique attribute Judgment Power. Passive ability. When entering the Cursed Divine game, you will automatically receive the highest tier profession and talent. Tan Fong froze, his heart pounding. The Judgment Eye. So it still remained after I was reborn. It seems that once a divine artifact chooses an owner, even if removed it's useless, or perhaps it was the reason I was resurrected. Before he could think further, a thick black smoke suddenly enveloped his body. Congratulations, you have received a hidden profession. Profession transition in progress. Transition complete. You have become Shadow. His entire body transformed. His hair turned silver white, and a jet-black cloak wrapped around him. Tan Fong clenched his fists, feeling the dark power flood his veins. So this is the highest hidden profession for assassins? The feeling is completely different from the warrior in my past life, already this strong upon receiving it. He recalled his past life, when the chance to get a hidden profession was always vanishingly small. Yet now, judgment power had granted an absolute rate. What exactly is it? The system replied immediately. Judgment power is a primal, true, and ancient force in the universe. It can transcend rules and order. Tan Fong widened his eyes. It can transcend both rules and order? In the previous timeline, humanity only learned of the existence of order power in the 7th year of the game, when a powerhouse escaped the abandoned divine land and entered the land of order. But even after many years, no one managed to possess that power. Unexpectedly, he possessed it right from the start. If I leave the abandoned divine land and reach the land of order, I'll be able to activate this power. All right, now I have one more goal this life. A new prompt appeared before his eyes. Profession selection complete. Please enter your in-game name. Tan Fong smiled softly. If my profession is born of darkness, then call me Shadow. Character name set, Shadow. He proceeded into the abandoned divine land. Around him, space twisted, light dissolved, yielding to a desolate expanse where countless monsters wandered among ruined remnants. Welcome to the abandoned divine land. Outside Shell Town lies the deadly land. Kill monsters to gain lifespan, but if you die you will lose half your total lifespan. In this area, Shell Town is a safe zone with no monsters. Players cannot attack each other and lifespan depletion rates are reduced. Tan Fong covered his face and walked down the street, his sharp gaze sweeping the people around him. He pondered silently. Have many others already been pulled into this game? Around him, voices buzzed constantly. Hey, where is this? What is a profession? What's the code name? I just finished my night shift and went straight to sleep. Why am I here? Is this a hallucination? I was gaming all night and fell asleep, and now I'm here. It hurts. This isn't a dream. It seems we've been dragged into some kind of game. As he walked, Tan Fong calculated. Soon, powerful figures from around the world would appear one after another and reshape the order. If he wanted to get ahead of them, he had to move fast. Time waits for no one. People around him began to notice. What profession is that? Why does he look different from us? No idea, but look at the dagger in his hand. Must be an assassin. I'm an assassin too. Why don't I look that cool? Look, he even has a special effect. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared and the crowd in front of him was halted. On the ground, several people writhed in pain. It hurts. So when you die you return to town? Those monsters are brutal. Just one bite and you lose half your health. How can we fight this? It's only a level 1 monster. Even the 3 of us attacking together only took off a third of its health. Ah, my lifespan just got cut in half. A girl in the group, seemingly the leader, called Lutu, was still dazed. What do we do now?
Tan Fong inspected her weapon.
Normally an archer would use a short bow, but Lutu held a longbow. Looks like this might be a hidden profession too, he thought. Noticing his gaze, Lutu stepped forward to speak. Brother, it seems you have a hidden profession. Form a team with us? Outside are powerful monsters. One person can't handle them. Our team was wiped once, so we have experience. Tan Fong replied calmly. No need. He smiled inwardly. Experience from being killed? Ridiculous. Lutu's companions began taunting. Pretending to be a pro? 5 of us couldn't beat it. Do you think you can alone? Hilarious. Like we said, it's dangerous out there. You really gonna go alone? Want to die? Don't be like that. She has a hidden profession, much nobler than us. Also, assassins can run away even if they can't win. Lutu glanced at his info panel and muttered, Shadow. What an arrogant brat. She waved to signal her teammates and lowered her voice to whisper, Let's go. We'll follow him and see what skills he has. Maybe we can gather some intel about these monsters. She flashed a malicious smile. Yeah, and while we're at it, see how he dies. Tan Fong walked slowly down the foggy road, making everything around him hazy and mysterious. Behind a large tree, Lutu and her underlings carefully watched his every move. The abandoned divine land. This place is truly bizarre and dangerous. Lutu whispered, eyes fixed on Tan Fong's silhouette. Although we don't know why we were pulled here, with years of online game experience I quickly formed a squad. But unexpectedly, the first monster in Newbie Village was strong enough to wipe our team. It's basically not an enemy a level 1 player can defeat. One of Lutu's underlings whispered with envy. Sister Lu, his weapon is different from mine. I only have a dagger, but he has a short sword. Not only that, his speed is much faster. Assassin agility should be the highest. So why do I feel so much slower than him? Lutu frowned, suspicion rising in her mind. This player named Shadow is clearly not normal. Follow him. Maybe we can gather important information about this game. Suddenly, Tan Fong stopped abruptly and turned his head to look straight at them. Lutu jumped and immediately pressed herself against the tree, heart pounding. Were we discovered? She held her breath and waited, but at that moment, Tan Fong's body began to be shrouded by darkness, merging with the surrounding environment. He vanished completely. What the hell? One underling exclaimed in astonishment. He disappeared? Is that a stealth skill? Oh my god. The initial skill is stealth? What kind of overpowered profession is this? Another swallowed, eyes full of admiration. So cool. Assassins have stealth, but it can't be this deadly. Who on earth is he? Lutu frowned and subtly waved her hand. Enough. Let's go back. We'll return to town to look for leveling opportunities. It's too dangerous out here. We've already died once and lost half our lifespan. Don't waste time tailing him. There might be quests or hidden rewards in town that help us grow stronger faster. Meanwhile, under the drizzle, Tan Fong quietly stepped into the dark forest, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Can't see me? This shadow profession is truly special, he thought. The invisibility of an ordinary assassin at this level would usually be easy to detect. But with this special profession, he gained a mastery of stealth skill, extending stealth duration and upgrading his stealth to a new tier. In the early stage of the game, almost no one and no monster could detect his presence. Those people are so naive. There won't be anything in town useful for power progression. It's only a temporary refuge for new players. In the abandoned divine game, the weak become prey for the fiends. To grow stronger, there's only one way. Hunt and kill them before they kill you. A line of notification appeared before his eyes. Character information. Character name. Shadow. Profession Shadow. Level 1. Non-tradable lifespan. 75 years. Tradable lifespan 0. Strength 10 plus 3.
Constitution 10 plus 3.
Agility 10 plus 8. Spirit 10 plus 5. Looking at the attribute panel, Tan Fong smirked coldly. All starting players have base stats of 10. Different professions distribute stats differently. But not me. With Shadow, everything is superior from the start. This life no one can stop me. Tan Fong pondered his attributes. In his previous life, his warrior only had strength and constitution increased by 3 points. But this time, with the Shadow profession, he received bonuses to all stats, and agility was boosted by as much as 8 points. He also had 5 free attribute points to allocate. Most players would choose strength or spirit to increase physical or magical damage. But that's a deadly mistake. Tan Fong didn't hesitate and put them all into agility. His agility stat surged to 13. In the early stages, damage from any fiend is enough to crush a player. Only increasing agility lets me dodge attacks and take down enemies without being hurt. Suddenly, a clack-clack sound echoed in the darkness. Ahead, a creature was hiding. It had blazing red skin and a mouth full of razor teeth. A level 1 monster of common rank. The monster immediately detected Tan Fong and lunged forward like a whirlwind. Tan Fong stepped back, eyes sharp as he observed. The creature's body bore many wounds. Clearly this was the one that had slain that 4-man squad. So when it kills players it can absorb lifespan to evolve. I can't let it keep growing. As he thought, he nimbly dodged its razor claws. Waiting for the right moment, Tan Fong activated the skill, Phantom Image. His body was instantly cloaked in darkness, merging with the surroundings. The monster grew confused, looking around but failing to find its prey. From above, Tan Fong dove like a razor blade. The short sword in his hand sliced the air and drove straight into the monster's head. You dealt 174 damage. You killed a level 1 monster and gained 10 experience points. Tan Fong's eyes widened in astonishment. A backstab? Even hitting the weak point, it's still too strong. The system immediately displayed a notification. Backstab. If your attack is launched while out of the enemy's sight, your damage is doubled. So that's it. When multiple skills combine, damage escalates to terrifying levels. The shadow profession is truly too powerful. A pale golden light appeared before him, the lifespan orb. Seeing it, he couldn't help but think of his sister. In his previous life, the warrior's critical hit only dealt 40 damage. Killing a monster took half a day, and he would even get injured. Back then, he didn't hesitate to give all the lifespan orbs to his sister. So foolish. He clenched the lifespan orb, absorbing it into his body. A notification appeared. You have gained 3 days of tradable lifespan. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. Those 5 had lost at least 20 to 30 years each, but when transferred to the monster it only left 54 years. But that's fine. The non-tradable lifespan does nothing for now. The important thing is I'm stronger. Suddenly, a yellow eye appeared above his head. An invisible voice rang out. The power of judgment has been activated. Congratulations. You have gained the talent. Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution talent. Primal level. When you kill monsters in single-player mode, you have a chance to receive evolution points. Every 24 hours you automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you defeat a boss-level fiend in single-player mode, you immediately gain 100% evolution points. Current evolution points, 5. Tan Fong tightened his fist, feeling the surge of power in his body. He smiled. This life, I will not repeat the mistakes of the last. He was excited. Infinite evolution. You can upgrade skills with it? In his previous life, he had never heard of this. In that world, equipment or skill books that dropped from monsters kept their initial level and couldn't be changed. But this time, he held a power that transcended all rules and orders. He narrowed his eyes, determination flashing. All right, let's see. Evolve, Phantom Image and Backstab. The system immediately announced, Skill, Phantom Image, upgraded from normal to bronze. Stealth duration increased from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. Attacking will reveal you, but the first strike after exiting stealth deals 90% increased damage. Cooldown reduced from 28 seconds to 26 seconds. Skill Backstab upgraded from low to normal. Passive effect. When attacking from behind, damage increased from 10% to 15%. Tan Fong gave a cold smile. Stealth time is up to 16 seconds. Combined with stealth mastery, it can stretch to 32 seconds, almost achieving infinite stealth. If I keep upgrading, even a high-level monster could be taken down in one blow. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Look, that scrawny guy just killed a fiend. I told you this game is easy. Tan Fong frowned and turned to look. It was a couple. The burly man laughed loudly, slapping the girl's shoulder with self-satisfaction. Song 2, you're amazing. With your strength, you could take down at least 10 more. The man laughed and thumped his chest proudly. Ha ha. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will hurt you. But at that moment, Tan Fong noticed something moving in the tree canopy above them. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness. The guardian beast hummed. It was a giant spider, a ferocious creature of bronze rank. It had set its sights on the two innocents. The burly man stepped toward Tan Fong, laughing. "Hey buddy, I see you walking alone looking miserable. Want to join us? I'll protect you." At that instant, Tan Fong activated Phantom Image, his body blending into the darkness. The woman looked around in confusion. "Hey Song too, where did that person go? Maybe he's scared of your muscles." But before she could finish, something terrifying happened. The giant spider lunged down at breakneck speed. "Oh my God! What is that?" The woman screamed in panic, but it was too late. Blade-like legs struck. With a single blow, blood sprayed. Their bodies were torn apart, falling in pieces. The giant spider snarled, its red eyes flashing in the night. Beneath it, a swarm of spiderlings rushed forward, eager to tear at the remaining parts of the two unlucky victims. Tan Fong stood at a distance, eyes cold. The newbie boss guardian, with over 1,600 HP, was far beyond the combat capability of normal level 1 players, and it had a brood of spiderlings under its command. He tightened his grip on the short sword, the corner of his mouth curling. "But that's fine. Let me see how strong this newly upgraded power is." Without another word, he lunged at the monster, delivering the stealthiest strike. The sharp short sword rose and plunged straight into the guardian's eye. A piercing wail echoed through the forest. He entered Phantom Image again. "You dealt 338 damage attacking the weak point. That was dangerous. Good thing I'm agile enough. If I'd been stabbed with over 130 HP, I'd have died instantly. You received 9 damage points. But that last strike still did over 300 damage.
Ah, exhilarating.
It's gone berserk. These fiends are very smart. They won't just stand there and swing wildly." It looked like it was flailing attacks at the surrounding environment. The spiderlings were on alert, so you couldn't just approach them casually. But if I'm not mistaken, while the giant monster stood there unable to react, a stone flew over, spinning straight into the guardian's body. "You dealt 299 damage, attacking the weak point." Seeing the system notification, Tan Fong grew more excited. Without hesitation, he picked up another stone and continued the tactical plan. His main damage came from strikes, plus the stealth state from Phantom Image and enhanced profession skills. So even throwing stones dealt significant damage. Just wait for Phantom Image to cool down. Each thrown stone can trigger special effects like Stealth Strike or Backstab. Attack on weak point, you dealt 279 damage. Tan Fong quickly reactivated Phantom Image and vanished into the darkness. Like this, he persistently attacked, using speed and invisibility to wear down the monster's life. Finally, with a sharp cut, he finished off the guardian. In Newbie Town, an announcement rang out, astonishing all the players. Rankings have been updated. Player Shadow has killed the bronze rank guardian and become the first to reach level 2. The level leaderboard in Shelltown has been activated. The crowd buzzed. "What the hell? I've been killed by low-level monsters twice and someone single-handedly beat a boss. Who is he? Beat a bronze boss alone?
Impossible.
Could the system announcement be wrong? Sister Lu too. This Shadow is the one who just went out there. It's him. But how did he reach level 2 so fast? This is absurd. And he killed a boss. Our whole team couldn't even kill a normal monster. Yet he can solo a bronze boss. Maybe the system announced incorrectly?" While everyone was discussing, the 2 people killed by the spider earlier had just revived, faces pale. That big spider? Was it really killed? But where are the little spiders? Who is this Shadow? Could it be that invisible assassin from before? Back in the forest, Tan Fong stood among the corpse of the giant monster, quietly absorbing the lifespan soul orbs. As the guardian fell, its spiderlings scattered and fled. "I slipped up. I should have killed the spiderlings first to get more experience." A series of notifications appeared. You received 46 days of tradable lifespan. You received the skill book Greedy Hand of bronze rank. You received the short sword Corrosion bronze rank. Attack plus 35, agility plus 4, requirement level 1. You received 2 infinite evolution points. Tan Fong examined the new skill, eyes flashing with astonishment. Greedy Hand, an assassin's divine skill. Using it on a fiend gives a 20% chance to receive extra loot. Learning requirement. Level 1. Unbelievable. A bronze boss dropped an assassin divine skill. This skill can greatly improve loot acquisition. Later, when defeating powerful bosses, an extra 20% chance for additional drops is extremely valuable. In memories from his previous life, a member of the Godslayer Guild became the most sought-after person thanks to this skill. Though not the strongest, he relied on this skill to secure a stable position and became a hunted-after figure. Every time he went out, he had to be accompanied by personal guards. But wait, even though the skill only has a 20% rate, if combined with my infinite evolution talent, wouldn't the likelihood, even the drop rate, become infinitely increased? Morning at a high school. The campus buzzed as students hurried to class. Pale golden sunlight fell across the courtyard, blending with laughter and chatter. 2 girls strode quickly across the grounds. Xiaodu frowned when her friend brought up yesterday. Xiaodu, you still haven't called to apologize to your brother? We skipped class to secretly support Song Fei yesterday. I'm sure your brother is furious. Tan Xiaodu wore an annoyed expression. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have almost missed entry time. He's the one who should apologize to me. Her friend sighed. But he's really good to you. Sometimes I'm jealous you have a brother like that. Xiaodu snorted coldly. Good? He spends all day meddling in my affairs. Besides, he's not even my biological brother. I have Song Fei, that's enough. Her friend suddenly noticed something and asked anxiously, Wait, what's wrong with your face? Did you fall? Suddenly a commotion erupted at the front of the class. A group of students gathered, whispering excitedly. Xiaodu and her friend quickly pushed through to see what was happening. Before them, a male student lay slumped over his desk. His body turned translucent like a mirage. What happened to Zhang Wei? Why is he like this? She asked the person next to her in alarm. I don't know either. He said he wanted to nap a moment ago, and now he's like this. Online, news of this strange condition spread widely. Experts suggested that once someone falls asleep, they enter a transparent, mirage-like state, but no one could yet explain the precise cause. I have to call my parents right away. Her friend hurriedly pulled out her phone. Xiaodu, you should warn your brother to be careful too. Xiaodu growled angrily. Humph, I won't contact him first. Someone like him would be better off dead. At the same time, in the game world, Tan Fong focused on the spoils from the battle. Congratulations, Greedy Hand has successfully evolved. Skill Greedy Hand, upgraded from bronze to gold. This assassin skill grants players a 70% chance to receive additional loot rewards from monster corpses. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Tan Fong held the lifespan soul orb in his hand, absorbing all the remaining energy. Judgment of skill Greedy Hand successful. You received 2 evolution points. You received 46 days of tradable lifespan. He grinned with satisfaction. Not bad luck. 2 more evolution points. Just 3 points and I can raise Greedy Hand to +3. If this keeps up, soon I'll have a 100% chance for extra drops. At the thought, excitement surged within him. Nations around the world had surely noticed the anomaly. More and more people flocked to the game. He needed to quickly strengthen his power. Tan Fong equipped a new weapon. The short sword Corrosion Bronze rank, attack +35, agility +4, requirement level 1. After preparing, he activated Phantom Image, silently merging into the shadows. He thought to himself, sooner or later they'll discover that skills and equipment from this game can be applied in reality. When that happens, the world will drown in blood and chaos. But if I only fight small monsters, the process will crawl like a tortoise. I need to find stronger bosses. Suddenly, a series of terrified screams rang out. Run! Watch out! Tan Fong narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, where a giant monster had just appeared. Standing on a high cliff, he silently observed below. A squad was fiercely battling a monster called the Runner, a level 2 fiend of bronze quality. He curved his mouth slightly. Ha! Just when I'm sleepy, someone brings a pillow. His gaze paused on a shield-bearing warrior bravely blocking the monster's fierce assaults. Wait, is that Wang Man?
Tang Phong squint in surprise.
It turned out the rumor that Wang Man had quickly assembled a team of hidden class players when he first entered the game was true. At that moment, Wang Man shouted loudly, "Divine Shield!" Immediately, a golden shield appeared, absorbing the monster's fierce blows. Wang Man's hidden class, Holy Shield Warrior, has base attributes twice that of a normal warrior and possesses an almost unbeatable skill. Truly not simple. At the rear, a brown-haired sorceress quickly formed a seal, launching a fireball straight at the monster's arm. She was the Primordial Sorceress, a hidden mage class whose magic damage is double that of a normal mage, accompanied by the skill Primordial Fireball. Tan Fong glanced at the other two in the team. An archer drew his bow, firing continuously at the monster, Keen-Eyed Archer, a hidden class that doubles an archer's usual power, with the skill Rapid Arrow Volley. Beside him stood a priest clutching a book, chanting healing spells for teammates. That was the rare Divine Pilgrim Priest, capable of healing at twice the rate of a normal priest and possessing a party heal skill from the start. However, despite their coordinated efforts, the runner still easily evaded most attacks. It suddenly lunged, knocking Wang Man's shield aside and sending him flying. This is bad. This boss is too fast. Its long-range attacks are hard to hit, someone on the team shouted. Wang Man planted his shield on the ground, gritted his teeth and ordered, "Priest, heal me." The others continued to attack, trying to wear down its HP. From above, Tan Fong only gave a cold smile. Chip away at its HP? How optimistic. He thought to himself, have they forgotten this is the wild? If the fight drags on, they'll attract more fiends. Just as predicted, in the blink of an eye more monsters began to emerge from the dark forest. A level 2 common fiend called an infected appeared in the distance, its body coated in dark brown mud. Its eyes gleamed wickedly as it raised grotesque arms, ready to launch ranged attacks. A swordsman in the party recognized the danger and immediately leapt forward to strike the creature. "Careful!" a teammate shouted. The blade struck the target but inflicted only 33 damage. The sword stalled, as if sucked into the slimy mud layer on the monster's body. Damn! Its defense is too high. The swordsman panicked, forcing his strength but unable to withdraw the blade. Before he could react, the monster opened its mouth and spat a spray of foul mud at him. Ah! It stinks! The swordsman braced on his hands, face contorted by the terrible smell. Oh no! It's a bog curse. They used this move to slow enemies. The nearby sorceress was also hit and immediately slowed. While everyone panicked, the infected extended long muddy tentacles toward the sorceress, causing her to cry out in terror. Help! At that moment, Tan Fong used Phantom Image, moving across the battlefield like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, his blade severed the monster's head. The group in front of him gasped, mouths agape. What the hell was that? One strike killed the infected? Who is that? Is someone helping us? Even level 1 monsters take us over 10 seconds to kill. How is this level 2 wiped instantly? What the hell is going on? Before he could recover, another contaminated, standing behind the swordsman, was split in two by a slash and died. That's a sneak kill. Die, Lizzie. Did you see who did it? The girl shook her head, voice trembling. I didn't see anything. Wang Man kept his composure, eyes flashing with caution. Let's hope that person came to help us. Don't be distracted. Keep attacking. Now only the runner remains. Maintain the previous tempo. Tan Fong stood on the branch, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A series of notifications popped up. You killed a level 2 infected, gained 40 EXP. You received 1 evolution point. You obtained the normal grade skill book, Extreme Poison Throwing Star. You received 8 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong's eyes flashed with interest. Extreme Poison Throwing Star, a damage overtime skill with mid and long range. Good. Evolve immediately. The system responded at once, Skill, Extreme Poison Throwing Star. Upgraded to Silver. Range, 14 m. Adds 120 damage. Poison status lasts 5 seconds, dealing 50% damage each second. Effects cannot stack. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, excitement in his gaze. Below, the battle continued with intense ferocity. The runner stabbed Wang Man through with a tentacle and hoisted him high. This is bad. Wang Man's HP won't recover in time. Wang Man struggled and roared, "Everyone, run!" At that moment, and jade-green dart shot through like lightning, piercing straight into the monster's eye. Thuck! Blood spattered. The creature howled miserably. In an instant, nearly half its HP was drained. It snarled in pain and collapsed to the ground. Its HP kept dropping by 324 points per second. System announcements rang out. Your damage contribution exceeded 90%. Loot belongs to you. You killed the bronze level, the runner. Gained 600 EXP. Reached level 3. Gained 2 evolution points. Gained 55 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong squinted, shaken inside. I didn't expect the DOT from Extreme Poison Throwing Star could trigger my passive. Combined with Phantom Image, I can be invisible and throw darts almost infinitely. In early and mid stages, no fiend will be my match. Wang Man was stunned, voice trembling. Terrifying with this damage? Is he even human, like a ghost? Tan Fong flickered in and out and swiftly snatched the lifespan orb right before Wang Man's eyes. The loot light flashed and then vanished. Wang Man trembled, clasped his hands and bowed. Brother, I don't know what master you are, but thank you for saving my life. Tan Fong replied coldly, No need to thank me. In the wild, don't trust others easily. Wang Man nodded, face serious. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I won't bother you about loot checks again.
I'm Wang Man.
If you need help later, come find me. Another excited voice called out, Old Master, I'm Break Bloom, and this is Dai Luzi. Can we friend you? Don't talk so much, let's go.
Tang Phong what yet Wan Man Quy.
This person could be trusted. Moreover, he had the backing of the Dai Ha government and ample resources. What I lack is a steady sales channel. Later, I can sell him unneeded items. Without hesitation, Tan Fong crushed the lifespan orb and absorbed it. The system announced, Congratulations, you received 3 evolution points. You received 55 days of tradable lifespan. You obtained the bronze grade sprint armor. He opened the attributes panel, Bronze Sprint Armor. For Assassin, Physical Defense +9. All Elemental Resist +5. Cooldown Reduction +15%. Requirement, Level 2. Tan Fong smiled with satisfaction. This haul isn't bad. I still have many pieces of gear and skill books from other classes. When my bags are full, I'll return to town and exchange everything for tradable lifespan. His eyes gleamed sharply. My growth rate now is 100 times faster than my previous life. Song Fei, I'll come find you soon. In the gloomy forest, countless players still risked their lives battling fiends. Darkness covered everything, and the wind's howl through the treetops heightened the tense, deadly atmosphere. This is bad. The monsters are multiplying. Run! Panic-stricken shouts rose amid the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, a gigantic shadow emerged from the darkness. The blazing red eyes across its body scanned the trembling prey. Hey, what are you standing there for? Run! What is that? The giant creature shifted and attacked. Countless black, barbed rope-like tendrils, as if sentient, lunged straight at the players, piercing through their bodies like sharp blades. Screams of pain erupted before they even realized they were dead. They vanished into nothingness and were instantly sent back to Shelltown. A group of players sat panting in a street corner, faces ashen with fear. Damn it, the monsters always spawn in waves, and when their HP depletes they run off. How are we supposed to kill them? To escape this game, we need to reach level 3 at least. How are we supposed to reach level 3? Then gather more people. If 3 aren't enough, make a 6-man party, even 10. Another sneered mockingly. I doubt that would help. I've seen a group of 10 torn apart by the big monsters. More people just attract stronger bosses. Those words fell the crowd into silence. Too many had died in this game. No one knew if they could ever return. Worse, there's a rumor that a party of 40 accidentally angered a high-level boss called the Cursed One. With a single move it killed over 30 of them. The surrounding players swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down. The thought of being trapped in the game forever filled them with despair. If we can't reach level 3, won't we starve to death in the real world? A trembling voice asked. They had come here after falling asleep, meaning only their consciousness existed in this world. If they couldn't leave the game, their real bodies would die. Luzi ground her teeth in anger. Damn it. What the hell is this game that it's so hard? Her subordinate behind her spoke anxiously. Sister Luzi, we've died 3 times already. Our tradable lifespan is down to less than 10 years. If this really affects the real world, we can't afford another death. She looked up at the leaderboard. The name Shadow topped it at level 3. How did he level up so fast? She muttered. A thought flashed through Luzi's mind. If Shadow knows how to level, she must find him and ask him to get her group to level 3. First they must escape this game, then deal with everything else. She turned to her subordinates, voice firm. Broadcast retreat. Tell Shadow that if he can get us to level 3, I'll pay him 10 million in cash when we return to the real world. The subordinates panicked. What? 10 million? Luzi smiled coldly. 10 million for a life, that's a bargain. I don't believe he'd be unmoved by that. Nearby, the mud monster howled in pain as a poisoned arrow pierced its head. Its huge body trembled for a few seconds before collapsing onto the muddy ground. Motionless. You killed a level 2 polluter. You gained 20 EXP. You received 1 evolution point. Tan Fong nodded slightly, eyes flashing sharply. Good. The evolution points are enough. Immediately, he activated the evolution for the skill Greedy Hand. Consume 5 evolution points. Evolution successful. Greedy Hand upgraded from Platinum to Viridian. Tan Fong felt the change. Bonus loot rewards plus 160%. Extra rewards have a 20% chance to increase an item's grade. His eyes brightened as he read the new skill info. Viridian Greedy Hand. Assassin skill. Can be used on fiend corpses. Chance to receive. He clenched his fist, barely able to contain his excitement. A 20% chance to upgrade loot grade? If I keep evolving this skill, can I raise that to 100% or even 200%? If I truly reach that, wouldn't I become unstoppable? Lost in thought, his gaze suddenly turned cold as he spotted a gigantic shadow in the distance. The whole space seemed dyed in a gloomy, malevolent hue. It was the Cursed One, a bronze-level boss. Faint specks of light circled it, the souls it had devoured. Just by looking, one could tell it had killed at least 40 players. It appeared to be digesting their lifespans to evolve into a silver boss. If action wasn't taken soon, its power would become even more terrifying. He glanced quickly at his inventory and frowned. Too bad, the backpack is full. Even if we kill it now, I can't pick up any more loot. Thinking that, he quickly opened the map and marked the boss's location. It will take some time for it to evolve. First I should return to town to clear my bag, then come back to deal with it. It's not urgent. With that, Tan Fong immediately activated Phantom Image. His body gradually dissolved into the darkness, leaving no trace. Shell Town was livelier than ever. Crowds gathered, buzzing about shocking news. Have you heard? Someone's willing to pay 10 million to hire the top-ranked Shadow to level them up. Really? Are the rich already looking for ways to escape this game? A green-haired girl stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. She sobbed. Ordinary people like us could never afford that price. Amid the crowd, a figure silently materialized from the shadows. Tan Fong stepped out, saying nothing, and quietly opened his system panel. His fingers moved and he confirmed opening sales for gear and skills. On sale for 10 minutes only. If you want it, be quick. After setting it up, Tan Fong sat down on the ground. When did this person show up? He's only wearing 2 bronze items and yet wants to sell 2 more? Is this the one who killed the bronze-level boss? Look at his name. Shadow. He's the top-ranked Shadow. Really? But why can't we see his face clearly? He turned on full conceal. And avatars in this game match real life exactly. If he didn't hide, he'd be easily recognized. The atmosphere tightened as curious gazes fixed on Tan Fong. A girl stepped out of the crowd. She had a seductive figure. Every movement radiated confidence and mystery. Her cold eyes fixed on his trade window. How much for this ice tracker skill? She asked softly, testing the waters. Tan Fong glanced at her and immediately recognized her identity. Gray Rose. Rank 11 in Shell Town. He thought briefly and answered curtly. 100 days of tradable lifespan. 100 days? That's too expensive. Can you lower the price? Tan Fong replied coldly. Although Ice Tracker is only normal grade, it's extremely useful for mages. With the current monster clear speed, this price is already cheap. The girl hesitated for a moment, then asked, Can I pay in cash in the real world? If you have cash, you can buy lifespan from others first and then trade with me. If no one outbids you, I'll reserve the item for you. Gray Rose sighed. She quickly opened the group chat and messaged her teammates. What do you all think? We can reach level 2 quickly under my leadership. I want to buy this skill. Any objections? No objections. Right, if we have Ice Tracker, our team can reach level 3 faster. Getting out of the game is the priority. Okay, transfer tradable lifespan to me. Once we return to reality, I'll reimburse you in cash. Within minutes, Gray Rose had gathered the required 100 days of lifespan. She confirmed the transaction with Tan Fong. You sold the Ice Tracker skill book and received 100 days of tradable lifespan. Your tradable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368 days. Tan Fong looked at the system panel and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Just as he expected, most level 2 teams had killed at least 30 to 40 monsters and had even more lifespan. This was only the beginning. In the noisy shell town, a figure suddenly rushed over, breathless. Finally found you, Shadow. Lu Zi stood before Tan Fong, her gaze sharp. She swept her long hair to one side and arrogantly declared, I'll give you a chance to get me to level 3. When we return to the real world, I'll transfer 10 million in cash immediately. Those words detonated like a bomb through the crowd. Nearby voices murmured in shock. So the rumor about someone willing to pay 10 million to hire Shadow was true. This guy just casually earned that kind of money? Lu Zi folded her arms, a confident smile curling her lips. I'm the chairwoman of Daijiang Enterprises. You can check as you like. I'm not short of money. Just help me. And I guarantee your future will be brilliant. Luxury cars, mansions, even women. I can arrange anything.
Tan Phong frowned.
So it was her. In his previous life, Lu Zi had been the leader of an underground crime syndicate, using money to buy the lifespan of the weak and exploiting them like pawns. She kidnapped people and turned them into slaves for illegal work. Anyone who resisted was eliminated without hesitation, a despicable human. He replied coldly, I refuse. Lu Zi was momentarily stunned. Then her face flushed with anger. Shadow, do you think you're so powerful? We still don't know what this game is. But if you follow me, I guarantee you'll have everything later. Aren't you tempted? Tan Fong crossed his arms, eyes icy. What use is cash? Right now, the only thing of value is tradable lifespan. If you're not buying items, don't interfere with my work. Lu Zi bit her lip, irritation flashing in her eyes. Are you joking? I offered because I value you. If this were the real world, I'd teach you a lesson. Before she finished, a murderous aura erupted. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, voice low and imposing. Say one more word and I'll send your lifespan straight to the afterlife. A sense of death suddenly squeezed Lu Zi's heart. She involuntarily stepped back, trembling. Her followers were pale with fear. Let's go. She gritted her teeth and ordered, then spun and left, not forgetting to snap back angrily. Humph. Just wait and see. Tan Fong paid no heed, focusing on the trade panel. You sold a bronze-level radiant cloak. You received 19 days of tradable lifespan. Total tradable lifespan, 546 days. Those who had just bought his gear chatted excitedly. Getting Shadow's gear this time will definitely make us stronger. Tan Fong didn't care. He quietly stood and his gaze grew solemn. Task done. Now it was time to deal with the cursed one. No one in town knew that tradable lifespan was the key to making in-game skills real. No one knew this game would completely change the order of the real world. Tan Fong's figure faded. He entered Phantom Image and vanished completely. The crowd gaped. Huh? Where did he go? So mysterious. He disappeared right before our eyes. What profession is that? Tan Fong left calmly, inwardly thinking. Only strength is the root of everything. Under the crimson sunset, the last rays fell over the road strewn with broken cobblestones. Lu Zi's group, after narrowly escaping the encounter with Tan Fong, finally stopped at the roadside. Breathing heavily, chests heaving, sweat damp on foreheads. One by one they collapsed to sit, exhausted and worn out. Lu Zi ground her teeth, anger flashing in her eyes. That shadow bastard not only refused my offer but dared to threaten me. Humph. Wait until we return to the real world. I'll make you pay. Her voice was full of hatred, but deep in her eyes flickered an indistinct unease. The atmosphere around the group was suffocating. Suddenly, from a narrow dark alley, a thin man stepped out with a flattering smile. Under his cloak his eyes gleamed with craftiness. Hello, Sister Lu Zi. I'm Mao Li Tuan. Call me Old Mao. I'm currently level 2 and have some tricks to level up quickly. If you need, I'm willing to help. So is that 10 million promise still valid? Lu Zi glared at Old Mao with contempt. Tricks? What tricks? Scamming people.
Mao Li Tuan snurta confidently.
I don't share secrets casually, but for you, Lu Zi, it's different. As a token, I'll break my rule this once. He stepped closer, lowering his voice as if afraid of eavesdroppers. In the current situation, if you want to level up fast, put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. Only then, when you sprint at full speed, will you have a chance to escape the monsters. Understand? Lu Zi was briefly stunned, both astonished and regretful. So that's the correct way to play. Damn, I put all my attribute points into strength. But she quickly regained composure, a cold smile curling her lips. All right, you do have some ability, Old Mao. However, you're not as strong as Shadow, so your value isn't as high. I'll give you 5 million, except get me to level 3, and I'll transfer the money as soon as we return to the real world. Mao Li Tuan curled his lips, smug satisfaction obvious. No problem, that Shadow may be strong, but he seems a bit stupid. Turning down 10 million. What an idiot. Lu Zi looked at him coldly, though a knowing smile tugged at her mouth. In the gloomy forest, pale moonlight filtered through thick foliage, casting over ground strewn with weeds and rotting leaves. The chirring of insects blended with the whispering wind, composing a haunting nocturne. From a high branch, Tan Fong stood still, sharp eyes fixed on the monster lurking in the dense gray mist. Before him was the cursed one, a creature that had evolved to white-silver rank. A gloomy mist swirled around its body, exuding a cold, deathly stench. Tan Fong frowned in thought. As expected, it's evolved to white-silver, and it's still evolving. If it goes from white-silver to golden, it'll take at least 7 or 8 hours. Waiting that long is really annoying. Without hesitation, he took out a poison dart. A blue-green glow seeped from the toxin into the air, giving a chilling sense of danger. Tan Fong flicked his wrist. The dart shot through the air, slicing the wind toward the monster. A sharp sound rang as the dart embedded in the cursed one. The poison quickly ate away, reducing its HP by 659 points. Is it working? Tan Fong's eyes brightened. Seizing the moment, he immediately used the skill Stealth Break Strike. The blade flashed, lightning-like slashes tearing through the night. Each precise strike landed, consecutively removing 219 HP from the creature. Blood from the wounds mixed into the bleak gray mist. Right after the combo attack, Tan Fong cast Phantom Image. His silhouette blurred in the night and vanished from the monster's sight. A white-silver boss has 2 to 3 times the HP of a bronze boss. To kill, it would require at least 2 or 3 more poison darts. Tan Fong calculated silently as he remained fully stealthed, hiding in the darkness. The cursed one roared in fury. A shrill screech echoed through the forest. Suddenly it raised a hand, condensed a deep purple sphere, then unleashed a massive explosion. A wave of energy radiated outward, shredding everything within several dozen meters. Leaves were burned to charcoal, stones and soil shattered and flew everywhere. Just as I thought, this cursed one is a magic-type boss. Most of its skills are wide-area attacks with extremely high damage. If you get hit by one with current HP and defense, you die instantly. Just as the purple smoke from the explosion hadn't yet cleared, the cursed one lunged with surprising speed. Its sharp claws extended amid furious growls. Tan Fong retreated quickly, moving while timing the cooldown of Phantom Image. He clenched his teeth. Must stall until the skill cooldown. First get out of its attack range. The cursed one's rage continued for a while longer, but its attacks gradually weakened. Taking the opportunity, Tan Fong dashed forward like a flash. The sword in his hand blazed brilliantly as he struck down on the monster's crown with a powerful stealth break strike. The sharp blade took 600 HP, followed by successive blows that further reduced its HP by 219 points. Each time it was gravely wounded. The cursed one howled pitifully and flailed as it tried to flee. Tan Fong smiled coldly. Good. Compared to going berserk before dying, dying obediently is less trouble. Without hesitation, he poured his strength into the sword. A killing stroke swung down, light flashing in the dark. The cursed one screamed one last time before its body turned into gray smoke and dispersed. The system chime rang crisply. You have killed the white-silver rank cursed one. You gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations, you received 4 evolution points. You have obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan. Hearing the announcement, Tan Fong burst into loud, excited laughter. Ha ha! I didn't expect to level up 2 ranks this time, and to get 4 evolution points as well. He didn't hesitate, opened the skill panel, and upgraded Greedy Hand. Notifications kept appearing. Greedy Hand skill adjudication successful. You received 4 evolution points. You received 124 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong was astonished. 2 rounds of bonus rewards? He looked at the skill panel, unable to contain his joy. This white-silver boss is really generous. A full 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Silver moonlight washed over his back, a powerful aura radiating from him. He muttered, eyes alight with desire. Only absolute strength is the root of everything. The system suddenly chimed. Greedy Hand's additional effect activated. One of your loot items will be upgraded from white-silver rank to golden rank. Tan Fong's eyes lit up as he saw an item drop from the cursed one's corpse. A golden rank item. A satisfied smile curved his lips. No wonder Greedy Hand at Jade Thief rank has a 20% chance to upgrade additional loot by 1 rank. It dropped 7 or 8 pieces. However, looking at his already stuffed inventory, Tan Fong frowned. My backpack has no free slots now. I can't always kill bosses and run back. It's really a waste of time. He sighed and muttered, glancing at the glittering items scattered on the ground. Hopefully this cursed one will drop a storage ring or something to expand inventory space. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant radiance burst from the pile of loot, illuminating the dark forest. Tan Fong exclaimed in surprise. This is cut to a hidden corner of the town, the air buzzing with excitement as Luzi's group returned safely from the dangerous hunt. Her face brimmed with joy as she shouted, Finally made it back alive. 2 members beside her cheerfully replied. Luckily Brother Vong Man led the way. We were able to level up to 3 and return to town safely. Luzi nodded excitedly, voice full of pride. That's right. That's right. Brother Vong Man is truly amazing. She hid her face shyly, cheeks flushed. Sob. It's a pity I didn't get to befriend that elder. Maybe he looked down on me because I'm so rustic, covered in mud. So he... Hearing this, another member laughed teasingly. Maybe if you had been wearing that new set, the elder would have agreed to be your friend. The group burst into laughter. Suddenly, the leaderboard popped up before everyone. At the top spot was a commanding name, Shadow, Level 5 Assassin. Right below was Vong Man, a Level 3 warrior. Exclamations rose throughout the town. The leaderboard just updated. Shadow is Level 5 now. Jumped from Level 3 to Level 5 in under 10 minutes. What kind of boss did he kill? He was selling gear just over 10 minutes ago. How did he level up so fast? A man in the crowd sighed regretfully. My sister is only 18. She really wants to befriend that elder. If he helps me level up, that'd be great. Someone beside him scoffed. He didn't even care about 10 million. How could he care about your sister? Another young man clutched his head and shouted in despair. Damn it. I just reached Level 3 and the elder's already Level 5. Is there any room left for the rest of us to survive? Vong Man calmly reassured them. Don't overthink it. Each of us will return to reality and tell our relatives and friends about this holy game. Sooner or later, the world will fall into chaos. At least we should prepare those close to us first. The group nodded in agreement. One by one, they logged out of the game and returned to reality. In a small room lit by a flickering lamp, Vong Man slowly opened his eyes, the sensation astonishingly real. Around him, his teammates were clamoring and shouting, Look, Brother Vong is awake. Tell the captain right away. A member hurried over, anxiously firing questions. Brother Vong, are you okay? You scared us to death. You looked terrifying just now. Your body even turned transparent. Don't scare me like that, Brother Vong. I told you to rest yesterday. I'd help you monitor suspects. Vong Man slowly sat up, eyes full of determination. His voice was steady but urgent. Quickly call everyone to assemble. Something big has happened. In the small room, cold fluorescent light shone down on a conference table piled with documents. Darkness fell over the tense faces of the police team. The captain, wearing a grave expression, fixed his sharp eyes on Vong Man. In a low but authoritative voice he said, You previously reported that when your team was nearly wiped out, a mysterious person appeared and rescued you. He called himself Shadow? Correct. Vong Man nodded in response, his face showing complex emotion as he recalled that life-or-death moment. Yes, his name was Shadow. When he saved us, he was only Level 3. But strangely, by the time our team barely reached Level 3, he had leapt to Level 5, rising 2 levels in a very short time. The captain frowned, eyes wide with astonishment. He slammed his hand on the table, making the stacks of papers rattle. Jumped 2 levels in such a short time? If he's Level 5 now, doesn't that make him one of the top players in the world? How did he achieve that? Vong Man thought for a moment and guessed. I think it's highly likely he defeated an extremely powerful boss. A member sitting nearby, face showing doubt, squinted and said, But by your account, Shadow reached Level 3 an hour ago. So why hasn't he returned to reality yet? Could it be that he has no relatives in real life and doesn't need to notify anyone? Vong Man sighed, sadness appearing in his eyes. I don't know about that, but it's possible he really has no family. At this moment, Envu, a young female member with a delicate face but sharp eyes, snorted coldly and spoke with a skeptical tone. Could this Shadow be someone displaced in time? In novels, time-displaced people are often orphans with no family ties, which makes it easier for them to rise unencumbered. As soon as Envu finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to her, full of surprise and a hint of disbelief. Am I wrong? The captain glanced at Envu, his eyes stern with a touch of rebuke. Envu, I've told you to read fewer novels. In a situation this serious, don't joke around. Envu blushed, lowered her head, realizing she had spoken inappropriately given the tense circumstances. The captain pondered briefly, then turned to Vong Man with a serious tone. The information you provided about the holy game exactly matches reports from higher-ups. A recent study discovered a strange phenomenon. Some elderly people have died immediately after going to sleep. Data collected from players who returned to reality confirmed that all these victims had died multiple times within the game. The captain paused, his voice growing heavier. In other words, if a player's lifespan in the holy game is reduced to 0, that player will truly die in real life. The room suddenly turned icy. Each member's complexion paled as fear rose from the depths of their hearts. One member couldn't help exclaiming in a trembling voice, This is supernatural, beyond our understanding." The captain looked at everyone solemnly, eyes full of resolve. "Exactly. The current situation may very well be an invasion by unidentified superpowers. Higher Command has issued an emergency order to establish vanguard teams in each local area to investigate the holy game and gather intelligence. We must build a professional force as soon as possible. This event affects the entire world. Right now, nations are pouring resources into researching this game. If we fall behind, it means losing advantage on the international stage. We must gather intelligence at all costs. Do you understand?" Everyone responded in unison. "Yes." The captain nodded slightly in approval and then turned his gaze to Envu. "Envu, I appoint you team leader of Team 1. Envu immediately stood up, chest out, and replied with fervor, "Understood. Vong Man, you will be deputy leader. You too may select members for your team." Vong Man answered decisively as well. "Roger, based on your description, Shadow's personality isn't bad. Try to befriend him. The reason I chose Envu as team leader is I believe her temperament is better suited to investigate this individual. I want you to uncover Shadow's true identity soon. Ideally, represent the government to establish a cooperative relationship with him and obtain the information he possesses." The captain concluded in a resolute tone. "The most important mission for all teams right now is to maintain social stability." "Clear." Everyone answered in unison, "Clear." At the same time, in Tan Tu Du's classroom, afternoon sunlight cast long tree shadows. Golden-orange rays filtered through the leaves, creating an unusually peaceful scene. Groups of schoolgirls chatted animatedly, faces bright but betraying worry. A short-haired girl with anxious eyes said in a trembling voice, "Truong Vai says people from the same area will appear in the same newbie town in the holy game when they sleep." Another girl frowned, voice alarmed. "Really? I want to go back home. I have to take care of my parents. They've never played games. I'm afraid they won't adapt." The friend beside her patted her shoulder reassuringly, voice firm. "Don't worry too much. We can develop ourselves first and then return to take care of our parents." Tan Tu Du sat alone on the chair, hands clenched around her phone, eyes full of anger and resentment. She thought of Tan Fong, feelings tangled and hard to describe. Such a big event happened and he still made no move. Why didn't he come to apologize? Even my parents never hit me. She recalled previous times when Tan Fong, when she was upset, would soothe her gently and try to calm her. But today, not only did he not apologize, he even struck her.
Tant tu duais songer flair de violent lit.
Wasn't I just skipping class to see Tong Fai's concert?
Tan Fong deserves to die.
If he doesn't apologize to me 1,000 times this time, I will never forgive him. Fortunately, I went to see Tong Fai last night. Otherwise, once the Holy Game incident happened, it might be very hard to get another chance. Thinking of that, Tan Tu Du recalled Tong Fai's concert last night. The stage glittered with lights. Tong Fai stood there with godlike presence. His warm, deep voice flowed through each line and touched people's hearts. Tu Du clearly remembered her heart racing when she stood so close to him. Her whole body seemed lost in a world of just the two of them. Her eyes shone with infatuation, lips lifting into a sweet smile. She whispered to herself, "Tong Fai, I miss you so much." In Tan Tu Du's bedroom, soft yellow light fell, creating a warm yet slightly melancholic space. She scrolled her phone, lost in thought. Her eyes brightened, recalling friends' gossip about the holy game. Right? If sleeping takes you into the game, then Tong Fai will definitely be in there too. The thought made Tan Tu Du unable to contain her excitement. She giggled, eyes sparkling with determination. "As long as I enter the game, I'll find him." Tu Du jumped up, tossed her phone aside, and quickly changed into her school uniform. While tying her glossy black hair, she hurriedly messaged Truong Vai, the so-called expert in the class. "Truong Vai, expert, do you have any strategy to teach me?" On the other side of the screen, Truong Vai was sprawled on the desk, eyes glued to his phone. When he saw Tan Du's message, he immediately sprang up. A crafty, greedy gleam lit his eyes. Oh my! Even a noble goddess like Tan Du came to ask me for tips? This is a golden opportunity. If I can catch this girl, then... Heh. He quickly messaged back with a smug look. Du, you asked the right person. Let me tell you a secret. When you first enter the game, put all your initial attribute points into agility. If your speed isn't high enough, monsters will beat you to death. Tan Du hesitated slightly, fingers tapping on the screen. What if I play a mage? Do I still need agility? Truong Vi sneered and replied confidently, yes, even mages need agility. It not only helps you dodge better but also speeds up casting, which is crucial early on. Tan Du asked skeptically, but what if I still can't fight, even after boosting agility? Truong Vi curled his lips, reassuringly but secretly scheming. Don't worry. Du, once someone in town reaches level 5, the teleport formation will activate. Then you can form teams at will to level up. When the teleport activates, I'll find you and protect you wholeheartedly. Tan Du's eyes lit up, lips lifting in smug satisfaction. Great. These clingy guys finally serve a purpose. So I found a free bodyguard. An image of Tan Fong with a stern, cold expression flashed through her mind. Anger surged involuntarily. She bit her lip and ground her teeth. Humph. Tan Fong. Keep pretending then. I'll enter the game right now. By the time you get in, who knows how many levels I'll be ahead of you. Then I won't help you level up. She flopped onto the bed, eyes blazing with determination. In that moment, excitement, irritation, and pride intertwined, making her heart race. Tan Du closed her eyes, ready to enter the world of the holy game with fierce longing. In the darkness of the gloomy forest, black treetops interwove like demonic arms blocking the sky. Weak moonlight slipped through the leaves, casting faint beams over Tan Fong. In his hand, a burst of golden light suddenly flared. Information lines appeared in his view. Cursed golden ring suitable for all classes, all attributes plus 8 dark element resistance plus 26% critical spot attack multiplier plus 0.1 times equip requirement. Level 4. Tan Fong was astonished and calculated silently. Each attribute rising by 8 points equals 32 free attribute points. That's nearly all the attribute points others only get after reaching level 3. Moreover, dark element resistance will be extremely useful against the undead. The base critical spot attack multiplier was already 1.5 times. With the ring it increases to 1.6 times, which is not bad at all. No sooner had the thought finished than a silver light flashed before Tan Fong. A new skill panel unexpectedly appeared. Phantom Shield / Silver. Assassin skill. Dash forward instantly up to 15 enter stealth for 5 seconds, and deliver 3 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 12 seconds, decreases with level. Requires skill rank B. /width, 2.1 Each slash adds 100 attack power, counts as a back attack but cannot deal critical hits. Tan Fong clenched his fist excitedly, eyes flashing with resolve. This was truly a powerful area damage skill. Mobile and stealthy, perfect for hit-and-run tactics. He had to learn it immediately. I still have unused evolution points, so evolve the Greedy Hand skill first. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light flashed. Greedy Hand, Diamond. Assassin skill. Can be used on undead corpses. Increases chance to receive additional loot by 160% to 220%. Additional loot has a 20% to 40% chance to automatically upgrade 1 tier. A notification appeared. You have consumed 8 evolution points. Remaining points. 4. Tan Fong smiled confidently, just as he expected. With this skill, killing 1 monster is equivalent to others killing 3. It leaves no scraps behind. Blue light appeared again as Tan Fong touched the Phantom Shield / skill, upgrading this powerful skill to a higher rank. Phantom Shield / Platinum dash distance increased from 15 to 21 Stealth duration extended from 5 seconds to 7 seconds. Number of slashes increased from 3 to 5. Slash width expanded from 2.1 to 3.1 Each slash increase raised attack power from 100 to 200. Notification. You have consumed 3 evolution points. Remaining points. 1. Tan Fong sighed with regret. Yet the cooldown wasn't reduced at all. Still, relying on Phantom Shield slash alone granted him near-infinite stealth capability. The rest were garbage. But this silver rank warrior skillbook, even if it doesn't suit me, could sell for a pretty penny. Tan Fong stood motionless in the night, eyes fixed on the system panel before him. The light from the display lit his face, revealing a pensive, slightly cold expression. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes, breaking the tense silence. Branches and leaves trembled violently. The ground seemed to quake. Tan Fong spun around immediately, his sharp eyes alert. From the darkness, 3 giant monsters emerged. Long, spindly limbs, bodies twisting like enormous spiders, eyes glowing red with ferocity. Perfect timing. Let you be the test subjects for my new skill. Tan Fong gave a cold, confident smile, clenched his hand, and activated Phantom Shield slash. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. From the darkness, a silver flash streaked out, slicing through the monsters' bodies like a blade. 3 razor-sharp slashes from behind ruthlessly cleaved them. Thick black blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground red with a putrid stench. A cold system notification rang out. You have killed a level 4 four-limbed climber. Gained 80 experience points. Gained 5 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong smiled with satisfaction, his gaze cold as he looked at the monster corpses strewn on the ground. The Phantom Shield slash skill was indeed terrifying, lightning fast and hugely damaging, finishing foes in an instant. Compared to the previous use of poisoned throwing knives, which required at least 2 knives to kill 1 monster, this effect far exceeded expectations. He told himself, the shorter the fight, the lower the chance of surprises. In a world full of danger, speed and damage are the most important survival factors. His eyes glanced at the lifespan status bar. 618 days of tradable lifespan. To transfer skills and equipment from the game to the real world, he needed at least 2.5 years, about 400 days of lifespan. If he returned to town and sold everything in his backpack, his tradable lifespan would almost meet the withdrawal requirement. Once I reach level 10, I can convert skills and equipment into reality. Then the power in the game will be mine, truly mine. Tan Fong told himself, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. Lost in thought about the new skills and equipment he'd acquired, a sharp, mocking voice suddenly rang from afar. Congratulations, Miss, reaching level 3. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise? The voice was accompanied by hurried footsteps. Not far away, Lutu and Mao Lipshuan's group stood silent in the darkness, smiles of triumph on their faces. Don't worry, our Jiangdai industry won't miss out on your money. Now let's return to reality. Here's my phone number. You can contact me directly. Right, sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 per day. Hearing that, Mao Lipshuan snorted, his tone full of contempt. Ha ha! No problem. I told you that Shadow is a blind fool. Even a big boss like this miss doesn't value him. The smart ones are those who turn in-game abilities into real money. Like me. After finishing negotiations, Lutu turned and left, calling back, then we'll wait for you in the real world. Mao Lipshuan gave a cold laugh and thought to himself, lifespan is just a number. You can always get more. What matters is money and power. Those are the things that truly exist in this world. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the forest, Tan Fong quickly finished his business and headed back to Shell Town. At the teleport gate, he reached out and touched the formation. A pale blue light flashed, spreading into eerie concentric circles. Then a system notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have illuminated the instant teleport formation of Shell Town. Received 1 reputation point. You are allowed 1 free instant teleport per day. Multiple teleports in a day will consume tradable lifespan. No other instant teleport formations were found activated in Zhanghai City. Tan Fong's eyes lit with contemplation. The teleport formation was inherently two-way, Lighting one was useless if the other side hadn't been activated. People in other towns also needed to reach level 5 to activate it. He frowned slightly as memories from his previous life surfaced vividly. Tong Fai used to be in Firefly Town. If I set a reminder, the moment the teleport there activates, I'll know immediately. Although teleporting between towns initially held little strategic value, he understood this was only the beginning. His true goal was to reach level 10 and open the gate, to enter the continent where the real game begins. Tan Fong left and casually returned to the bustling streets of Shell Town. He stood on the smooth stone road amid countless other players, scanned the crowd, and announced coldly, "I'll only be selling for 10 minutes. If you want to buy, be quick." A murmur of excitement rose as people noticed him. "Oh my! The great Elder Shadow is here again. Finally! I've prepared 150 days of lifespan, just waiting for the Elder to sell items." Last time the Elder sold the Ice Shackle skill and Gray Rose shot to number 2 on the leaderboard. Hopefully this time there's a mage skill book. Excited chatter filled the air. When Tan Fong placed a skill book on the counter, disappointed groans echoed everywhere. "It's only a silver rank warrior skill book?" An excited player pushed forward, panting, "I want to buy this crimson battle book." The system immediately announced, "Transaction successful. You have received 300 days of tradable lifespan." In the crowd, a curious player frowned and whispered to the person beside him, 300 days of lifespan just to buy a skill book? Worth it?" The person next to him scoffed, "Short-sighted. If a warrior gets this book, monster killing efficiency doubles. 300 days. 2 days of grinding in the national instance and you'll earn it back." No sooner had he finished than other players shoved and scrambled forward to grab the remaining items in Tan Fong's hands. "I want the red cloak. I'll take those boots. Elder, sell more." In less than a minute, all items were sold out. Tan Fong checked the system info with satisfaction. Total transaction time, 650 days. Current tradable lifespan, 2,174 days. Although he had amassed a huge amount of lifespan, Tan Fong still felt it was insufficient. He silently calculated to extract level, attributes, class, equipment, and skills from the holy game into reality. This lifespan was far from enough. He needed much more. Outside the crowd, some disappointed players looked regretful. One sighed sadly, "Sob, missed out twice already. Please sell here next time too. I beg you, Elder." At that moment, a confident-looking girl stepped forward. It was Daily Tuesday. She smiled lightly and waved at Tan Fong. Elder, I have a treasure. Do you want it?" She raised her hand, revealing an intricately engraved silver ring that glittered in the dim light. Information appeared before Tan Fong. Space ring, adds 12 inventory slots, does not occupy the ring equip slot or backpack slots. Tan Fong's eyes widened in amazement, an indescribable emotion rising within him. The space ring was a special storage item that didn't take up backpack or equip slots. Each player could carry at most 3 storage backpacks, but this item could drop from any monster at an extremely low rate. Previously, a 12-slot ring like this was worth up to 3,600 days of lifespan. Tan Fong immediately asked seriously, "How much are you selling it for?" Dai Li Tu smiled and replied, "I don't need your lifespan, Elder. I just want to befriend you, and by the way ask you to lead our group to kill a boss."
Tang Fong's nod.
This proposal was nothing but a lucrative deal. He didn't hesitate and pressed the friend request button. Player Black Cloak Dai Li Tu has accepted the friend request. Tan Fong turned to look at her, curiosity in his eyes. "Which boss?" Dai Li Tu stepped up eagerly and explained, "A gold rank boss. Not far away, in the dark swamp. An old, terrifying-looking boat lay moored."
Tang Fong Sugar suddenly sharpened.
A shabby boat in the swamp? Could it be the Gold Phantom ship? Memories from his past life flooded his mind. The Gold Phantom ship was an exceptionally rare boss that could appear at any level but with extremely low probability. Whenever it appeared, guilds of all sizes fought fiercely because this boss always dropped special, highly useful items. To encounter the Gold Phantom ship at this level. At level 5 it's easiest to kill. Such luck. Could this be the lucky carp? from the legends of my previous life. He turned to Dai Li Tu and asked, "How did you discover this gold boss?" Dai Li Tu recounted, "After I logged out and ate dinner, I wanted to log back in quickly to level up with the captain and others. They were late. With nothing else to do, I wandered around sightseeing and unexpectedly saw the gold boss hiding beneath a cliff." Hearing this, memories of his previous life came to mind. Rumor had it that in Vong Mana's team there was a member with unbelievably good luck, like a carp turning into a dragon. She once wandered in the wild and found Bao Duong in the Divine Tomb, a type of exceptionally rare boss. At the time, he had taken the rumor for a smokescreen the authorities deliberately spread to mislead players. Unexpectedly, the rumor was true. Sure enough, she was the legendary Lucky Carp. Dai Li Tu noticed Tan Fong staring and asked in surprise, "Elder, why are you staring at me like that?" Tan Fong was startled and quickly returned to his usual cold demeanor. "Nothing." Just then, behind a tree, a player was stealthily eavesdropping on their conversation. His face alight with excitement, he immediately ran back to his group's temporary base. "Boss, that kid just let a girl out of town." The boss sneered and curled his lip with a malicious smile, his voice arrogant. "So that brat couldn't resist. Took a girl out to play? Brothers, follow me." Meanwhile, in the quiet space outside the town, Dai Li Tu hesitantly asked, "Elder, if the boss drops equipment and skill books I can use, could you give them to me? I don't need the rest."
Tampon replied bluntly, "No problem."
"But if your Captain Vong Man shows up, I won't waste time dealing with assassins in your team." Dai Li Tu understood and quickly made a proposal. "Then let's do as you say. But I have a small request. If you sell equipment to Vong Mana's team, could you give them a slight discount?"
Tang Phong note that. Fine.
Dai Li Tu said cheerfully. "Then we'll set out after Captain Vong Man is online." She suddenly asked, "By the way, Elder, where are we going?" Tan Fong responded casually, "To kill the gold boss." Dai Li Tu's expression changed at once. Her eyes filled with panic and fear. "Elder, you're an assassin with stealth skills, but what about me? I'm just a weak mage. How could I withstand the gold boss's attacks?" Tan Fong smiled confidently. "One me is enough. You just observe from a safe place." Dai Li Tu couldn't help but worry inwardly. Going alone to kill the gold boss? The elder is powerful, but this is too showy. Suddenly, before her eyes, Tan Fong's figure blurred and then vanished completely into the air. She was startled, frantically looking around and shouting, "Elder! Elder! Where did you go?" Far away, behind the withered trees, the group that had been watching still kept their eyes on Dai Li Tuesday. A skinny lackey looked around, then panicked. "Boss, that shadow guy disappeared." The boss, a large man with a scarred face, curled his lip in a cold smile. "Ha ha ha. He's probably abandoned that girl out here in the wild. Brothers, let's go. Capture the girl and have some fun. Do whatever after that." He snapped an order with a smug tone. "I told you. Follow me and you'll eat well and live fine. Look, isn't that woman standing there?" Hearing this, the lackeys cheered excitedly. "Boss, you're brilliant." They laughed as they stepped toward Dai Li Tu, greed flashing in their eyes. Suddenly, a shadow dimly appeared, blocking their path as if stepping out of nothingness. That shadow was Tan Fong. Without a word, Tan Fong coldly swung his hand. Dark chi surged from his body, black smoke curling and coalescing into razor-sharp blades. In an instant, slashes from the Phantom Shield /skill were unleashed in succession, filled with killing intent. The men fell without even screaming, their bodies quickly dissolving into pale white light. A cold system notification sounded in Tan Fong's ear. "You have killed 5 players and received a total of 12 days of tradable lifespan." Looking at the corpses as they vanished, he sneered, "Pathetic. Only worth killing 2 small monsters, huh?" He quickly returned to Dai Li Tu's side. Seeing him appear, she cried out happily, "Oh, Elder, where did you go? There were some tailing us. I just sent them back to town." Dai Li Tu nodded in understanding, then squinted at him suspiciously and teased, "Ah, I thought you went to the restroom. Now that you have stealth, it must be convenient for bathroom breaks." You can relieve yourself anytime without anyone seeing. Saying this, she suddenly thought of something, curiosity on her face. Wait, if the elder is invisible, does the poop go invisible too? Or does it still fall as usual? Tan Fong frowned, feeling the conversation had gone too far. He spoke coldly and sternly. Enough. Lead me to the boss you mentioned. The pale late afternoon sunlight shone down on the small village, covering the rough wooden houses, worn thatched roofs, and the long, dry dirt road. A blink of system teleportation brought a young woman here. In her hand appeared an ancient staff, exquisitely carved with mysterious patterns that glowed faintly. The surge of spiritual power from the staff into her palm made her exclaim in amazement. Amazing! I can actually feel it. Around her, a few players glanced secretly and quickly whispered, another new arrival. I didn't expect to get the hidden class life ritualist. This must be an extremely powerful class. With this ability, I'm totally a good match for Tong Fai. I wonder how Tong Fai is doing now? Does he know the secret to initial stat allocation? The smile drained from her lips as she remembered someone. Her gaze grew cold and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Where the hell has that bastard Tan Fong gone? All he does is boss me around. But when it matters, he's completely unreliable. Fine. Now I have a hidden class and Zhang Wei promised to help me level. Tan Fong, handle yourself. I don't care about you anymore. At that moment, the ranking board appeared before her. Her eyes widened in surprise to see the name Shadow at the top with level 6. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was only level 3 and had been bragging about his strength. It turned out Shadow was the true powerhouse. If I can get this person to help, I'll surely level up faster than Zhang Wei. Where can I find Elder Shadow? While she pondered, she heard an argument from afar. A group of young men had gathered. A black-haired guy said irritably, "Damn it, I can't reach Chu Dao riding the wind. We don't have time to wait for her. Any ideas?" Another replied anxiously, "How can we kill monsters without a babysitter? We're not Elder Shadow. We can't solo clear monsters easily." The blonde guy frowned in agreement. "I think we should find a new babysitter. We can't delay any longer. We don't have time to wait for her. Any ideas?" Another answered, voice full of worry. "Without a babysitter, how can we kill monsters? We're not Elder Shadow. Solo sweeping monsters is easy for him." The blonde guy winced, agreeing, "I think we should find a new babysitter. We can't postpone this." Hearing that, the girl stepped forward confidently. "Hello everyone. I'm Life Ritualist, a powerful hidden support class. You need a babysitter, right?" Meanwhile, deep in the gloomy woods, insects chirped incessantly and thick mist surrounded the cold lake. Tan Fong stood on a rock, his sharp gaze fixed on the rotten wooden boat floating on the water. The warped, moldy planks of the gold phantom ship exuded a grim black mist, rippling the surface of the jet-black water. A resolute glint flashed in Tan Fong's eyes. So this is the gold phantom ship. A rare opportunity indeed. He turned to Dai Li Tu in a calm voice. "Stand here and observe. Avoid being ambushed and don't act rashly. I'll handle this, boss." She nodded and warned anxiously, "Please be careful." Tan Fong said nothing, stepping lightly into the icy water as his figure faded into the mist. Suddenly, a cold system alert sounded. Due to the influence of the gold phantom ship, this area has become a brutal zone. Lifespan consumption rate increased by 100 times. If you remain in this area for 15 minutes, a player will consume 1 day of lifespan. He frowned but remained unfazed, thinking, the brutal zone only affects for a short time, nothing to worry about. Then another notification appeared. Gold Phantom Ship, Special Gold Grade. Countdown time, 45 minutes. Tan Fong curled his lips in a cold smile. 45 minutes left? More than enough to deal with it. Wasting no time, he immediately launched the attack. Dark chi coiled around his body as he unleashed the Phantom Shield Slash. The shadow streaked like a razor, slicing the boss's weak points and dealing successive damage. Gold Phantom Ship takes 549 damage. Immediately afterward, Tan Fong used a lethal poison dart combined with shadow breaking one strike. A critical blow aimed at the weak point, inflicting severe damage. Gold Phantom ship takes 621 damage. It seems many people don't know the true weakness of this ship. Tan Fong murmured, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every detail of the vessel. He quickly discovered the real weak point wasn't the hull or the sturdy planks, but the eerie bell hanging from the ship's prow. Each time the bell rang softly, a chilling sound echoed everywhere, sending violent columns of water surging up from the bottom of the Black Lake. Damn! Hitting the weak point triggers an area counterattack from the Phantom ship. The blast force of this water column is too strong. Even a silver-armored warrior would struggle to withstand it. Fortunately, the initial speed of the Shadow class is high enough. Otherwise, I'd be done for. The ranged assault ended. From the surrounding black water, 12 rotting water demons emerged, grotesque shapes with gray, algae-covered skin. They roared and charged, eyes glowing blood-red with hunger. Each one had the strength of a silver-grade boss, enough to wipe out an ill-prepared team. In such chaos, ordinary monster-hunting teams are usually annihilated by overwhelming numbers. Things grew worse as the Gold Phantom ship summoned another water demon every minute, creating enormous pressure. Yet Tan Fong remained coldly composed. Luckily, I have stealth skill, so I don't have to worry about being detected. As long as I find the right angle, I can finish them all with one strike. From afar, Dai Li too watched the battle tensely. Seeing Tan Fong's precise attacks, she couldn't help exclaiming, "Is this the Elder Shadow who tops the rankings? Incredible!" He attacks and disappears like a phantom. The boss lost a third of its HP without even reacting. Suddenly, Tan Fong called urgently, "Xiao Hei, I'm about to die." Hearing this, she froze and asked in alarm, Tan Fong replied calmly, "Don't do anything. Just wait for me to revive." She stared in bewilderment, trying to understand his words. "Why? Elder, weren't you in control? And what the hell is Xiao Hei?" Tan Fong frowned in confusion. "You're not Xiao Hei?" Dai Li too retorted angrily. "My name is Breakroom Hebu Lam Dai Li too. Not Xiao Hei. Sounds like a dog's name." Tan Fong replied nonchalantly and tersely, "Got it, Xiao Hei." In another corner of the forest, a group led by a scar-faced leader had gathered. His face flushed with rage. "Damn it! I once won the silver tournament consecutively, and now some brats toying with me? Humiliating!" A lackey ran up to report, panting, "Boss, we found that kid. She's standing on the edge of the cliff ahead, and that bastard Shadow is fighting a boss at the base of the cliff." Hearing this, the leader roared, "Good! I've called everyone. Let's see how he survives this time." At that moment, Tan Fong calmly realized the greatest difficulty. The Gold Phantom ship was about to release 3 spirit pulses, controlling a wide area for 5 seconds and forcibly petrifying all targets within range. Looks like this time it's hard to avoid. Tan Fong decided to gamble with the boss. The system coldly announced, "You have died. You lost 326 years of lifespan. Non-tradable. You have died. You lost 1,087 days of lifespan, tradable." At Tan Fong's sudden death, the leader laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha! This idiot! So arrogant to solo challenge the Gold Phantom ship just because he's called an elder? This shadow dog is rich. Look at that huge light orb, at least a few hundred days of lifespan." The crowd charged forward in glee, greedily staring at the radiant orb. "Kill it! Today we'll feast on this big dog." Suddenly the sky darkened and fierce winds rose. A gigantic gate appeared from above, its eerie light spilling over the deadly land. Every horrified gaze turned to the authoritative portal widening before them. In the town, those who had been forced back from the dungeon wore furious expressions. The scar-faced leader's veins bulged on his forehead as he ground his teeth. "Damn it! That bloody boss. How could that shadow cut its HP in half so easily? It's a freak. We barely entered the marsh and the phantom water columns killed us on the spot." The lackeys echoed in unison, faces twisted. "Damn! This loss is huge. We must go back. There are still lots of small monsters. If we kill them all, maybe we can recoup our losses." The leader snorted coldly, a vicious gleam in his eyes. "I don't believe that damned ship is this hard. Let's go. Continue. Meanwhile, amid the dark marsh, the lifespan orbs shone brilliantly, hovering on the cold water. The uncanny light reflected across the lake, creating a scene both beautiful and terrifying. Tan Fong suddenly appeared in the gloom, gliding over the water like a wraith. He frowned in confusion at the countless lifespan orbs around him, then called out loudly to the girl standing on the small boat nearby. Dai Li Tu, I'm back. Xiao Hei. Why are there so many lifespan orbs here? She heard the call and turned, her eyes lighting with joy. Elder, you returned so fast. A group rushed in earlier but were wiped out by the water columns before they could do anything. Tan Fong laughed loudly, his deep hoarse voice dripping with contempt. Ha ha, truly overestimating themselves. The arrogant always die by their own recklessness. Seeing the gold phantom ship hovering in the marsh, Tan Fong couldn't help but recall how much he had suffered facing it in his previous life. The scariest trait of this boss was its powerful petrify skill, usable only once. When its HP drops to half, there's a chance it will vanish and reappear somewhere distant in the marsh, making it hard for players to finish it off. A plan quickly formed in Tan Fong's mind. His eyes sharpened as the silhouette of the gold phantom ship slowly emerged from the mist. Not wanting to miss the chance, he quickly drew a poison dart, aimed at the magical orb dangling at the ship's prow, and threw hard. The wind screamed, tearing through the air. The dart struck the target dead on. A stream of eerie pink chi radiated from the ship, spreading across the entire marsh. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, staring at the movement of the chi with satisfaction. I've long figured out its movement pattern. Without hesitation, he surged forward, unleashing the phantom shield slash, a swift wind-rending attack. On the marsh bank, the troublemakers who had returned also reappeared. The leader spotted Tan Fong fighting the boss and greed lit his eyes. Look, that brat is attacking the boss again. Wait until it's almost finished. Then we'll rush in and snatch it. Dai Li Tu glared angrily at the vile group, murder in her eyes. Those bastards are back again. What a nuisance. Her gaze hardened. She murmured an incantation, her staff blazing as tiny sparks of lightning danced around it. She raised the staff high and shouted, "The gods decree that thunder will strike the traitors today." Countless crimson lightning bolts fell from above, striking the group. The two leaders were hit instantly, their bodies convulsed and collapsed, dead on the spot. The remaining group panicked and shouted, looking around in confusion. Holy shit! Who's attacking us? The leader spotted Dai Li Tu standing at a distance and barked angrily. Huh! That damned woman? Kill her! Seeing the ferocious mob charging in, Dai Li Tu turned pale and hurriedly fled, screaming as she ran. Help me! Elder! Save me! Behind her, the crowd chased wildly, curses echoing through the toxin-filled marsh. A brutal pursuit was about to unfold in the dangerous swamp. In the distant darkness, two mysterious figures hid behind a giant tree with rough bark and tangled vines, silently watching the events and whispering to each other. Their eyes flashed with curiosity and caution as they looked toward the gold phantom ship glowing eerily in the marsh. As for Tan Fong, he breathed a light sigh of relief when he saw the giant phantom ship dying. A cold glance passed with a hint of satisfaction. Finally about to die, he thought inwardly, still amazed by how terrifying this boss was. Although the gold phantom ship was only level 5, taking it down alone was truly overwhelming. His damage was still low, so the fight lasted longer than expected, drawing the attention of many greedy onlookers. Tan Fong scanned the area, the corner of his mouth lifting when he noticed the arrival of others. On the high cliff beside the marsh, a group of recently deceased people watched the scene, their eyes full of envy and lust. Not only that, an ambush guild had been lying in wait on the other side of the marsh, their cold gazes fixed on the dying boss. They were plotting to snatch the loot as soon as he finished off the boss. Tan Fong curled his lips in a cold smile and muttered, "Not a bad idea, but unfortunately, you've miscalculated." Wasting no time, he used the stealth skill and lunged toward the gold phantom ship. The jet-black blade radiated a gloomy aura like its owner, tore through the night, and plunged into the weak point on the hull. A veil of dark mist rose, The ship emitted a terrifying groan before completely disintegrating. A series of notifications rang in his mind. You have defeated the Gold Phantom ship, Gold, gained 4,800 experience. You reached level 8, gained 7 evolution points, and received 216 days of tradable lifespan. The shadow player in Shelltown is the first on the server to defeat the Gold Phantom ship, receiving 3 reputation points. Immediately, a server-wide announcement echoed. The shadow player in Shelltown has defeated the Gold Phantom ship first. The news spread like lightning. In nearby towns, players everywhere buzzed. What the hell? Someone already killed a Gold Phantom ship this early in the game. The first to kill a Gold Phantom ship must be a powerhouse from our Great Han. Earlier there was a notice that Shadow single-handedly defeated the bronze boss. I didn't expect he'd take down the Gold Phantom ship too. Is the gap between people really that big? In the crowd, a beautiful girl named Tan Tu-Du frowned upon hearing the news, scheming inwardly. This Shadow is truly formidable. If I can borrow his strength to level up, I might soon meet Tong Fai again. Back in the marsh, after the boss was slain, countless valuable items dropped, glittering with brilliant light. The ambushers laughed gleefully. The leader shouted excitedly, "Ha ha! This boss really dropped a lot of loot. That guy ran off. Probably scared of us, so he didn't dare pick anything up." He flicked his chin and ordered, "A Kwong, use your tracking skill to find him, kill him, and take all the Gold Phantom ship's rewards." An archer bowed and replied, "Understood." He drew his bow and the arrow shot out like lightning. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and the silhouette of a gigantic soul hawk appeared, its cold eyes sweeping across the marsh, searching for any trace of Tan Fong. In the darkness, Tan Fong barely narrowed his eyes, coldly assessing the opponent, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. A soul hawk? Didn't expect this hunter to learn anti-stealth so quickly. No wonder he's confident enough to try to kill me for the loot. His high-level shadow profession didn't just have stealth level 11. He also had anti-stealth level 1. No matter how sharp the soul hawk's eyes, it couldn't see through him. Confidence flickered in his gaze. He tightened his grip on his weapon and quietly waited for the chance to counterattack. In the distance, the archer Kwong frowned, recalled the soul hawk, then turned to the leader and reported, "Boss, no sign of him. That brat probably saw our numbers and got scared off." The leader laughed with satisfaction, a smug look appearing. "Good, you knew better than to mess with us. Let's go protect the loot. Don't be careless. Be ready to fight at any moment. Loot ownership will be protected for 5 minutes, after which everything will belong to us." At the command, the guild members burst into loud laughter, faces alight with delight, eagerly awaiting the moment to seize the precious spoils. However, just as they were about to step forward, cold streaks of light suddenly flashed from the darkness. A barrage of razor-sharp slashes shot in from all directions like lightning, tearing through the night and plunging into each of them. Horrific screams rang out as the men collapsed in despair, their bodies fading and vanishing into nothingness, logged out of the game in an instant. A cold wind blew. Tan Fong materialized from the shadows, his eyes cold as he watched the bodies disappear. He snorted softly, inwardly pleased. Much quieter here now. He involuntarily thought of the girl Xiao Hei and murmured, "Where did that girl go? Never mind, I'll look for her later. First I need to deal with these corpses." His gaze rested on the countless flickering light orbs scattered among the victims' loot. A greedy smile curved his lips. He checked his remaining evolution points. With the reward from the Gold Phantom ship, it was enough to evolve Greedy Hand once more. System notifications quickly sounded. Greedy Hand has evolved from Diamond to Reaper. Assassin Tree skill. Damage increased from 220% to 300%. Chance to obtain additional loot increased by 100%. There is a probability to level up when using additional loot. Reading the notice, Tan Fong frowned thoughtfully. 100% chance to level up? That's a complete transformation. He quickly activated Greedy Hand. The hand was cloaked in jet black light, veins writhing like poisonous snakes. A stream of light orbs was sucked into the palm, torrents of energy pouring into his body. System messages cascaded one after another. You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 216 days of tradable lifespan. You received a special item, Demon Fire Spirit Bead. You received an additional Demon Fire Spirit Bead. Tanfong's eyes lit with surprise and excitement. I didn't expect to get 2 Demon Fire Spirit Beads at once. Item information appeared before him. Demon Fire Bell, Special Item, Passive, Soulshi. When defeating undead, the drop rate of lifespan increases by 20%. If you have 2 bells, the effect doubles. Active skill, Soul Shock. When rung, immobilizes all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 521 seconds. Special effect, no lifespan lost on death. Cooldown, 1,565 seconds. Tanfong nodded in satisfaction. The Demon Fire Bell is not equipment but a tool. It doesn't occupy an equipment slot, only 1 backpack slot. Very convenient indeed. At that moment, a girl's terrified, despairing scream rang from afar. Elder! Elder! Help me! Dai Li Tu's voice trembled with panic. At the same time came the clash of swords and the enraged shouts of the attackers. Tanfong startled, his heart tightening. He called out urgently, voice tense. Xiao Hei, where are you? Ahead. The lustful men's eyes gleamed with greed. They pressed close to Dai Li Tu, closing in step by step like wolves surrounding an exhausted prey. That damned girl fights back fiercely. At this point, just come with us quietly. We'll make you scream with pleasure. The leader sneered lecherously, his tone vile. Dai Li Tu tightened her grip on the staff, breathing rapidly, but her eyes remained resolute. Her back was pressed against the sheer rock face, cold sweat running down her spine. The group closed in, enveloping her like a web trapping a desperate prey. In that life-or-death moment, she pressed her lips together, determination flashing in her eyes. Suddenly she turned toward the cliff and threw herself over. Her body plunged downward, the wind roaring in her ears. The moment she hit the ground, blood spattered. Her pale skin stained red. Her body slowly dissolved into nothingness in a silver light. Those standing on the cliff gaped in shock. The leader shook his head and laughed coldly. That girl is tough. She'd rather die than be captured. Truly gutsy. In an instant, Dai Li Tu resurrected back in Shelltown. Pain still smoldered through her body, but her eyes were resolute. She immediately messaged Tanfong. Elder, you don't need to save me anymore. I died and returned to the town. I had hurts. Luckily, our team's tradable lifespan was all left with our Captain Vong man. Reading the message, Tanfong breathed a sigh of relief and replied, All right, wait for me in town. I'll bring your stuff back when I return. Dai Li Tu quickly answered with gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Sorry for the trouble. Tanfong looked down at his greedy hand, excitement welling up. After the battle with the Gold Phantom ship and the ambushers, his tradable lifespan had reached 3,175 days and he had accumulated 21 evolution points. He squinted in thought and made a decision. A notification suddenly appeared before him. Greedy Hand has reached Reaper level. To evolve further requires 10 times your current evolution points. Do you want to consume evolution points to evolve this skill? Tanfong was briefly surprised, then gave a bitter smile. 200 evolution points. As expected, the stronger it gets, the harder it is to evolve. Never mind. I'll focus on raising my damage skills for now. Higher damage makes it easier to kill powerful bosses and obtain more loot. Determination flashed in his eyes. He closed them. A surge of power erupted from his body as his hand emitted a brilliant golden light. Notifications streamed in continuously, each line dancing before his eyes. Shield Shadow Slash was enhanced from Platinum to Jade, further upgrading to Golden Blade Steel. The maximum dash range increased from 21 m to 27 m. Stealth duration extended from 7 seconds to 9 seconds. Number of slashes increased from 6 to 7, damaging all enemies along the path. Cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 10 seconds. Cleave radius increased from 3.1 m to 4.1 m. Each slash gained an additional 200 to 300 attack power. Tan Fong's breathing grew heavy as the pain of evolution spread through his body. Still, his gaze remained sharp, showing clear satisfaction. Notifications continued. Backstab skill has been strengthened. Normal bronze, silver, gold. Passive effect when attacking from behind. Damage increased from 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. Tan Fong opened his eyes, which gleamed with the chill of death. The power from the newly upgraded skill made him keenly feel a cold, murderous aura radiating around his body. After evolving Shield Shadow Slash to Golden Blade Steel, the skill had become extremely terrifying. Even without stealth or a stealth-breaking activation, a single one of his skills could deal 3,000 damage. If he broke stealth and attacked from behind, the total damage from 7 slashes could reach 6,000 to 7,000 in the blink of an eye. With this power, even a gold-tier boss was just a fat prey. Tan Fong murmured, eyes cold and confident. He glanced over the pile of loot. Thanks to Greedy Hand's special effect, the rewards from the Gold Phantom Ship exceeded expectations. Besides 11 gold-tier items and skill books, he also obtained 2 platinum items and a platinum skill book. One hunt yielding 3 assassin-exclusive items. Not bad at all. He nodded with satisfaction, then waved to summon the 3 newest items. Silver light flashed in the dark as 3 weapons appeared, radiating sharpness and destruction. First was the Demon Boat Twin Blades, Platinum, a pair of assassin specialty weapons. The blades gleamed with cold light, carved with eerie, sinister patterns. Attributes: Attack plus 136, Agility plus 22, Attack speed plus 24%, Armor penetration plus 7%. Equip requirement: Level 5, Special effect. Each normal attack deals ×2 damage. Tan Fong smiled faintly, fingers trailing along the cold blade. This effect isn't that useful to me. I mainly rely on skill attacks, but with such high base stats and boosts to agility and attack speed, it's the ideal weapon for an assassin. Higher attack speed lets me execute moves faster, shortening skill cast times. Combined with armor penetration, it's truly perfect. Setting the Demon Boat Twin Blades aside, he continued to summon the second item, the Demon Fire Armor, Gold. Phantom flames flickered around the armor. Hardened plates covered in sharp spikes radiated a terrifying killing intent. Attributes: Physical defense plus 25, Fire resistance plus 50, Damage block plus 14, Vitality plus 419. Equip requirement: Level 5. Tan Fong stared in astonishment and blurted, "For 119 vitality?" He looked down at his slight frame. As an assassin focused on damage and speed, his vitality was very low, only 350 currently. Yet this armor directly added 419 vitality, almost doubling his HP. With this armor, most players at this stage won't be able to break through my defenses. He smiled confidently, a surge of strength filling his body. A fleeting thought crossed his mind and he muttered, "I should stick with the original Shadow Profession outfit. That way others wouldn't be able to gauge his true strength. The best gear should be saved for the decisive moment." He opened the system panel and lightly tapped the stow command. The gold-tier equipment quickly vanished into his storage. An unexpected notification appeared, making Tan Fong's brow twitch. Special item detected. Vague Shadow Phantom, Gold tier, passive assassin system skill. Increases evasion chance by 15%. When a dodge is successfully triggered, immune to all damage for a short time. Tan Fong curled his lips in interest and smiled. Finally, an assassin system skill. In this game, however, evasion is very hard to raise. Players who focus too much on evasion must trade off other important attributes. If you fail to dodge one strike, the price can be devastating. Confidence and coldness flashed in his eyes. But he's different. With Greedy Hand's unlimited evolution potential, he can raise evasion while sacrificing no attributes, a purely beneficial gain. Indeed, this skill would only reveal its true power in his hands. Thinking that, Tan Fong closed the system panel with satisfaction. He strolled out of the forest. He decided to return to the small town to deal with excess gear. The warrior, priest, and archer items could be sold to Vong Man at a 10% discount. Although they currently couldn't afford them, he was willing to sell on credit. Vong Man was honest and reliable, a long-term investment. He mentally thanked Xiao He, thinking of the carp that led him to the level 5 gold phantom ship. He knew he wouldn't have harvested so richly without it. His footsteps gliding lightly through the night, Tan Fong suddenly sensed that the air felt a bit off. At that moment, shadows suddenly stepped out from behind a withered old tree. The thugs who had hunted Dai Li Tu now stood before him, faces ashen, full of fear as they recognized Tan Fong's cold gaze. Both sides faced each other for a moment. The group immediately went pale, eyes wide with terror. Without a word, they turned and fled. Ah, it's darkness. Run. Don't block me. Get out of the way. Goddamn. Don't chase me. Help. The shrill screams echoed through the gloomy forest. Tan Fong only gave a cold chuckle, a ruthless gleam in his eyes. Humph. Where do you think you're running? He activated Mirror Shield Slash, his body becoming a sharp streak of light as he lunged toward the fleeing group. He struck repeatedly. Each flash of light sliced through the air. The screams cut off in ragged bursts. The weak ones quickly turned into black smoke and vanished. The ringleader thug was knocked sprawling by Tan Feng's skill, his whole body trembling as if his life force had been drained. He crawled forward, his face ashen and desperate. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Big brother, father, please spare me. I only have 1 year left to live. Tan Fong pressed his face coldly close to the thugs, his low voice like the roar of death. When you harmed others, did you ever think this might be the outcome? Before any remorse could show in his eyes, Tan Fong delivered a finishing blow. A pitiful scream rang out as the thug's body dissolved into nothingness. A sudden notification appeared. Due to actively killing too many people, you have received the mass murderer status. At the current level of mass murderer, upon death you will drop 75% of your current lifespan. Tan Fong raised an eyebrow but quickly sneered. Mass murderer, huh? No problem. With the spirit lamp demon flame in hand, even if he carelessly died once, he wouldn't lose any lifespan. In the small town, people bustled about. Groups of players gathered and chattered. Amid the noisy crowd, a tall figure with a cold aura appeared. His lean form was wrapped in a mysterious black cloak, revealing only deep eyes that gleamed sharp as blades. It was none other than Tan Fong, who had just single-handedly slain the legendary Golden Boss. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. That's the Shadow. He actually defeated the Golden Boss alone? He's back. Unbelievable. But curiosity soon turned to doubt when they saw no splendid equipment on Tan Fong. One sneering voice laughed aloud. I told you. He must have relied on a buff to beat the boss. Look, there's no gear at all. Who would believe him? Another echoed. Yeah, if you're so great, go find a boss for us to fight. Amid the jeering, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. A young man in gleaming armor, arrogant in bearing, strode up and blocked Tan Feng's path. Hian Thieu, a notorious name in town with considerable influence, smiled ingratiatingly and offered a pitch-black skill book. Big bro Shadow, earlier it was our blind mistake. This is ordinary ambush, an assassin skill we just bought with lifespan. Please accept it and forgive our men this once. Tan Fong glanced at the book. Information immediately popped into his head. Ordinary ambush. Common tier assassin skill. Single target. Plus 20 attack and stuns for 2 seconds. Cooldown. 22 seconds. His eyes flashed coldly, but the corner of his mouth lifted in a thin, icy smile. A crowd control skill. Not bad. He took the book without a word, turned his back, and walked away. His figure quickly disappeared. Once he was out of sight, one of Hian Thieu's men couldn't contain his anger. Hian Thieu, we've been killed by him countless times, and now we have to give him a skill book? Isn't that too cowardly? Another chimed in. Exactly. We're not weak. If we all join forces, even a mouthful of spit could drown him. Greed and malice lit his eyes. If we find him in real life and capture him alive, we could not only pry that secret out of him but also make him a slave to collect lifespan for us. Then Hian Thieu's reputation would soar. Hearing this, The henchman grew excited and flattered him. Indeed, Hien Thieu is cunning and far-sighted. We truly admire you. Hien Thieu snorted with contempt, his gaze sweeping his subordinates. Go home. I'll have the clan send a woman to seduce him. After all, Shadow's voice sounded unfamiliar. Surely not from a highborn circle. A poor man presented with a stunning beauty at his door. I don't believe he wouldn't fall for it. The henchman laughed with delight and approved in unison. This move of Hien Thieu's is truly deep genius. On the tree-lined road, golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering streaks on the uneven ground. Tan Feng quickly found Dai Li Zi. He nodded slightly, his tone calm. Little Black, I accept the deal. I have a few items I want to give you. Dai Li Zi's bright eyes widened with excitement, but she immediately protested with a displeased look. Thanks, big brother, but I'm not Little Black. I'm Dai Li Zi. No sooner had she finished than her staff suddenly erupted in blazing red flames. Waves of heat rolled outward. The fierce fire made the surrounding air scorch, the light reflecting off her astonished face. Dai Li Zi rose into the air, hair streaming in the wind, her voice trembling but ecstatic. Aha! This is incredible. I'm about to take off. This necklace multiplies spell damage by several times and doubles mana recovery. Big brother, I'm truly grateful to you. Tan Feng stood with his arms crossed, expression still cold, though a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. He nodded and said, No need for thanks. As promised, hand over the space ring to me. Dai Li Zi suddenly remembered, hastily fishing a jet-black ring with intricate patterns from her inventory. Slightly regretful, she still held it out. Right, here, your space ring. Suddenly Dai Li Zi seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, Oh right, big brother. When I fled into the forest earlier, I accidentally discovered a cave that looks like the entrance to a ruin. Are you interested in checking it out? A keen interest lit Tan Feng's eyes. He thought to himself, first the golden ghost ship, now an entrance to a ruin. Indeed, befriending Dai Li Zi has paid off. If I hadn't generously given her 2 golden boss items, she surely would have kept this secret to herself. A space ring with 27 slots is truly valuable. Having it will make future journeys much smoother. He asked calmly, Where is Wang Mang? After he finishes selling items to everyone, I'll go to the ruin with you.
Dai Li Zi replied imediately. Alright.
But their captain just recruited a new priest. They'll be back in about an hour and a half. She went on with more detail, her eyes showing fear mixed with curiosity. I've already marked the ruin entrance on your map. It's behind a large bush, hidden by a slab of stone. When I moved the stone to hide inside, I heard chilling screams echoing from deep within. Sounds like demonic wails. I was so terrified I ran for my life, but those people caught up with me. Tan Feng nodded at once, decisive. All right, I'll go to the ruin right now. Wait for me to return before trading with Wang Mang and the others. Before Dai Li Zi could say more, Tan Feng's figure had already vanished. She looked around in bewilderment and muttered, Huh, where did Big Brother go? Tan Feng cut through the deep, shadowed forest. Slivers of light filtered through the leaves and fell on his determined face. The insects chirped in the night, towering trees obscured the moon, creating a gloomy, ominous scene. He calculated inwardly. He had planned to find a place to train to higher levels, but with a ruin here that was unnecessary. In the starting town there are 3 main types of ruins: tombs, cursed ruins, and sacred shrines. Regardless of type, even the small monsters reach the bronze or even silver tiers. For him, this place was a sea of lifespan and evolution points. In the gloomy darkness, Tan Feng stepped deeper into the underground ruin entrance. Cold stone steps, thick with dust, felt eerie underfoot. The walls on both sides were carved with mysterious images and ancient glyphs, all covered in moss and lichen. The air was damp, heavy with the musty smell of mold and a sinister deathly aura, drifting with the cold wind that whistled through the cracks. Tan Feng considered. In the town, the 3 ruin types appear as tombs, cursed ruins, and sacred shrines. Tombs are filled with powerful undead beasts, extremely difficult to clear, and culminate in a terrifying golden boss. Cursed ruins teem with creatures afflicted by ancient malevolent gods' curses. They may have once been humans, madmen, or resentful souls that transformed into fiends after death. In sacred shrines, fanatical worshippers of ancient or dark gods will guard the place at all costs. If you're lucky enough to get through, you might obtain special items or valuable skill books. Tan Feng's keen gaze lingered on the ancient, mysteriously shaded murals on the wall. The images depicted the judgment of the ancient god upon traitors and sinners. Bound figures trembled on their knees before the deity's imposing statue, judged by cold, terrifying eyes. The sight sent a chill through him.
Tan Feng frowned.
It seems this is a sacred shrine. This place and the Eye of Judgment on me share the same origin. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from deep within the ruin, reverberating through the cramped space like the cry of a demon. Tan Feng blinked and hurried forward. His figure gradually vanished into the yawning darkness. Cut to outside the forest. Sunlight filtered through dense foliage, rays speckling the ground. Birds chirped, the wind rustled, and the scent of wild grass mingled to form an oddly peaceful scene. But that peace was quickly shattered by a violent roar. Wang Mang gripped his large shield tightly, his gaze resolute though sweat beaded at his mouth. Before him stood a gigantic monster, its body burning red like fire, its razor-sharp claws smeared with fresh blood. It howled and charged with tremendous force, launching Wang Mang into the air. "Heal him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" A teammate shouted in panic toward Tan Xiaodu. The girl, pale-faced and trembling, stared at the bloodthirsty monster in front of her. Her voice stammered, Okay. What am I supposed to do?" At that moment, the blazing red beast lunged again, its ferocity overwhelming. The swordsman shouted angrily, "Damn it! It's charging again! Use your skills!" Tan Xiaodu flinched back, trembling so badly she couldn't lift her staff. Tears welled up and she cried in fear, I'm so scared." Immediately, the monster swung in a powerful arc. The entire formation was slaughtered in an instant. At Shell Town, sunlight fell on the respawn area. Wang Mang and the team reappeared with sullen faces. Their wounds from the previous fight had vanished, but dissatisfaction and anger remained. Dai Lizi waved cheerfully when she saw everyone return early. "Captain, why did you all come back so soon? Big Bro Shadow hasn't returned yet. We can't buy equipment yet." An angry person pointed at Tan Xiaodu and snarled through gritted teeth. "God damn it. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. You can't dodge the monster's attacks and you don't know how to use skills. Tell me, what else can you do?" Dai Lizi hurried forward to calm things. "Why are you so hostile? You can tell she's a new player at a glance. Dying once is normal." "Dai Lizi, get out of the way. I should scold this kind of person to death." The swordsman barked angrily. "Not just once. In less than an hour, we've died 3 times because of her."
Dai Lizi froze. What?
Quickly changing the subject, she took out the necklace just received from Big Bro Shadow and said excitedly, "All right, let me go with you again. I'm much stronger now. I guarantee no one will die this time." Wang Mang frowned in thought, then nodded. "All right, enough talk. Dai Lizi's proposal isn't bad. With her joining, this run will certainly go more smoothly. Maybe we'll even meet Big Bro Shadow." Tan Xiaodu bowed her head and whispered, Sorry. I'll try harder." Inwardly she seethed. "You have no relation with Big Bro Shadow. I'll never serve fools like you." Ignoring her teammates' contemptuous stares, she tightened her grip on the staff, eyes flashing with resentment and bitter resolve. A fierce determination rose within her. Back to Tan Feng. In the ruin's gloomy darkness, he stepped cautiously deeper inside. The space was cold, damp with the smell of moss and rot, and an ancient deathly aura lingered in each breath. The cold stone walls were carved with mysterious patterns and ancient curses, creating an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. While walking, Tan Feng suddenly stopped when he heard a strange sound. He strained his eyes forward. The weak torchlight reflected off 2 desiccated corpses kneeling reverently before a majestic statue of an ancient god. The judged figures bore twisted faces, their hollow, soulless eyes filled with endless suffering and resentment. Above them appeared the text, "Loyal follower of the judged ancient god, level 10, silver grade." Tan Feng's gaze turned cold, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. "Humph, level 10 silver bosses? Let's see how tough you really are." Tan Feng lunged like a gale, shield shadow slash cutting a razor-sharp blade across the two followers. However, their health only dropped a little insignificantly. He frowned, caution flaring in his eyes. Even using backstabbing pierce, their HP only fell to half. A level 10 silver boss is truly not to be underestimated. The combined HP of these two followers even exceeded that of the Golden Ghost ship boss. Suddenly both followers dropped to their knees simultaneously, facing Tan Feng with reverence. Their vacant eyes stared straight at him, as if worshipping something on his person. Tan Feng was briefly startled, then snapped awake. Could it be because of the eye of judgment I carry? Does this artifact make them recognize and revere me? He narrowed his eyes, voice low. "You know the way, right? Lead me." The two loyal followers lifted their heads, emitting weak growls like beasts long kept in captivity. Tan Feng thought to himself that these monsters had been completely rotten and corrupted. Their minds collapsed to the point where only the instincts to slaughter and plunder human lives remained. Suddenly the followers' blood-red eyes flashed, their expressions turning rabid and murderous. They roared madly and charged off toward the distance, where the footsteps and flickering lights of another group of players searching for treasure could be seen. The player group was on high alert, scanning every dark corner. The swordsman brandished his long blade and warned, "Careful, monsters incoming." The two loyal followers of the ancient god, like living nightmares, charged the players in a frenzy. Their powerful attacks struck like a storm, razor claws tearing through the player's armor in an instant. "These are two level 10 silver bosses. We couldn't handle one, and now there are two. Run, run now," a player shouted in panic. But it was already too late. In a split second, the team was slaughtered by the overwhelming power of the two bosses. In the cold darkness, Tan Feng remained hidden and watched from afar, his eyes cold as he looked at the slain group. He snorted. The group that bought the ice corruption spell from that girl, seems her name was Grey Rose, had come to this ruin too. But with their current gear, none of them could advance deep inside. Tan Feng stepped forward and picked a glittering gem from the players' corpses. His eyes brightened as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha! It dropped over 100 days of lifespan. Looks like this miss is indeed wealthy." He frowned and looked around. No traps, no positive runes, just two small silver bosses. Irritation crossed his face. Could this place really only have two small bosses? Tan Feng took out a poison dart, gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it." He coldly threw two poison darts into the followers' heads, killing them instantly. Ding! You have killed a level silver loyal follower of the ancient god. You received 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 9. You received 4 evolution points, 188 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Feng activated Greedy Hand and laughed with joy. It was well worth it. 32 evolution points, 15,500, 4 days of tradable lifespan, for golden items and 10 silver items. There was even a golden grade follower necklace. Ding! Golden grade follower necklace, assassin accessory. Agility plus 15, cooldown speed plus 20%, requires level 8 equipment. Unique effect, summons a level silver loyal follower to fight for you. Cooldown, 600 seconds. This necklace has some decent stats. A 20% cooldown reduction. Once equipped, the cooldown of Shadow Conceal drops from 22.6 seconds to 19.2 seconds. The Poison Dart cooldown decreases from 4.3 to 3.7 seconds, and Shield Shadow Slash from 10.4 to 8.8 seconds. It'll make killing monsters more efficient later on. All the other equipment is above level 8. At this stage, no one can wear them except me, so I'll keep them for now and sell them later. While happily looting, Tan Feng suddenly heard a strange noise from behind. An ancient stone pillar unexpectedly rose from the ground, emitting a strange radiance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "As expected, Clearing all the monsters here triggered a mechanism, an underground mechanism. Tan Feng quickly stepped toward the stone column. A constant click sounded like a cold rhythm in the ancient space. Immediately after, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Dust and small stones fell from the cracks in the walls, as if awakening something that had slept for 100 years. The floor slowly descended, forming a giant elevator hidden deep underground. Tan Feng squinted down into the black abyss, thinking, is this an up and down elevator? After a few minutes, the mechanism finally stopped. It felt as if he'd descended 3,400 meters. Silence returned. Only the faint whistle of wind through the rock crevices remained. He stepped off the elevator and looked up around him. Before him lay a dark maze, the smell of damp mold and ancient ash filling the air. This is the maze hidden beneath the shrine, which, according to memories from a past life, can only be found with very small probability. Inside the maze are countless traps, but if someone goes first as bait, exploration isn't too dangerous, just requires patience and time. However, with his current attributes, accidentally triggering a trap would likely mean death. So Tan Feng carefully took out a newly obtained item, the Golden Follower Necklace. It's an accessory for assassins, granting plus 15 agility, plus 20% cooldown reduction, and requires level 8 equipment. Its unique effect summons a level silver devout follower to fight beside you for 600 seconds. Fortunately, it had just dropped. Perfect timing. Tan Feng activated it. A loyal follower appeared, gloomy in form, its eyes vacant as if its soul had been eroded. He ordered it to go ahead and scout while he followed behind, feeling much more at ease. Still, to be safer, Tan Feng decided to evolve his passive dodge skill first. The system message rang in his head. You have spent 1 + 2 + 3 + 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 24. Shadow Phantom skill, Golden, has risen to Epic. Evasion rate increased from 15% to 75%. When triggered, evasion grants immunity to all damage. Tan Feng was pleased. A 75% evasion is extremely high and very helpful in a trap-laden maze. With 11 evolution points left, he continued upgrading his main skill Shield Shadow Slash. You have spent 13 evolution points. Shield Shadow Slash, Diamond, has risen to Epic. Max slash range increased from 27 to 30 Invisibility duration increased from 9 seconds to 12 seconds. Now delivers 9 slashes. Damage per slash increased from 300 to 500. Slash length extended from 4 to 5 Cooldown reduced to 12 seconds. Because evolving from Epic to Legendary requires 10 times the points, the higher a skill's original tier, the more evolution points are conserved. For example, if an Epic skill evolves into Legendary, that's the skill's first evolution, so the base evolution cost is only 1. The target evolution tier is Legendary, so it requires 10 times the points. From 1 point multiplied by 10 becomes 10 points. In other words, if I acquire an Epic skill, I can quickly evolve it to Legendary, Mythic, even Ancient or Immortal tiers. But if it's just a normal skill, to reach Epic you'd first need to evolve it 7 times. By then you'll need several hundred points to multiply it by 10. The advantage is I can upgrade any skill at any level to Epic at very low cost. In other words, from now on all my skills will be at least Epic tier. With only 11 evolution points left, I can only evolve the original Shadow Conceal skill. Then he continued to evolve Shadow Conceal. You have spent 3 + 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 3. Shadow Conceal rose from silver to golden, then to platinum. Invisibility increased from 16 seconds to 24 seconds. Stealth break damage increased from 90% to 150%. Cooldown reduced to 22 seconds. With 35% cooldown reduction, actual cooldown is only 16 seconds. The cooldown is still too long, and the stealth break attack is a bit weak. I must improve it when I return. At that moment, the loyal follower he summoned accidentally stepped on a mechanism. A large stone fell from the ceiling and crushed it. The summoned creature died instantly. He sighed, saw the summon cooldown hadn't finished, and had to continue scouting by himself. This maze is complex and dangerous. He must explore step by step, hoping to find something worthwhile. On the upper level of the shrine, the player group that had been killed returned. Leader, confirmed. The two monsters are gone. What? The female leader exclaimed. Our lifespan was definitely taken. Someone killed the boss and stole it. Who could do that? She pondered and whispered. Could it be the Dark Elder? I didn't expect he really came here, so he also stole our lifespan. Well, at least we don't die again. An image of a shadowy figure flashed through her mind. When they first arrived, she had seen him speaking with the monsters. Someone who can charm bosses. His power is truly bottomless. Meanwhile, deep below in the maze, Tan Feng had successfully reached the final area after 3 hours of exploration. From past life experience, this was certainly the endpoint. If it were others, dozens or even hundreds would likely have died. He waited another 10 minutes and then summoned again. A loyal follower went ahead to scout and was ordered to open the door. But no matter how hard it tried, the summon couldn't open the ancient door. Can't open it? That's strange. Tan Feng had to approach it himself. As soon as he touched the door, it opened. He immediately entered combat stance. Before him were several moss-covered stone pillars. In the center sat a gilded chest wrapped with barbed steel, and beside it stood a nun keeping watch. Tan Feng checked the information, but only question marks appeared. It's my first time encountering such a mysterious NPC. The nun uttered a few strange words, then knelt down. Her body gradually turned to light and vanished. This disappeared? The sharp barbs on the chest also vanished. Although no info appeared for the mysterious woman, Tan Feng felt this was related to the Eye of Judgment. His gaze shifted to the golden gleaming chest. It was an epic-grade treasure, but he couldn't be careless. There might still be traps or hidden monsters inside. He ordered the summoned follower to open the chest. When the lid just popped open, a blinding light exploded forth. Tan Feng was excited. This is a skill book, and it's an assassin skill, with both active effects and passive effects. A system voice rang out. You have acquired the skill Graceful Deliverance, Epic Quality, Assassin Class. Passive effect, hitting a weak point doubles damage. Active effect, Throat Cut. The next attack deals base damage of 100% each second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Tan Feng frowned slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes as he read the skill effects. This passive doubles damage when striking an enemy's weak point. So if I'm already good at finding weak points, it's basically like hacking damage. The active skill Throat Cut is even more terrifying. Once activated, if the first hit deals 300 damage, the effect will cause the target to take an additional 300 damage per second for 3 seconds. That's 1,200 damage total, quadruple damage from a single skill. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and a smile tugged at Tan Feng's lips. Combined with Shield Shadow Slash, this skill would send bosses to the grave before they could react. Moreover, it only takes 10 evolution points to push it to legendary. A huge haul indeed. Tan Feng felt his burst potential had been raised to a new level, all thanks to Little Black's luck. With that in mind, he decided to sell the remaining items to Little Black's group as working capital. He messaged, Little Black, tell Wang Mang to return to Little Town. I'll sell stuff to him. Little Black replied instantly, Big bro, you've finished exploring the ruins? We'll head back to Little Town right away. As soon as he returned to Little Town, the first sight caused Tan Feng to pause for a few seconds. A swarm of people like bees from a broken hive poured out and surrounded him. Darkness has arrived. Brother Darkness, let's be friends. Big bro, I'm 666. Do you need more followers? I'm the chairman of Landing Group, Zhanghai City. Join our side. Big bro, this is my sister. She's a huge fan. No ulterior motive, just a small introduction. I'm from Quan Kok Town. Please let me follow you. I'm willing to marry my wife to you. I'm from Bitch Van Dao Town. Tan Feng thought to himself that the teleport gates to other towns must have opened. Now he could go to Firefly Town to look for that Song Fi. Without hesitation, he used Shadow Conceal, instantly turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing before everyone's eyes. He's gone, damn it. Who told you to bother him? You talk? You were the one rushing in like a moth. Your sister's uglier than a ghost and you dared to introduce her to Big Bro. I'll beat you. Who's afraid of whom? Tan Feng arrived at the meeting point. Little Black, I'm here. Big Bro's here. Captain, Big Bro's here. Tan Feng glanced and spotted a familiar figure. Tan Xiaodu was standing behind Wang Mang's group. He frowned slightly. Why did this girl join Wang Mang's group? Don't they know she has a knack for causing trouble? Be careful, sooner or later she'll bring disaster. Tan Feng also reminded himself. The name Darkness has spread worldwide, but his true identity must never be revealed. He still can't transfer his power into the real world, and now countless eyes are fixed on him. One mistake, even a dull knife, could be fatal. On the side, Tan Xiaodu was quietly watching. Is this the Darkness? Incredible. Compared to the bratty gang like Wang Mang, it's a world of difference. She pressed her lips, determination flashing in her eyes. If he helps her level up, she could meet Song Fi in just a few days. Tan Feng opened the trade window, skimmed the loot, and said calmly but firmly, "These items perfectly fit your group's professions. There are also some basic skill books to enhance combat effectiveness. Altogether, this lot is worth about 2,200 days of lifespan." Wang Mang froze, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. That much? They're all golden, silver-tier gear. I can't afford that. Tan Feng waved his hand. It's fine, you can owe me. His tone was as casual as selling vegetables at a market, but to Wang Mang's crew he seemed like an angel descended. Wang Mang choked up with emotion. Thank you. Big Bro, you've helped us so much. We really don't know how to repay you. If you ever need anything, just say the word and we'll give our all to help. Someone in the group jumped up excitedly. Oh my god. Big Bro, Darkness is amazing. Can I really use golden gear this early? That's a golden tier skill too. I just learned it and I already feel 3 times stronger. And it's even on installment plans. Sob sob. This is absolute faith. Big Bro really trusts us now. Wang Mang suddenly looked around, frowning. Huh. Why isn't there any gear for the cleric? A team member shrugged and curled his lip. What? So what? She's lucky to get experience with us. What else is she expecting? At that moment, Tan Xiaodu stepped forward, sent a friend request to Tan Feng, and spoke softly. Hello, Big Bro. I'm the cleric in Wang Mang's team. May I ask? There's no cleric gear for me? Tan Feng only glanced once, his gaze cold as ice. Without a word, he activated Shadow Conceal, turned into a wisp of smoke, and vanished without a trace. Huh. Where did he go? Tan Xiaodu stood there dazed, as if she'd lost her soul. Wang Mang patted her shoulder, trying to reassure her. Maybe Big Bro just didn't have cleric gear this time. There'll be some next time. Someone nearby sneered. Ha! I think he just didn't bother with her. Little Black sighed with admiration. Big Bro, Darkness is like a mythical dragon. Only the head is seen, never the tail, and he's handsome too. In another corner, Tan Feng strolled, a depth of thought flashing in his eyes. In his backpack sat a golden-tier cleric staff, even an advanced cleric skill book. He snorted. Such precious things, how could he possibly give them to Tan Xiaodu? As he levels up, he'll surely collect a large amount of unused gear and skill books. But selling them takes time, and the government behind Wang Mang needs large quantities of equipment to train forces. He can't let one Tan Xiaodu jeopardize cooperation with the government. He must quickly find another cleric for Wang Mang's team and kick her out. Ambition flashed in Tan Feng's eyes. He had to find Xiao Shui quickly. Gui Shui was one of the managers of the Slaughter God Guild in his previous life. She held a hidden cleric class, White Bird Divine Attendant, always accompanied by a white bird that aided healing and boosted skill effectiveness. She was the only powerful cleric Tan Feng knew in his past life. She single-handedly defeated an epic boss and was the most reliable teammate. Compared to her, Tan Xiaodu was a branded piece of trash. Right, if memory serves, Xiao Shui and Song Fi are both in Firefly Town. The corner of Tan Feng's mouth curved up. Good. I can meet Xiao Shui on the way and bring her into Wang Mang's team. After teleporting to Firefly Town, Tan Feng remained hidden. He threaded through the noisy crowd unnoticed. While moving, he came across a group of players rushing back to the battlefield. Hurry! The silver tier boss is about to die. It's below half HP. Don't let it get the advantage or it'll be a stupid death. One guy muttered. Damn it. That bastard Song Fi has brought another flock of little sisters. Who wants to compete with him? Just one small star. Yet his brain-dead fans swarm like hornets. Another ground his teeth. I won't stand for it. Today I must kill that pale-faced bastard to feel better. Tan Feng frowned slightly. They've tracked Song Fi's whereabouts so quickly? Without hesitation, he followed the group rushing ahead. The path led to a dark, gloomy valley shrouded in mist with hot vapors rising from the ground. This was Kot Tang Mountain Gorge, a notorious level 5 zone. Most of the monsters here are flame sprites and ember sprites, all fire elemental with extremely high destructive power. Ahead, a crowd was charging in to fight the boss. The chaotic atmosphere was like an ancient battlefield. You dare hit him? Want to die? Run away, don't get hit. The boss is at half HP. Finish it now. Tan Feng silently hid in the shadows, his gaze sweeping quickly across the battlefield. They were besieging a two-headed flame sprite, a silver tier boss, but the scene was utterly chaotic. Not only were monsters present, but players were slaughtering each other too. Complete chaos. Tan Feng's eyes suddenly froze on a group of ugly but brave female mages. Song Fi stood there with his arms folded, projecting an air of superior intellect, as if he were the center of the universe. A player shouted in fury, "You bastard Song Fi! Last time you ambushed and stole my lifespan. Today I'll play you to death. You think those female mages behind you are safe? Ha! I have a divine skill tailored for mages. You're dead for sure." Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, a female mage. No, precisely a screen-burstingly fat female mage, stepped forward, hefting a staff like an iron club, and smashed the enemy on the head. "Don't you dare hurt Brother Song Fi." Tan Feng couldn't help but snort inwardly. He remembered. Song Fi was the notorious prodigy mage from his past life. He didn't strengthen himself. He persuaded a flock of fangirls to abandon their current roles, all convert to mages, and donate all their gear, skill books, and divine attribute points to him. But what can a lone mage do? No problem, Van Kwang would figure it out. Thus the bizarre lineup was born. One pumped everything into divine attribute, becoming a glass cannon mage with massive damage but fragile. One poured all into agility, becoming a harass mage who runs like the wind and spams skills like mosquitoes. One dumped everything into physique, turning into an imagined flesh shield mage to tank bosses. Some even invested all into strength, using a staff as a melee weapon called combat mages. Initially, this strange mage formation proved surprisingly effective, sweeping everywhere and stealing the lifespan of countless players. This mage stew lineup became a nightmare for casual grinders. But as the game dragged on, the stupidity became obvious. These variant female mages were wiped out one by one, while Song Fi helplessly watched his fangirls fall like kites with broken strings. Tan Feng sighed. A good show must come to an end. He just didn't know the real nightmare was about to begin. And its name was Darkness. Song Fi stood amid his circle of female mages like a living saint, his expression a blend of compassion and sorrow. "My sisters, you've worked so hard. It pains me deeply. I hope this boss dies soon so you can rest. This world should be filled with love, not violence." A plump female mage stepped forward, eyes full of adoration. "It's not hard at all, Brother Fi. You're the one who suffers most. You shouldn't have to bear all this pain." Then she raised her staff and screamed like the commander of a suicide charge. "Sisters, charge! Kill this ugly monster. Don't let it hurt our idol." The female mages chanted in unison, fervor like a fan club in full force. The monster maddened. Song Fi became king. From now on, there was only Song Fi. "Brother, slowly ascend. We'll follow you forever." But at that moment, the boss suddenly roared and launched a pillar of blazing fire toward Song Fi. Before Song Fi could react, a young female mage leapt forward to intercept the attack for him. Her hair singed, clothes tattered, she still smiled brightly. Song Fi immediately knelt beside her, embraced her shoulder, feigning deep emotion. "Oh my you!" the girl whispered, eyes shining. Brother Phi is always like this, madly devoted to us. The plump mage yelled again. Sisters go. If we kill this boss, Brother Phi will hit rank 1. Definitely surpass that darkness guy, the crowd shouted as if breaking the heavens. Ding Feng Yun swears to stand with Brother Phi. Immediately, bolts of arcane lightning rained from the girl's staves, striking the boss and making it scream in agony. Beneath the dense layers of magic was blind, frenzied devotion. Song Fi stood in that halo, smiling inwardly with satisfaction. It's almost done. This silver tier boss is tough, but if I kill it I'll hit level 8. He clenched his fist, jealousy flashing in his eyes. That bastard darkness must be hacking. I have a whole team of fans and I'm still stuck at level 7. What's his secret for leveling so fast? Once I surpass his level 9, I'll be the foremost person, a god in this world. At that moment, an ice-cold hand suddenly grabbed Song Fi's head. No one saw who had come. All anyone knew was that while everyone else was still looking up, Tan Feng was already behind Song Fi. Shield shadow slash. A streak of lightning flashed. Before Song Fi could scream, his head was lifted clean off his neck, blood spraying everywhere. His eyes vacant as if unable to believe he'd been logged out like that. Tan Feng silently gripped the head, glanced at it for a moment, then crushed his face like squeezing a ripe tomato. The plump female mage turned around and screamed in panic, "Brother!" But before she could run over, Tan Feng moved like a shadow through the ranks of mages. So fast there was no time to react. The system announced, "You have killed the two-headed flame sprite. Received 1500 EXP. You have killed the player magic god Gitian. You have killed the player Song Fi Miao Miao. You have permanently killed the player Fi Vin Vin Theoan. You have killed the player Xiao Fi Yue." Damage numbers kept popping over the boss and players. 1985, 1985, 1990, 1990. The rest of the crowd fell silent. What? A one-hit stealth assassination. Damage in the thousands? My strongest skill only does a bit over 100. This is 10 times a normal person. And it's an area attack. Song Fi and his fangirls were wiped out completely. Someone blurted, "Who is this assassin? Could it be Darkness? Someone who uses me without suspicion." Surely it was Big Bro Darkness, the first to kill a golden boss. If it wasn't him, who could terrorize like this? The crowd immediately dispersed automatically, rolling out the red carpet, stepping back to yield the boss loot to him. Just finishing off Song Fi's guilty lot felt satisfying. Big Bro forever supreme. Big Bro keep it up. Big Bro I love you. Stop staring. Go get it. Tan Feng smiled faintly, thinking, these people only flatter me because they're afraid I'll turn on them. In the previous life, if I showed my face, they'd probably mob and tear me apart without waiting for armor. Firefly Town, the low-level respawn area in the primordial forest. Song Fi opened his eyes, his body sitting up on the resurrection altar, a few glimmers of spiritual energy still clinging to his head. The system rang out coldly like an executioner's voice. You were killed by the player Darkness. Lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. Lost an additional 18 years, 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fi froze as if struck by lightning, eyes dim, mouth agape. I'm dead? And killed by Darkness? He immediately sat bolt upright, horrified like bitten by a snake. Why did that Darkness appear in Firefly Town? Zhanghai City has hundreds of primal towns. Why did he pick my spot to steal the boss? At that moment, the group of female mages also respawned one by one, faces dazed as if they'd undergone a reincarnation disaster. I'm dead? Brother's dead too? It was Darkness, but why did he kill both Brother and us? A short, stocky girl screamed, resentful. He must have wanted to steal the boss, cowardly attacking when Brother wasn't paying attention. Shameless shrimphead. Just as the air seethed with hatred, a shy blue-haired girl stepped forward. Brother, I'm an archer with the eyesight skill. I can see even hidden enemies. Can you let me join the team? Before Song Fi could answer, a female mage sneered and cut in. Move aside. Brother Song Fi already said we only need mages. Archers are too slow at killing monsters and will affect his rank climbing. Song Fi spread his arms and smiled a captivating smile. Magnanimous like a god descended. Don't say that. I still believe love can bridge all differences. He took the archer's hand, his eyes shining like someone acting in a TV drama. I feel your intense affection. It's fine even if you're an archer. Come grow with us. The girl was moved to tears, choking like someone reading a love letter by moonlight. Brother, I love you. Then came the collective vying for favor. Brother Song Fi, I'm an assassin. I also have stealth and can ambush him like he ambushed you. I learned an area control skill that can freeze him so you can personally cut him down. Song Fi gestured to everyone, his eyes like he was reading the UN's Declaration of Peace. Everyone, we are one big family. Love one another. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come. Together we'll be united forever. The atmosphere was so touching it could be canned and sold as comfort food. The female fans cried tears of joy, hugging each other as if rescued from a blizzard. So warm. Follow him, and Song Fi would never regret it. Then a roar of fury rose like a tidal wave. That darkness dared to ambush brother. If Vuduk catches him, he must be killed by brother, so he knows the consequences of provoking Song Fi. Revenge. Revenge for brother. Kill that dog darkness. In a hidden corner of the town, some unfamiliar players murmured, Hey, what's going on? This whole little village looks like it's about to start a war. Heh. You don't know? That guy was killed by an outsider. Remarkably, killed in the midst of dozens of girls' surrounds. And yet he still died. Died horribly. The one who killed him was Darkness. You heard that name? Unbelievable. Darkness? That level? Seriously. Darkness actually dared touch this bunch of unstable girls?
I'm utterly impressed.
Song Fi stood among his crowd of fangirls like sunflowers facing the sun. In this case, the sun was himself. He curled his lip, eyes full of smug certainty. Good, very good. With so many witnesses, when I personally kill that darkness, everyone will admit that however strong he is alone, he's still a shrimp. Especially an assassin, a sneaky brat. How can he compare to a noble mage like me? On the other side, Tan Feng was quietly operating in the system interface, his face cold as if killing a silver-tier boss had been mere breakfast. The greedy hand system activated. You received 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver-tier spoils, 1 golden-tier spoil. Without hesitation, Tan Feng upgraded his system skills, spending 10 evolution points to emancipate. Grace rose from epic to legendary. The new effects made his eyes flash cold. Passive effect. Weak point attack bonus increased from plus 100% to plus 200%. Weak point hit chance doubled. Active skill Throat Cut. Now deals 150% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 30s to 25s. Tan Feng frowned slightly. Double the chance to hit weak points meant half an enemy's body could soon become a weak point. Shield Shadow Slash could also exploit weak point damage in the future, and Throat Cut's higher damage with reduced cooldown. Using this on a golden boss was worth pondering. An initial skill already evolvable to legendary, but to go from legendary to mythic required 200 evolution points. By that rule, Greedy Hand going from epic to mythic would need points, and the next tier would require another 340 points. He looked at his current number, 9 evolution points remaining, and shrugged. Then he invested in Backstab Enhancement. The system consumed 8 evolution points. Backstab Enhancement upgraded to Silver Tier. Back attack damage increased from 30% to 40%.
Tanfeng nadid fantli. Rueschurd.
A Silver Tier boss plus a bunch of clueless players helping had netted him 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. And he got a stack of fine loot. Alright, time to return to town. But as he turned to leave, killing intent surged from behind. A female assassin suddenly lunged, her blade flashing like the crescent of death. Tan Feng leaned aside and avoided it smoothly as if performing a sword dance. The second strike, the third, all were dodged by him easily, like playing a game of evading flying shrimp. Why is this happening? The girl seemed ready to scream at the world, her eyes filled with existential doubt. Damn, stealth. Dust rose in a thick haze, but before he could counterattack, a shout like a trumpet call rang from the mountaintop. Die, you damned darkness, you're surrounded by us now. We came here to avenge Brother Phi. We must avenge Brother Phi. The female mage's cry echoed off the cliffs, like a call to battle for blind love. At the foot of the mountain, Tan Feng said nothing. Silently he used shield shadow stealth, his form dissolving into a thin mist, blending into the darkness like a fish returning to water. But the female archer above snorted coldly. She, Duong Kung, fired a special arrow into the air, from which a bird sprang forth, flapping its wings and scattering glittering magical feathers down densely across the area below. Then only a single figure appeared, but it wasn't Tan Feng. It was a female assassin teammate one of the girls recognized, though it was already too late. From above, a crowd of female mages and archers cheered as if they'd hit the jackpot. Great, found him. Attack, sisters, use your strongest skills. Boom, boom, boom. A fireworks barrage of skills rained down on the target. Wait, I'm not, hold on. The female assassin screamed in panic, but a moment later she was buried in a spectacular explosion of magical smoke and fire. The smoke cleared, a silence stretched, then the plump female mage stepped forward, scratching her head in justification. It's not a big deal, after all. She wasn't a mage, which means she really didn't like Brother Song Fi. This is punishment for a traitor. Okay, release the bird to scout again. We must quickly find the real darkness. Meanwhile, Tan Feng took out a special item, the Demon Fire Spirit Bell. Activating the item triggered a soul-shaking demonic fire effect, incapacitating all enemies within a 100 m radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. The bell rang with a keening sound like a call from the netherworld. In an instant all the female fans froze like statues, eyes wide, hands mid-gesture as if time had been frozen. The female archer cried in horror, "I can't move!" At that very moment, a shadow streaked by like lightning. Countless cold slashes, like the blades of death, executed Tan Feng's shield shadow slash. When the smoke cleared, he stood before Song Fi, the one who had been hiding in a corner a moment ago, who sat wide-eyed, looking around as if emerging from a horrific dream. What just happened? Why did they all collapse dead like that? Impossible. Could it be darkness? If he truly struck, he'd at least show his face, right? But Tan Feng had already appeared coldly beside him, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Song Fi, you're as good as dead. Song Fi reacted immediately, raising a magic shield. But then, thwip! A poison dart pierced the shield and lodged straight into his forehead. Song Fi crumpled to the ground, face ashen, groaning, "No way!" Tan Feng quietly bent down, looked at the spoils that fell from Song Fi's body, and muttered, "This guy's stubborn. Still has over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan left." Then his gaze swept to the cluster of female fans. But why don't those people have tradable lifespan? After a moment's thought he sighed softly. Could they have intended to donate all their lifespan to Song Fi? TCH, after all this time they still don't understand that gods are just a game. Such romantics, delusionally extravagant. He looked at the smoky battlefield with some regret. What a pity! If you gathered up that non-tradable lifespan it'd amount to hundreds of years. Oh well, I'll just use it to lure the scavengers around. At the respawn point in Firefly Town, a flash of white light appeared. Song Fi reappeared with his face twisted by the cruel truth. Damn it! Only 500 days left out of 2,000 tradable days. You damned darkness. You really are dead. The plump female mage folded her arms, frowned at the archer beside her and snapped, "Hey! Didn't you use your scouting skill? Why didn't you detect him?" The archer raked her hair in frustration and replied helplessly, "I did, but it only detected the 2 assassin sisters on our side. No trace of darkness." The plump mage flipped through her status board and pointed to an item. "Oh right. I also have Eagle Eye. My anti-stealth level is only 1, so I can only see level 1 invisible targets. If the opponent is level 2 or above I can't see them." Beside them, Song Fi ground his teeth in anger, tugging at his hair like a frantic rooster. That damned darkness comes and goes like a ghost. How am I supposed to guard against that? I don't even have any feud with him. And he stole my boss. He should have died, not me. His expression suddenly turned grave, then warped into paranoid speculation. Could he be jealous of my perfect looks? Being too outstanding might have made him resentful. He set his face in seriousness and raised his hand to declare like a leader. For everyone's safety, I've decided we will leave this place. Move to another area to level up. The surrounding fans responded in unison like a chorus. Where are you going? We will follow. At that moment Tanfeng had returned to Firefly Town. The place that should have been noisy with Song Fai's entourage was now as quiet as an empty temple. He thought it odd. There was no one in sight. They must have left or logged out. Tanfeng dispelled stealth and stepped up to ask a nearby player, "Hey, do you know where Song Fai's group went?" The man jumped back, nearly falling over. "Oh my God. The great elder darkness. You scared me to death." The guy swallowed and stammered. "They went that way, but I have a request. If you kill Song Fai later, please spare my girlfriend. Okay? Her name is Mio Fai Bao. She's a female hunter." Tanfeng raised an eyebrow and tilted his head at him. "I suggest you change your girlfriend." He muttered to himself. His girlfriend is probably that hunter with the anti-invisibility skill. Sadly, the man almost collapsed, begging, "Elder, it took me so long to find my girlfriend." Tanfeng said nothing further. His figure blurred in the air as Shield Shadow activated. Although he knew the direction Song Fai's group had gone, their purpose was unclear. Tanfeng felt pursuing them would waste a lot of time. If only he could find Ko Wai Tuet. At that moment a girl happened to walk by. Tanfeng's eyes widened. Could be none other than Ko Wai Tuet. He dispelled stealth, stepped in front of her and offered a rare smile. "Nu, help me with something." Ko Wai Tuet startled, eyes wide. "You are darkness." Tanfeng pulled a staff from his bag that shone with blinding golden light. "I heard your class can search for targets across a wide area, right? Help me locate Song Fai." He raised the staff. "I'll sell you this. A golden tier staff, very cheap. Consider it a reward." Ko Wai Tuet's eyes lit up like headlights. "But how did you know I have that skill? I never told anyone." Tanfeng shrugged. "Don't worry about that. The important thing is, do you want this golden tier weapon?" "I want it, I really do, but I don't have enough money." "No, I don't have enough lifespan." "Not even 500 days? The original price was at least 700 days. Just so happens I can lower it for you." A notification appeared. Transaction successful. Ko Wai Tuet hugged the staff like a treasure, tears welling with joy. "It's really a golden tier staff." Tanfeng tapped her on the head. "Get to work." Ko Wai Tuet shot him a fond glare and then activated her skill. Meanwhile she quietly thought, "This is my first time meeting darkness, but why does he feel so strangely familiar?" She glanced at him. "Aren't you afraid I'll take the item and run?" Tanfeng raised an eyebrow. "What? Aren't you the one who hates that Song Fai?" Ko Wai Tuet froze, eyes wide as she stared at Tanfeng. "Elder, how did you know I also hate Song Fai? Could you be someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't quite match." Tanfeng curled his lips in a cold, mysterious smile.
Ah, gas.
"I'm too lazy to guess." She shrugged and pulled out a scouting bird. "Release the bird." The bird shot up into the sky, its bright eyes sweeping across the expanse. Through its vision, Ko Wai Tuet felt like she was piloting a modern drone. A few minutes later she had results. Found Song Fai, coordinates 386, 9527. But I can't guarantee they won't move. By the time you get there they might already be gone. Tanfeng turned and waved. "Send a friend request. Keep watching. If they change location, tell me immediately." "Huh? If I have to monitor them for a long time then He cut her off decisively, only for a moment. No sooner had he spoken than Tanfeng shot off like a wisp of smoke. But when he reached the forest, he suddenly stopped mid-path. On the other end, Ko Wai Tuet tilted her head in puzzlement. "Huh? Why did the elder stop?" Tanfeng stood before an ancient tree and asked in a low voice, "Look around. Are there any trees nearby that look like this one? Wait a moment, she answered, eyes flicking over the scouting bird's view. There's an identical tree 100 meters ahead, and another one 100 meters to the left. Without a word, Tan Feng placed his hand on the first trunk and traced a faint mark with his finger. He then quickly moved to the other two trees and did the same. Ko Wai Tuet's eyes widened in amazement. It's a Phi Tui grade mirror. Ko Wai Tuet stared, curiosity lighting her eyes. What kind of mark is this? Tan Feng glanced at her and smiled softly. Guess. The moment the three trees were linked by the ancient sigils, the space trembled. A gentle tinkling sounded in the wind. Before him, a jade mirror appeared, emitting a blue-green light like an autumn lake. Ko Wai Tuet's eyes widened in astonishment. It's a Phi Tui grade mirror. Tan Feng smirked, a smile tinged with self-admiration. Who would have thought to find one of the ancient gods' bamboo blessings in Newbie Village? My luck isn't bad at all. He straightened, eyes narrowing as if recalling something distant. An ancient god's blessing can appear anywhere on lands abandoned by the gods. Activating enough hidden symbols will open treasures, summon bosses, or grant unique skill rewards. Ko Wai Tuet gawked, her gaze glued to the mirror. Elder, this mirror must contain at least 1,000 days of lifespan. Oh my god. Converted to money, that's millions. Tan Feng thought to himself, her estimate is pretty close. In a previous life, on day 1 the lifespan exchange rate was 1 to 10,000, but by day 2 it had risen to over 1 to 50,000. If I unlock a rare skill today, it'll be very profitable. Meanwhile, Ko Wai Tuet pulled out a notebook and eagerly copied down the sigils Tan Feng had drawn. If I can learn those seals, later I just need to be good at scouting to hunt other bamboo blessings. Heh. Fortune and wealth are coming. System. You have opened the Phi Tui treasure mirror. Acquired skill book. Blooming curse. Phi Tui theft. Ko Wai Tuet read aloud. Blooming curse. Sounds like a romance drama title. What kind of skill is this? An info panel popped up. Skill. Blooming curse. Phi Tui grade. Skill type. Passive effect. Within 15 seconds after the user's death, cursed flowers sprout on the nearest enemy's body, absorbing the target's tradable lifespan until it reaches 0.
No cooldown.
Tan Feng froze for a second. Then his eyes lit up as if he'd found a real treasure. This is it. I'd heard of that twisted skill in my past life, but never seen it in person. Unexpectedly, it's called Blooming Curse. The name is romantic, the effect is a nightmare. He gave a cold smile. With this skill, each time I kill a player, as long as I guard their corpse, I can squeeze their tradable lifespan dry like a lemon. Then just level up quickly to high rank and make it real. His gaze turned ice cold. Song Fi, your good days are over. This time I'll kill you until you log off. Then I'll kill you in the real world. Elsewhere on the map, Song Fi and his group were busy hunting ravenous wolf-shaped monsters, swarming like an army. Song Fi swung his sword to cut one down and muttered, "That dark guy probably won't chase me anymore. Right? I've run so far." In his mind appeared the grim image of the one he called Darkness, the person who had stolen a silver tier boss from him and sent him to the respawn screen twice. You took my silver tier boss and killed me twice, that's enough, right? No need to hunt me all the way here. Wait until I'm stronger. I'll come back for revenge. While he was consoling himself, the plump girl in the party pointed to the distance. Hey, look! Someone's fighting a boss over there.
Song Fi squin.
Holy crap, those guys look familiar. Seems like fans of Nyojai, Kentucky. Before he finished, the plump mage exploded with rage, brows raised as if to pierce the sky. What? Fans of Nyojai Kai? Immediately, the surrounding girls went berserk. It's his fans again. Those disgusting insects only lift Nyojai Kai to first place. No way, we can't let them affect our leaderboard climb. One shouted. Go wipe them out. On the other side, the group fighting the boss heard the commotion and rejoiced, thinking reinforcements had arrived. Oh, help is here. Hurry. The boss is almost dead. Let's finish it together. Before they could celebrate, the plump member of Song Fi's faction swung her club. Smack! A blow to the head. The one who had been celebrating collapsed like a banana tree cut at the root. Dongha gasped. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? The girl bared her teeth, full of killing intent. This is what happens to Nyo Jai Kai's fans. Nyo what? I don't even know what you're talking about. I basically don't understand. Before one member could explain, an arrow from the hunter behind struck him in the head, dead before he could cry out. A male teammate screamed miserably, Misa! Amid the gore and the boss not yet fully looted, another girl spontaneously recited a poem. Clad in gold to rule with wings unfurled, clearing oxen ranks, sweeping barren lands. The vast universe bows to my reign. A lone heart loves the phantom beauty. All because he's not clear which him it is, but the boss had taken a barrage of magical attacks and rolled over dead. Song Fi spread his arms, tears of emotion streaming. Oh my god. Thank you all. My loves, you almost got me killed by Nyo Jai Kai's fans. I didn't expect them to be so cruel. The girls were moved to tears. You don't need to thank us. Whether north or south, our hearts follow you. At that moment, Tan Feng stood silently on a high cliff, his eyes cold as he watched everything. Without a word, he activated the skill Shadow Veil. His body immediately blurred and vanished like mist dissolving into darkness. The moment he hid, the group of girls turned pale in unison. Fee! Song Fi felt a chill run down his spine, spun around and looked up at the cliff. But it was too late. A cold voice whispered at his ear. You're dead. Swish. A sword stroke flashed. Song Fi's head flew from his neck, tumbling among the group's horrified gazes. Ah! The girls screamed in despair, tears streaming like rivers. Tan Feng did not stop. He raised his hand and cast the skill he had just comprehended. Blooming Curse. Instantly, a blazing red flower sprouted from Song Fi's throat, each petal stained as if with blood. The red spider lily, symbol of curse, reincarnation, and life-taking, slowly bloomed. The girls gaped. What is that? In Firefly Town, where the air had been peaceful, a scream echoed down the street. You darkness guy, are you sick? Why do you keep targeting me? Song Fi's hair was disheveled, veins bulging as he shouted like demanding a life debt. He ground his teeth and cursed. You're jealous because I have so many girls following me, right? You psycho. He glanced around and then ground his teeth fiercely. Damn it, this guy must have followed me all the way to Firefly Town because of me. Could the girl he fawned over the other day be one of my fans? No way. But even if she is, what does that have to do with me? At that moment, a cold system voice sounded in his head. Tradable lifespan is decreasing. 400 days, 390, 380, 370. Song Fi immediately turned pale. What the hell? My lifespan is under 400 days and it's being drained continuously? Damn it, do you get punished for dying too much now? Is this a game or a horror movie? Just then, his fanatic girls were resurrected in the safe zone. A pale-faced girl said, Brother, this is bad. When that darkness guy used the skill, I saw a red flower like blood grow on your body. It looked like it was sucking something from you. What? Song Fi snapped his head around, eyes bulging as if about to pop, watching his lifespan plummet like apocalypse stocks. A flower grew on your corpse? And that flower is draining your lifespan? Damn you, darkness, you really want my life? Huh. The cold system voice continued. 350 days, 340, 330. Panicked, Song Fi slammed the table and shouted, Go offline! Go offline now. If I get killed again, my lifespan will hit rock bottom. He shouted with all his heart. Listen to me, everyone. Log off first, go buy lifespan points in real life, then come back. Re-equip, raise your combat power and launch a coordinated attack on that guy. The brainless girls raised their fists in unison. Wherever Brother Fi goes, our hearts follow. Immediately after, Song Fi hurriedly logged out, eyes wild. You darkness, just wait. Took me more than 2.5 years to achieve what I have today. I don't believe the gods won't let me smash you. Elsewhere, Tan Feng stood motionless atop a hill. Around him lay piles of players' corpses, each with a blood-red spider lily blooming from it. The system coldly announced the player had killed too many others and was now at level 4 murderer status. Upon death, 96.875% of current lifespan would be lost. Tan Feng paid it no mind and murmured casually, "Another 1,000 days of lifespan." Song Fai's group had killed plenty of monsters and accumulated quite a bit, but they could no longer be absorbed. They had likely logged off. Ko Wai Tuet, who had witnessed it all, couldn't help but be stunned. This was the true strength of the leaderboard's top player. Darkness, truly terrifying. Tan Feng glanced over and asked, "Shout it? Song Fai logged off, right?" Ko Wai Tuet nodded like a sewing machine. "Yes, he and his fans are all logged out." "Good. Keep an eye out for me. If he comes online again, let me know." "Understood, Elder." As she was about to leave, Tan Feng called her back. "Wait, I have a golden tier skill book for the Holy Sword Judgment Cleric. Do you want it?" Ko Wai Tuet's eyes shone like headlights. "I want it. I want you to wait in the small town for me," she replied. A short while later, the two met. Tan Feng held the book and said, "This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if you promise me one thing, I can sell it to you at half price." "But Elder, I won't sell my body, you know?" Tan Feng's face hardened. "What the hell do you think? I only need you to join a team and be their long-term healer." Ko Wai Tuet immediately beamed. "Oh, that's fine then. But if they're too useless, I'll tattle to the Elder. Okay?" Tan Feng gave a faint smile, voice calm. "Don't worry. They're pretty capable. I'm already in contact with them." At the same time, on the other side of the map, Wang Mang's group was bustling about monster hunting. Finally done. Wang Mang sighed in relief. Then suddenly his whole body trembled. Poisoned, face ashen as if he'd lost 3 months' worth of blood. "Hurry! Xiaodu! Detox me!" He shouted like the house was on fire. Tan Xiaodu, the little cleric with bewildered eyes, startled and replied, "Huh? Detox? Right, which cleric doesn't have a detox skill? Hurry! I can't take it anymore." Xiaodu suddenly brightened like a child finding candy. "Ah, right, I think I saw that skill." She solemnly chanted and cast a pure spell, but not on Wang Mang. She aimed at a roadside tree trunk. Xiao He beside her nearly choked on his own blood, while Wang Mang boiled with rage. "Ah, sorry. I pressed the wrong button." As a result, Wang Mang was poisoned and died on the spot, not even finishing his final curse. A blonde shouted in panic, "Captain!" After being resurrected, Wang Mang looked up at the sky and sighed, helpless as if betrayed by the whole game system. He had to replace this babysitter. But where do we find a professional cleric now? The good ones get snatched up by other teams. Standing nearby, Tan Xiaodu casually studied the skill interface, as if none of it concerned her. "Oh, this game isn't that hard, is it? I'm already at level 4 without much effort. If I keep this up, I might soon meet Song Fai." On Tan Feng's side, he had just contacted Wang Mang. Wang Mang felt like he'd struck gold. If the big brother vouches, it must be top quality. Of course it's no problem. She's in Firefly Town. It's sparsely populated there. Everyone head over. Convenient for team leveling. "No problem, we'll be there. There are too many players in Shelltown, so we're thinking of moving to a different spot to level." He turned to his team, serious. "Ah, Xiaodu. Shelltown is too crowded right now. We need higher level monsters to level. But your current skill is a bit risky, so we can't bring you along." Tan Xiaodu widened her eyes in surprise. "Huh? But I thought I could still." Before she could finish, Wang Mang's group ran off as if chased by a god-tier boss. "It's too late, Xiaodu. Take care of yourself." Tan Xiaodu flushed with anger. Those bastards. If they want to ditch someone, they should say it outright instead of making excuses. "Humph. I've had enough of you. I'm going to find the Elder Darkness." A short while later, Wang Mang's group arrived at Firefly Town. Wang Mang respectfully transferred 800 days of lifespan. "You have received 800 days of lifespan. You have received 800 days of lifespan." He added, "This is the remainder from last time. Soon my captain and will come to give the remaining 500 days. In this game, lifespan is truly hard to come by." Tan Feng thought to himself, "Captain and... could it be in you?" He nodded slightly and pointed to one side. "This is Xia Yuetian. She'll join the team. You two get acquainted." Just then, a distant voice called out. Wang Mang, I'm here. A girl named Enforcer of Justice appeared, running over like a shot. Tan Feng immediately recognized her. Indeed and you. In-game she used the name Enforcer of Justice and was the sole hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In her past life, and Yu was one of the world's top 20, a leading pillar of the Great Xia government, a terrifying nightmare for many foreign powers. This was the first time I'd met such a powerful player in divine artifacts discarded. Her past life rank even surpassed mine. And Yu smiled brightly and stepped forward to shake his hand. Elder Darkness, honored to meet you. I'm in Yu, your biggest fan. Tan Feng nodded and shook back. Hello, and Yu laughed heartily. Your growth speed is truly terrifying. Any secret? I even joked with people in the guild that you must be a time traveler or reincarnated. Ah, you have received 500 days of lifespan. Tan Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering. If he remembered correctly, this woman hadn't been on the same team as Wang Mang in their previous life. A glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed Yu had, on behalf of Zhanghai City's authorities, purchased a sizable amount of lifespan this time. Not just simple buying and selling, but enough for strategic transactions. The Dragon Swordsman class itself is extremely special, possessing super survivability, almost impossible to eliminate in the hands of a mid-tier player. By placing the nation's lifespan on her, the government had clearly bet its trust on her abilities. And Yu kept her bright smile, but her words put listeners on guard. Elder, from now on if you have gear just sell it straight to us. We'll buy anything. Also, all of Zhanghai government's lifespan is now in my hands. She tilted her head, half joking, half serious. You don't plan to kill me, do you? Tan Feng glanced at her and replied in a calm but razor-sharp tone. No, I don't see companionship like that. Cooperation benefits both sides. I'm a businessman, not a bloodthirsty maniac. And Yu burst out laughing, amused. Ha ha, knew it. You're smart, Elder. Tan Feng smiled inwardly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Indeed, every sentence of hers seemed like a probe. Beneath that sunny, innocent appearance was a crafty mind and a heart that trusted no one more than 30%. As rumored from the previous life, and Yu appeared gentle but was actually extremely shrewd and decisive, acting like thunder with cold, unhesitating methods. Now she was the contact between him and the Great Xia government, and clearly she had been quietly helping him a lot, even if she never said so outright. Morning in the real world, inside a girls' dormitory. A lively group chat was happening over the phone among fans who called themselves the Song Fi Cult. A freckled girl shouted as if she discovered a secret. Oh my god, sisters, did you see the official notice? Lifespan in divine artifacts discarded is real. If your lifespan is set to 0, you really die in real life too. A slightly cross-eyed pale girl. What nonsense? Isn't this just a game? I already gave all my tradable lifespan to Song Fi as a gift. Another female voice moaned. I only have a few days of lifespan left and I'm in murderer status. If I die now, they'll deduct double the lifespan. Dying once means losing twice. Wah wah? Someone else replied, trembling. No way, even with 3 deaths it still costs that much? Then I only have a few years left. Damn it. The chubby girl in the game's mage uniform was sweating profusely.
No, impossible.
I'm a meat shield mage, always the first to charge, killing and dying like crazy. Now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. If it gets set to 0, will I die? No, it can't be real. At that moment, she looked at her phone and let out an oh like a thunderclap on a clear day. Ah, Song Fi is buying lifespan. That's great, I have to find him. He'll never abandon a loyal fan like me. Her eyes lit up like floodlights. She leapt up and ran to the wardrobe. I'll wear full Song Fi fan gear. From head to toe it must be the limited edition Song Fi Super Edition. Shirt, hat. Even the new ultra-thin anti-tracking merch must be worn. A few minutes later, a plump girl in a glaring red dress with Song Fi's face printed on her chest appeared. Then she dashed out the door like the wind, shouting, Song Fi, I'm coming to you. In a small, quiet house inside the bedroom, Tan Xiaodu opened her eyes. She breathed heavily, sweat beading on her forehead. I'm back in reality. She blinked several times, reality and illusion intermingling. Something unclear. Instinctively, she grabbed her phone. The latest news hit her and left her stunned. Lifespan can now be traded at a rate of 15,000 per day. I have 200 days. A simple calculation and her face lit up. 1 million plus, I'm rich. But before joy could spread, another line of information appeared like a cold blade across her heart. Her eyes widened, lips trembling, hands gripping the phone. Darkness killed Song Fi not once but 3 times. Tears welled up and streamed down her face. That idiot had once told her that if your lifespan was reduced to 0, you'd really die in real life. At first he had 100 non-tradable years of lifespan, but after dying 3 times he now had just over 12 years left. He isn't. But why? Why would Darkness want to kill him? Fear surged like a tide, tightening her chest. She gripped the edge of the bed, eyes full of panic and outrage. He killed him surrounded by dozens of people and still survived. A message lit up the screen. The plump girl from before sent it to the group, "Gather, beauties. Song Fi needs help. He's at Great River Square. Anyone with tradable lifespan, come sell to him. 1 day exchanged for 10,000. This is a chance to make money and to save the man whom the whole world admires." Tan Xiaodu hurriedly changed clothes, speaking as if to herself and to reassure herself. Song Fi is at Great River Square again, not far from me. No, I can't just stand by and watch his lifespan slip away. She clenched her fist, eyes hardening with resolve and a flash of steel. Luckily those idiots offered lifespan like a sacrifice, so I managed to get over 200 days of tradable lifespan. Enough to help him. Having said that, Tan Xiaodu shoved the door open and ran off, her long hair flying, the wan moon casting her elongated shadow along the empty road. Inside the game, the eastern coastal outskirts of the starter town, Tan Feng, under the name Darkness, was still engrossed in hacking at the seafood monsters on the shore. The briny stench mixed with monster blood rode the sea breeze, whipping his black cloak. Corpses lay strewn like ruthless trophies. Suddenly, a string of system notifications rang out in succession. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Tusi Louis Limsi Attribute +2. You have received 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked the Long March class. First to reach level 10 in Jianghai City, +7 reputation. First to reach level 10 in Great Xia, +14 reputation. First to reach level 10 globally, +21 reputation. When 7 players reach level 10 in Jianghai, the teleportation system to the godforsaken continent will be activated. The final announcement broadcast worldwide in a woman's voice as cold as ice. World notice. Player Darkness is the first to reach global level 10. Forums and chat channels around the world exploded. Of course it's Darkness again. He killed the first golden boss too. Now he's the first to level up. This elder is unreal. I heard he even killed a notorious streamer named Song Fi 3 times. A player in Tianzhu raged, "You monkey! Darkness is from Great Xia, and I'm the only one with a hidden class and I'm only level 8. So what is that guy? Among 1.5 billion Tianzhu citizens, can't anyone surpass him?" At the seaside, Darkness stood motionless on the white sand, face expressionless. The system continued. You have consumed 13 evolution points. Skill Backstab Enhancement upgraded from Platinum to Phi Tui. Passive effect. Back attacks increase from 40% to 50% damage. Tan Feng's personal info screen appeared. Name: Darkness class. Obsession: only hidden class. Level: 10 non-tradable lifespan. 1,219 years 128 days tradable lifespan. 7,455 days strength. 39 constitution. 39 agility. 111 spirit. 41 reputation. 47. Tan Feng muttered in a low voice, cold as the night wind. Tradable lifespan is just over 7,000 days. Still not enough. He slowly looked up, eyes lighting. To leave the starter town requires 7 level 10 players to trigger the teleport, and the highest right now is only level 7. They'll have to wait. He turned and reached for the logout icon. Conveniently, there was an issue in reality that needed resolving first. The game screen dimmed, and Darkness, the first to reach the level cap, disappeared as if he'd never existed. Shanghai City. In a small room, Tan Feng lay motionless on a single bed. After a while, his lashes trembled and his eyes slowly opened. The system appeared before him, a line of text cold as steel. Do you want to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Tan Feng didn't hesitate, his voice low and resolute. Yes, immediately. The interface opened, detailed like a military control panel. Extract class? Extract level? Extract skills? Extract bloodline? Temporarily locked. Extract divinity? Temporarily locked. Tan Feng coldly chose to extract class. Confirm. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted obsession, the sole hidden class. Innate effects activated. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. His body trembled slightly as black, smoke like air spread through his limbs. The transformation began deep within his neural structure. This was no longer a sensation but a fact, as if darkness had signed a pact with his flesh. Extract level. He said again, confirm. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan multiplied by 2. You have extracted double levels. Current actual level is now 3. Additional attributes. Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +14, Spirit +4. Tan Feng nodded slightly and continued in a low voice. Extract skills. He paused and began to calculate. Reason worked like a cold machine. Logically, the higher the skill rank, the more lifespan the extraction should consume, possibly increasing exponentially. Unexpectedly, the extraction cost was based on the original grade, not the post-evolution rank. Too good to be true. The skill Shadow Veil only cost 900 days and is platinum grade in the game. You have consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill, Shadow Veil, platinum grade. You have consumed 2,262 days of tradable lifespan. Extracted skill, Extreme Poison Throwing Stars, silver grade. There remain 1,292 days of lifespan, but no other skills can be extracted for now. Paying such a bargain to extract skills and yet obtaining this platinum Shadow Veil, truly a steal. Tan Feng sat up, clenched his palm, and black air coiled around his arm like a living creature. He muttered, voice soft but cold as ice. Now strength and constitution are twice that of a normal person. Agility is 32 points, surpassing human physiological limits, coupled with unlimited invisibility and poison-tipped throwing stars reaching 14 meters. He narrowed his eyes, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Killing Song Fi is now entirely possible. Tan Feng scrolled his phone. Song Fi was frantically buying lifespan. Did he intend to use it to continue the game and come settle accounts with him? He checked the location. Great River Square was only 7 to 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, it would take just over 10 minutes to arrive. He stood up, gripping his phone tightly. A message popped up. Hu Chiban, the manager who rode on the company's coattails and bullied him, had sent it. Tan Feng, are your wings working? Not answering. Being noticed by Miss Lu's family is a blessing, yet you dare ignore me. Call back immediately or don't expect to read any more messages. Tan Feng sneered, voice icy. What a fool! That guy's been put on the blacklist. He tossed the phone aside without looking back, then vanished into the air. Shadow Veil activated. No one remained in the room, only a faint darkness lingering on the wall. Soon, his voice echoed from the void. Great River Square was packed with people, chants crashing like waves across the space.
Song Fi.
Long live Song Fi, the first to pass the life and death trial, the heartthrob of my dreams. Tan Xiaodu also stood in the crowd, cheeks flushed, shouting no less enthusiastically than a true fanatic. Go Song Fi! Long live Song Fi! On the central podium, Song Fi sat cross-legged with arrogant composure. Beside him was a blonde woman in a tight black dress, her demeanor as cold as ice. The cheers below were like waves of worship, but to the two of them it was merely excitement manipulated from gullible masses. Song Fi smiled faintly, a calculating, triumphant grin. The blonde leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice sharp as a blade. Darling, I heard that in the game that darkness killed you 3 times. Don't worry, I sent people to investigate. We'll definitely uncover his true identity. Song Fi lifted an eyebrow, showing interest. Oh? How's the investigation going? My people have gone all the way to Embertown to make contact with him. The plan is simple. We'll offer a number he can't refuse. Wait until he returns to reality to collect the money. Then we'll round him up. At that moment, we must make sure to call you to witness him begging for his life. Song Fi asked slowly, I heard your Great River Company has quite a few tricks to control players and force them to work unpaid for the shareholders? The girl shrugged, smiling without smiling. They're just fools with no lifespan left. Nobody cares. But someone like you is different. There are countless women volunteering to donate lifespan, even willing to die for you. Song Fi laughed, a flash of arrogant pride in his eyes. He knew he wasn't just a player but a symbol of power and allure. Just then, a loud shout rose from the crowd, cutting through the atmosphere. Can you people please restrain yourselves? Are you selling your lifespan to someone else without thinking? A man rushed into the center of the square, pointing at the podium, his voice trembling with anger. Don't you read the government's reports? If your in-game lifespan runs out, you'll really die in real life. He spun toward Song Fi. And you, Song Fi, you know lifespan is a matter of life and death, yet you brainwash your fans to buy up lifespan. You're not just scamming people. You're killing them. We'll sue you. I swear it. Song Fi's indifferent gaze swept the crowd. Not angry, not rebutting, just a faint, contemptuous smile. Sure enough, someone came to cause trouble. He narrowed his eyes at the man who had shouted. There was no fury in his look, only a chill like a calm lake before a storm. He rose, stepped to the edge of the stage, took the microphone from his assistant, and smiled courteously. His voice boomed through the speakers, steady and magnetic. Hello, everyone. I'm Song Fi. His tone brimmed with sincerity as if confiding in close friends. I've noticed some recent debates. My purchasing of lifespan may have depleted shared resources and made some people uneasy. For that, I offer my sincere apologies. The crowd beneath the stands immediately erupted. No, you're not at fault. Song Fi didn't do anything wrong. He doesn't need to apologize to anyone. Song Fi raised a hand gently, signaling calm, then continued in a warm, resonant voice like reading a love letter. I am deeply grateful for your support and love, but I urge you to love rationally. At this critical time, with the divine disposal game affecting the whole country, it's important for everyone to learn how to protect themselves. I have always tried to cooperate with officials, participate actively in the system, and keep striving. My using personal funds to buy lifespan is a small effort to become a top-tier player worthy of your expectations. He paused, looked up with reddened eyes, voice choking. I do all of this to repay the love you give me. I don't want anyone to be harmed in-game or in real life. I only wish for everyone to live happily and peacefully. I didn't expect these actions to cause some people such hurt. A single tear fell down his cheek. Just one at the right time and place. The crowd exploded with emotion. Some wept, some covered their faces, some knelt and reached toward him as if praying. No, don't cry anymore. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so kind? Song Fi is the light of my life. The atmosphere suddenly became frenzied, like a cult witnessing the descent of a deity. The crowd's rage turned on the man who had dared criticize Song Fi earlier. You madman! Get out of here. How dare you insult his sincerity? Are you even sane? We volunteered to sell our lifespan to him. So what? The man who had yelled stood frozen amid the crowd, face ashen, eyes hollow like prey hunted by a pack. He couldn't utter a word. He couldn't, because in the eyes of the hundreds around him, reason had long since died. Don't believe those silly rumors out there. A shrill female voice rang out, shattering the taut atmosphere. A plump woman suddenly stepped onto the stage, arms outstretched as if to shield Song Fi from all criticism. You people doubt him? You brainless pigs. Lifespan in the game affecting reality? Ridiculous. Song Fi flinched, He hadn't noticed when she climbed the stage. Then his expression softened, feigning being moved, his performance flawless. She thumped her chest. How many times have I died for him? Even when I went offline with less than 1 day of lifespan left, I'm still alive right here. So even if what you say is true, what then? You don't even have the resolve to die for Song Fi. You don't deserve to say the words, I love you. Below, the brainwashed crowd erupted in emotion. Yes, that's it. Song Fi, I love you. I have 20 days of lifespan left. I give it all to you. I have 17 days. I only have 3 days left, but they're all yours. Song Fi reached out, smiling, his voice warm and deep. Oh my, I can feel everyone's love. I love you all. He turned to the plump woman, his eyes glistening with tears. Especially you. Being loved by someone like you really moves me. The plump woman nearly went crazy, tears and snot streaming, her whole body trembling with joy. Ah, Song Fi, just to see the deep look in your eyes. Even if I die immediately, I'm willing.
Song Phi xét tia.
1 second later, whoosh, a slender dart, dyed a black-purple, sliced through the air from nowhere and drove straight through Song Fi's head. The entire audience fell silent. The atmosphere froze as if all life had been drained away. Song Fi blinked, his gaze dazed, then bulged wide. The back of his head exploded, brain and blood splattering everywhere. His body toppled forward, collapsing onto the plump woman. She went numb for a few seconds, then trembled, her eyes vacant and dazed. Song Fi, what's wrong with him? Song Fi is dead. She screamed in despair, then fell silent. Her body began to dissolve into light and then vanished completely. Her lifespan had run out right then and there. Chaos erupted. The bodyguards immediately surrounded the blonde woman in horror.
Danger.
Protect the heiress. Get her out of here now. The blonde trembled, tears streaming. Run, must run. Get out of here now. She had seen it clearly. When Song Fi died, a sphere of lifespan light appeared and then quickly dissipated. Someone had stolen it. Only one person could have done that. A game skill killing in reality, the stealth assassination that steals lifespan. It was him, it was darkness. Whoosh! Another jet-black dart tore through the air, slicing straight through her head. The blonde's body collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend. On the other side, Tan Feng remained cloaked. A bodyguard's shout rang out, trembling, "Miss!" In the void, a pair of eyes appeared, cold and indifferent, as if from the realm of the dead. Tan Feng stood there, his eyes like bottomless abysses, watching the desperate, panicked crowd. The next afternoon, the city seemed covered in a faint red mist, thin and cold, like dried blood not yet washed away. Tan Xiaodu sat in a taxi, eyes glued to her phone. On the screen, the latest headlines scrolled wildly. Star Song Fi assassinated at Great River Square. A fan fanatic donated all their lifespan to him before dying tragically beside his body. Police confirmed Song Fi's death was caused by supernatural powers. Tan Xiaodu gripped her phone, her throat feeling strangled, eyes rimmed red but not yet crying, fingers trembling as she swiped through the last photo of Song Fi. The smile still bright, the eyes still shining, as if he had been at the concert just yesterday. She couldn't believe it. Her voice choked. We clearly heard him sing yesterday, and now he's... The friend beside her was also trembling, stammering about the invisible darts. That's a skill from the Divine Disposal game. Xiaodu, do you really think it's darkness? She stopped, her eyes filled with fear. I heard darkness killed Song Fi 3 times in the game, but how could an in-game ability possibly manifest in real life? Tan Xiaodu clenched her hand until her fingernails dug into her palm and drew blood. But she felt no pain. Only one name echoed in her mind. Darkness. That's right, he was the darkness who killed Song Fi. In the game he had killed him no fewer than 3 times, and now in reality only he could act so decisively. The invisible dart, the assassin's signature skill, no mistake. Tan Xiaodu took a deep breath. Her eyes grew unnaturally calm, but a fire burned deep within. I will endure and go mad. My world has no light left. If darkness can bring in-game powers into reality, then I'll get close to him. By any means necessary, I will become stronger. The car stopped at the curb, the traffic light blinking red like blood. Tan Xiaodu opened the door and stepped out. The evening wind tossed her tangled hair against her cheek, tears falling silently without a sob. Her friend in the back scrambled out in panic, trembling as she called, "Xiaodu, what's wrong with you?" Tan Xiaodu turned her head, eyes wet but no longer grieving. Only a cold, tranquil calm, like a thin blade about to be sharpened. "From today on, my only goal is to kill darkness." Her friend shook, took a step back, eyes full of fear. "You look terrifying." Tan Xiaodu said nothing. She looked away, lips pressing into a thin, icy line. At the same time, elsewhere, Tan Feng sat with one leg crossed, shadowed by faint light that reflected off his cold face. A bowl of steaming noodles sat before him. He slowly lifted each strand, expression casual, as if killing a famous star in broad daylight were just another trivial errand. Even undefeated in divine disposal, the body still needs energy. If you're hungry, you must eat. He thought this to himself while his indifferent gaze followed a noodle drifting in broth the color of blood. His phone vibrated. The screen lit up, showing a message from a familiar number. "Tan Feng. Damn it, did you block my phone and web chat too? If you don't show up today, you're definitely fired. Don't expect any salary." Sent from Hu Banzu, the loud-mouthed, petty manager who always reeked of frying oil. Tan Feng sneered and smiled coldly. This dog-footed lackey is just a pawn. The real trouble is his boss." He glanced at the screen. Another name appeared in the message list, Duong Xiao Na. Tan Feng typed a few words and ignored the manager. "Don't go to work either. Log into the game and level your character." A moment later, Xiao Na replied in a clear, surprised tone. "Oh, Tan Feng, you play this game too? I heard it's tough. Lots of people have exhausted their lifespan." Tan Feng held his phone, his eyes flashing serious. He still remembered that in his past life Duong Xiao Na had been one of the core members of the guild Slaughter God. Somewhat fragile in nature but very resilient. He messaged back, "Forget professions. At the start dump all points into agility, don't overthink it. Okay?" But she said lifespan in the game is expensive now. "What about you? How much have you earned?" He answered briefly, "Not much. Almost used up? Must be from buying a house and car, right? No wonder you blocked Fat Hu." Heh. Tan Feng narrowed his eyes but didn't reply at once. His mind wasn't on Hu Banzu but on another name, Chen Tt, the troublesome heiress. Chen Tt, associate of the Chen conglomerate that once oversaw the company he worked for. Aside from the title rich heiress, there was nothing commendable. Her decadence had been in the papers for staying in a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men. She bragged about cruising in a supercar with 3 American men, leaving people feeling she's untouchable. Chen Tt worshipped all things foreign. Not long after Divine Disposal launched, she left Daha for North America and led the founding of the Alice Guild in Fairyland, one of the top 3 guilds in North America. Particularly opposed to Daha, in his past life she caused countless troubles for Daha and his guild Slaughter God. They needed to find a way to deal with her before she left the country. Once she reached North America, she would be hard to handle. If Chen T died, the Alice Guild in Fairyland might never be established. Rumor had it many of Alice's founders were romantically involved with Chen Tt. If that bitch died, those founders would naturally lose their ties to one another. The phone rang, cutting through Tan Feng's line of thought. He frowned slightly, glanced at the screen, and coldly picked up, "Hello." On the other end, Tan Xiaodu's voice rang with anger. "Tan Feng, you're still alive to answer the phone? I thought you died and vanished in the game." She didn't stop. Her tone hissed with all her resentment. "If you're still alive, I'll tell you this. I earned enough to buy a house. From now on, don't ever bother me again." Tan Feng heard her and replied without a ripple in his voice, "Good. Anything else?" Tan Xiaodu froze, as if she hadn't expected such coldness, but quickly hardened her voice and continued, "I won't look for you anymore. And don't you dare try to find where I live." Tan Feng nodded, in a steady tone. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Tan Xiaodu screamed like someone trod on her tail, full of fury. "Tan Feng, we're done. I'm cutting ties with you.
Tan Feng answered blandly. Okay.
Then he decisively hung up, without the slightest regret. The overcast sky ahead seemed to mirror the icy mood in his eyes. A gust of wind passed, carrying his low voice. Just keep leveling. It won't be long. When the first person reaches level 10, the world will realize game skills can work in real life. Then this piece will officially end. Scene transition in the game. Her friend Suoran turned to her, worry on her face as she looked at Tan Xiaodu. Xiaodu, cutting ties with your brother like that isn't good. Maybe apologize to him. He seems genuinely angry this time. Tan Xiaodu snorted coldly, eyes resolute. Apologize to him? No way. I sold my lifespan to the Chen Corporation. 2 million and I exchanged it all. Suoran was startled, unable to hide her shock. Tan Xiaodu turned her face away, smiling as if nothing had happened. I just bought an apartment, Suoran. Let's live together. I'll soon get close to darkness. By then, what need will I have for him? In her eyes, the gentle light had long since gone, replaced by a cold, icy ambition, proud and sharp as a blade. Suddenly a young man waved from afar, a lecherous look in his eyes. He approached Tan Xiaodu with a grin as if expecting a reward. Xiaodu, this is for you. He held out a rogue-class skill book, his eyes gleaming with implication. Don't forget what you promised me. You owe me that. Tan Xiaodu smiled saccharinely and stepped back, but her eyes were utterly cold. I know. Once this goes well, I'll make sure your little wish is fulfilled. In her heart she thought coldly, Su Ning, trash like you. Wait until I befriend darkness. Let's see who pays attention to your dog face then. She then opened the game's interface and messaged Wang Mang. Big bro Wang, I just got a rogue-class skill book, and it's a rare control skill. Can you ask if Big Brother Darkness needs it? If he does, I'm willing to give it to him. A dim, dark ambition flashed in Tan Xiaodu's eyes. Zhang Wei, that dog, sometimes has value. Who knew he'd pull such a good skill book? Good. This book will be the fateful thread that ties you to darkness. Darkness, I'll approach you, gentle as water, persistent as fire. I'll always stand by you to destroy enemies and help you level up. I'll make you trust me, rely on me, and come to think I'm your other half. But when I'm strong enough to not need you, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll gouge your eyes out the way you stole the light from me and killed Song Fai. Ping message from Wang Mang. The boss says your skill is a common type. He doesn't need it, so keep it and sell it for money. The reply slapped her in the face. Tan Xiaodu froze, her dream dissipating like smoke. Cut back a moment earlier. Tan Feng had just logged back into the game, and before he could take many steps, screams rose ahead. Careful, dodge. He didn't hurry, only walked slowly toward the noise. From afar came panic shouts and the clash of weapons. Damn it, this isn't a normal boss. Stay alive first, we'll worry later. A player with a shield was grappling with a many-armed monster, sweat soaking his face as he shouted, Run! It's targeting her! A cold, slicing crack rang out as the monster's giant blade came down like lightning. The shield shattered into pieces. The other player was sliced apart on the spot, unable to utter a cry. Tan Feng stood at a distance, eyes narrowing slightly. A golden arthropod type. Level 8 boss. Interesting. He pondered for a moment and then nodded. If he remembered correctly, this boss could detect level 2 invisibility. That meant his stealth skill was completely useless against it. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Tan Feng's mouth, but his eyes remained ice-cold. Suddenly the boss snarled in fury, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it detected Tan Feng's presence. Before it could rush forward, Tan Feng took the initiative and struck, his figure a lightning flash through the air, swinging his sword to cleave straight into the monster's body. Continuous strikes ignited, damage numbers appearing rapidly. 3042 weak point minus 1013, 103 minus weak point 3042. Tan Feng glanced at the damage board and calculated silently. The double damage effect for attacks from stealth was still active, but if the enemy could see through invisibility, that damage would plummet. Fortunately, he still had an ace up his sleeve, the legendary liberation gift, which amplified the weak points on the head and heart of the golden arthropod by 200%. With the continuous slash skill, every 9 strikes produced 3 that hit weak points, dealing triple damage. A legendary technique was indeed formidable. The corner of his mouth twitched. An image of a girl named Cam Lai, who had led him to the Temple of Faith to trade for this treasure, floated into his mind. In a distant corner, the girl who had purchased his skill watched the battle silently. Her face gradually turned pale. A single skill had wiped out a portion of the golden boss's HP. The damage from this shadow was absurd. Tan Fong then produced a jet-black, highly poisonous dart and hurled it fiercely toward the boss. The flying weapon sliced the air and lodged straight into the monster's brow, displaying the line, 1785 damage, weak point. He frowned. Only that? The silver weapon couldn't keep up anymore. He needed to advance his profession, upgrading stealth and offense to a higher level. The boss went berserk, roaring like a wounded beast as it wildly swung its sword toward him. A shout rang out, "Careful!" The girl couldn't help calling out in alarm, but Tan Fong's gaze remained cold as ever. He gently tilted his body, dodging each sword strike with the ease of a stroll through a rain of blades. The team gaped. My God, what is this speed? Not only is it fast, but the reactions are terrifying. Moreover, he knew every attack pattern of the boss, as if he'd faced it 100 times. Tan Fong whispered in his heart. In my past life with Tan Tu-Du, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal. That's why I forced myself to become this strong. A true warrior doesn't just throw away his life. He masters both offense and evasion. That's also why, even as an ordinary soldier class, I could make the world's top 100. Finishing the thought, Tan Fong unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, landing numerous critical blows on the creature's body. The boss stared at him with panic and resentment, but Tan Fong replied coldly. Compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost ship with unavoidable moves, dealing with one like you is much easier. From afar, the girl's hair stood on end when she saw it. No way, the golden boss was trying to flee, but it was too late. Tan Fong slowly drew a polearm blade, moved like a wraith and carved a lethal line. Slash! The boss's head flew off, and the system announced, "You have slain a golden arthropod boss of golden rank, gained 6,400 experience, received 7 evolution points, received 497 tradable days of lifespan." Immediately after defeating the boss, Tan Fong activated Greedy Hand. A dark light swept over the massive corpse as if draining its soul. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 7 evolution points. You received 496 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong looked at the system board and couldn't help smiling. His smile cold but his eyes bright. It was worth the effort. One golden boss yielded 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 tradable days of lifespan. Excellent. Without hesitation, he opened the system board. His gaze stopped when he saw an unexpected gift. A platinum skill book flashing a faint cold light. Platinum tier black light shield. Assassin skill. When actively used, all dodge chance is converted into layers of damage immune shields. Duration 8 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Requirement level 8. Conversion rate, every 20% dodge equals 1 layer of damage immunity. After a shield is broken or expires, dodge chance returns to normal. Tan Fong murmured, "This actually dropped?" His gaze grew deep, combined with 75% dodge from the Phantom Shadow Assassin skill at Reaper rank. He could trigger up to 3 layers of damage immune shields. That meant once the skill activated, countless bosses could no longer damage him. Without hesitation, he chose to evolve Black Light Shield to Reaper rank. Cost 1 + 2 + 3 + 6 is equal to 12 evolution points. Black Light Shield evolved to Reaper rank. Duration increased from 8 to 14 seconds. Conversion improved from 20% to 10% dodge per shield layer. Tan Fong smiled faintly, his voice low with 75% dodge. Now I can trigger up to 7 layers of damage immunity. No one can reach me anymore. With 22 evolution points remaining, he promptly evolved Extremely Poisonous Shuriken, his core assassin skill. Costing 16 evolution points, Extremely Poisonous Shuriken Silver Tier upgraded to Verdant Empress, increasing range from 14 to 17 m, Attack bonus from plus 120 to plus 240. Poison effect from 50% to 80% for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, damage doubled, cooldown only 5 seconds. This skill's sustained DPS rivals Shield Phantom Head Slash. Luck didn't stop there. Tan Fong looted 2 assassin-class items from the boss. Platinum Turning Ring, Assassin Jewelry, plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 20% cooldown speed. Equipment requirement level 8. Thick red leather gloves of golden tier. Assassin defensive gear. Plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 elemental resistance, plus 12 constitution, plus 588 health. Requires level 6 gear. After equipping, he checked his stats, eyes flashing cold approval. Cooldown reduction reached 55%. Shield Phantom Slash's base cooldown 12 seconds was now 7.7 seconds. Plus 51 constitution, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 health. Now he could survive 3 hits from a golden arthropod and live. Combined with Black Light Shield, survivability skyrocketed. At that moment, the girl who had been watching quietly stepped forward, voice slightly excited. Elder, you're so strong. Killing a golden boss like it's nothing. Do you have equipment I can use? I want to buy it back. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, a mage, right? Here. He produced a skill book shimmering with golden light. Golden Ice Orb Convergence. An AoE skill that fires up to 10 ice orbs. One price only, 800 days of lifespan. The girl beside him widened her eyes. 800 days? That's expensive. I saw someone selling a golden skill book for only 400 days. Tan Fong looked at the masked girl, speaking calmly but firmly. This one fires frost bones and is a level 7 skill book. Level 7 skill damage is 40% higher than level 5, so 800 days is a completely fair price. The masked girl didn't hesitate and nodded. I'll buy it. 800 days deal. You have sold Frostbone's golden skill. You received 800 tradable days of lifespan. Transaction complete. Tan Fong didn't linger and turned to leave. The young man with the shield waved respectfully. See you again, Elder. Tan Fong gave no reply. A faint smoke wrapped around him as Shield Phantom Stealth activated, his form gradually vanishing. He coldly and calmly calculated inwardly. No boss in the early stages can threaten me now. Next is to return to town, announce the news, and gather locations of silver and golden bosses. With a steady supply of bosses, his growth rate will be pushed to the limit. Just then, a message from Vong Man popped up. Vong Man, Elder, former cleric in our group. Tan Tu asked me to contact you. She wants to gift you a skill book. Tan Fong glanced at the message, a mocking light flashing in his eyes. He replied briefly, Tan Tu wants to gift me a skill? That scrap bronze gold book? No thanks. He immediately thought, everyone outside now believes Shadow killed Tong Fai, yet she still dares to gift a skill book, trying to curry favor or to get close and take revenge, maybe both. With that in mind, he messaged Vong Man to tell her to keep it and sell it herself. I don't want it. Vong Man quickly answered. Understood. He immediately messaged Tan Tu. The Elder says your skill is trash, he doesn't want it. Keep it and sell it for lifespan. As soon as the message was sent, Tan Tu fell silent. On this side, Tan Fong continued. Vong Man, go into town. I have something to sell you. Prepare lifespan days. Got it, Vong Man replied. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, Elder, I'm asking straight. You killed Tong Fai, right? Tan Fong was silent for a moment, his eyes coldly fixed on the horizon, his voice light yet icy. That's right. I killed him. Inwardly he calculated. Vong Man is my friend in-game. He's smart enough to deduce that when Tong Fai died, Shadow was offline. Timing and motive all line up. If he's asking that, it means the government has begun to suspect, and in 2 hours a player will reach level 10 and be able to extract skills into reality. This will surface sooner or later, fine, consider it a test. Let's see how the Dai Ha government reacts when they learn a high-level assassin like me exists. Thinking this, Tan Fong said casually, What, you planning to arrest me? The sky was clear, white clouds drifting slowly above, noon sunlight gently laying over the ground like a thin silk. Tan Fong had returned to town, where the virtual streets blended simulated scenery with human bustle. In the inn, he met Vong Mana's group again. Captain and Vu stepped forward first and said, "Elder, we heard you admitted to killing Tong Fai." Tan Fong did not deny it, nodding calmly. "That's right," and Vu smiled slightly. That's not a mocking smile, but the smile of someone who understands. "To be honest, we've conducted a thorough investigation. You were at the top of our suspect list, but then we discovered Tong Fai and Zhang Lu had long conspired to overthrow you, even colluding with Daijang Company to detain and coerce many players. In essence, your killing them was no different from self-defense." Tan Fong listened without speaking, reconsidering inwardly. It seems that because they couldn't uncover his true identity, they opted to maintain a temporary cooperation. In his previous life, when cooperating with the government, he was still clean. But this time, he acted more ruthlessly. Tong Fai and Zhang Lu both died by his hand. Perhaps this reincarnation has begun to shift the gears of fate. Let's see how profoundly I can change this divine era. This time he could sell unused platinum items. Since they rely on the government, whether skill books or class gear, they'll want them. Most importantly, the government always has enough lifespan currency. He said nothing further, opened his inventory, and produced items one by one. A series of platinum equipment and skill books shimmered down like metal on ice. Vong Mana's group, Cam Lai and Tu Tuet gaped. "Oh my! Platinum gear and platinum skill books. Elder, you killed a platinum boss." "But I didn't see any world announcement."
Tần Phong Riplit non challenge. Just de sang lúc.
"I found a few caches and even opened a Verdant Empress skill book." Tu Tuet added with admiration. "I saw you open that cache myself, but so much platinum stuff. Calling that decent luck is an understatement." He called her Tu Tuet, while Cam Lai was nicknamed Tu Hack. Tan Fong glanced at her and said coldly, "Don't like Tu Hack?"
Then Côn Me Hắc Tử Cẩm Lý Blue Set. Still preferring Tiểu Hắc.
Behind them, Vong Man murmured ruefully that people simply can't be compared. And Vu pursed his lips and added, "Exactly. We spent an entire afternoon to kill one silver boss, while the elder casually opens a cache and gets all sorts of platinum Verdant Empress gear." Tan Fong offered no explanation, merely pointed calmly at each item. Platinum Sniper Skill Book, 2,500 days. Platinum Berserker Weapon, 1,500 days. Platinum Mage Skill Book, 3,000 days. Golden Gear with Golden Skill, 8,000 days. If you take the full set of all remaining platinum skill books and gear, 25 items total, he'd reduce the price to 16,000 days of lifespan. His tone was even and cold, as if reciting a market price list. But the price he quoted instantly froze the atmosphere, and Vu nodded without hesitation. Beside him, Vong Man gaped, his mouth nearly hitting the floor. "Hey, wait! Seriously? Captain, and how much did he say? You gave that much? You didn't haggle at all?" And Vu smiled lightly, his gaze serious but decisive. "Items of this caliber, you're going to haggle? I think that price is fair. By the way, I'll cover Chu Tuet and Vong Mana's debt from last time." After saying that, and Vu transferred the tradable lifespan directly to Tan Fong. As soon as the transaction completed, Tan Fong spoke. "Captain and truly is a heroic woman, refreshingly admirable." Hearing this, and Vu burst into a hearty laugh, openly showing his approval. "Ha ha, you're flattering me." Tan Fong did not smile, but silently calculated. Once tradable lifespan transactions exceed 10,000 days, the default unit converts to 60-year lifespans, about 23,000 days, worth nearly 400 million in cash at the current rate. Even the Zhonghai city government would consider that a huge expense. But in return, this batch of gear and skill books would enable the city to field multiple top-tier teams and even gain an early international edge. Price worth paying. As Tan Fong was about to leave, and Vu spoke again. "Elder, Daijang Company has arrested some players. We're planning a rescue. Would you like to join?" Tan Fong raised an eyebrow, understanding the government wanted to use this righteous action to whitewash the killing of Tong Fai and drag him into being an official ally. He thought briefly, then replied calmly, I won't participate, but I can give you everyone an important piece of information. He paused, staring straight into Envu's and Vong Mana's eyes. Your speculation is correct. I used in-game power to kill Tong Fai and Zhang Lu. Once a player reaches level 10, they can spend lifespan to extract in-game abilities into reality. Both Envu and Vong Man were stunned. Tan Fong continued calmly, Do you understand what that means? Act while you still can, before it's too late. Saying that, he turned and didn't look back. Envu nodded slightly, his voice low and his expression serious. I see. Right now Daijong is frantically buying lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and successfully extract abilities, our rescue operation will face tremendous resistance. Tan Fong left them with one sentence. Good that you understand. I'm off. With that, he activated Shield Phantom, his body blending into the shadows and vanishing without a trace. A while later, Envu turned to Vong Man. Next, we must split our leveling party. The 6 of us are already high level. When we group up, our damage is excessive and trash mobs die before they can react, wasting resources. If we split, each person leads their own squad and efficiency will increase significantly. Vong Man nodded in agreement, and Vu continued, First everyone must reach level 10, and you, Vong Man, go offline immediately and report this information to your superiors. Understood. In another corner of town, someone whispered as they watched, a shadow setting up a stall. But this time he wasn't selling, no, he seemed to be buying something. Above Tan Fong, 2 faint lines of text appeared. Silver Boss Coordinates, reward 30 days of lifespan. Golden Boss Coordinates, reward 100 days of lifespan. At that moment, a stranger approached, his voice syrupy. Shadow still here? Our heiress sends her regards. If you help her level up, not only will you get 300 million cash, but also shares in Daijong Industrial. He sneered, his greed obvious. How often does one get such an opportunity? I advise you to appreciate it. Tan Fong looked up and eyed him like a fly in a boardroom. You're still online, aren't you? Don't you know Shadow is the one who killed Tong Fai and your company's heiress? The man froze as if struck by lightning. What? Tan Fong gave a cold, faint smile. His gaze remained icy. Zhang Lu is dead. A pity. She was very beautiful, almost a waste to kill. The man took a step back as a flood of memories crossed his mind. At first Zhang Lu offered 10 million to hire Shadow to level her up, but was refused. He thought Shadow a fool for passing up the money, so he rushed over hoping for his share. Unexpectedly, upon arrival he was knocked out. He woke up in a damp basement and realized he had become a tool for harvesting lifespan. Beaten, forced to play the game, forced to burn others' lives for loot. And then Zhang Lu died, killed by Shadow. He let out a dry laugh. Ah ha ha! That woman deserved to die. At first I called Shadow stupid, but turns out the real fool was me. Tan Fong's tone went cold. Seeing the man cower like a beaten dog, he asked, You helped her capture quite a few people, didn't you? The man shook his head rapidly, face ashen. No, I'm being forced. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Get lost. Tan Fong spat one word like a hammer strike. Garbage, no need for me to act. The government's people will handle you. Suddenly someone else ran up, panting. I've got coordinates for a silver boss.
Tần Phong nốt đét.
The silver boss, reward 30 days of lifespan, was assigned. Scene shifted to a remote town, where a group of players had gathered, chatting loudly. They looked her over but still didn't recognize her as the heiress of the money conglomerate. Everyone kept their distance because she had killed many people to steal lifespan. She walked with 2 foreigners, one black, one white, smirking sharply. Humph. This game is nothing special. Spend money to buy gear and skills, dominate in combat, then kill high lifespan players. Too easy. She frowned, voice full of disdain. This damn game made me miss my flight. I should be in North America with Bitch Dick and Falk right now, indulging in pleasures.
Instead I'm stuck in Mado Đại Hạ.
The men here are weak as maggots. Tony, the white guy, curled his lip and interjected half-joking. Miss, you have an eye for quality. We're far stronger than those from Dai Ha, especially in that department. Go offline and you'll see. TNTT burst out laughing. I look forward to it. I just heard Tong Fai died. What a disappointment. She dueled him once. Less than 3 minutes and he was wrecked. Waste of youthful time. She suddenly licked her lips, voice softening with lust. Rumor says the killer was Shadow, a Dai-Ha man who's #1 in the world. Fine, I'll grudgingly accept befriending him. A cruel plan formed in her head. If he could kill Tong Fai, killing an ordinary person would be trivial. Issue the order and exchange it for lifespan. Equip skill for 300 days of lifespan. I'm sure he won't refuse. She stopped and said, I'll go offline for a bit. She sent someone to contact Shadow, smiling brightly but with eyes cold as stone. Shadow may not care about cash, but he certainly won't refuse lifespan. For him, it's just a finger movement to kill an ordinary person. Tan Fong, I will never forget your expression when you rejected me. It will be quick. And then you will die. Scene shift. A young man gritted his teeth, holding a small dagger. The trembling blade plunged into the neck of a thrashing monster. Blood spattered, staining his hands red. Not far behind, Tan Tu spread her hands and cast a healing skill. A faint green light washed over him, pulling him back from the brink of death. After being transfused, he exhaled sharply, his back soaked in sweat. Tu, next time when you donate blood, please don't go that far. I nearly ended up on the sacrificial table. Tan Tu lifted her chin, lazy and proud. What are you shouting about? You're still very much alive, aren't you? The young man forced a smile, holding back his anger. I didn't mean anything bad, just reminding you.
Tần Tiểu Du smiled coldly.
At that moment, the system warned in her head that hunger had exceeded 90%, recommending the player exit the game. She shrugged. I'm hungry. Naturally, let's log out. Nothing left but a faint glow. The young man stood there, his lips trembling with rage, eyes icy. Damn it! He used to call me Elder, and now just because he saw Shadow once he starts looking down on me. Just wait. Sooner or later I'll strip her naked. Reality. The sky is clear, sunlight streams through the curtains. In her new apartment, Tan Tu wearily opened her eyes, her stomach growling with hunger. She sluggishly got up and opened her phone to order food, but her face froze. No shops are open. Aren't they all logged into the game? She stood stunned, feeling a sudden slump inside. Back home, every meal was cooked by Tan Fong. She never had to lift a finger or even think about what to eat. A silence fell, but then she shook her head hard, her gaze hardening. Tu, snap out of it, it's just a meal. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. You're better than this. Without Tan Fong, your life will definitely be better. In the game, a seaside cave, metal clashed. Wind whistled through rock crevices. A giant crab rose from the sand, its eyes glowing red and fierce, but immediately a shadowy figure dropped down from above. A flash of steel cleaved the monster in two. Black blood gushed out, bubbling across the wet sand. On the crab's corpse, Tan Fong stood up straight, his gaze ice-cold. Over an hour he downed 4 silver bosses. This pace was acceptable. Each silver boss defeated yielded 16 evolution points. On average, each one granted 3,500 days of lifespan, fully convertible or tradable. Now all his equipment was golden rank or above. Cooldown reduction had risen from 55% to 75%. The shield Phantom Slash now took only 6.8 seconds to recover. Burst damage far exceeded before, and platinum bosses no longer spawned near safe towns. Given the situation, golden gear was already the limit. To get stronger, there was only one path left: advanced professional rank. To face platinum bosses, each had at least level 2 stealth. I need to raise stealth to level 3, otherwise the chance of being killed is very high. I'm still short over 20,000 experience points. Only level 3 stealth or higher can guarantee survival against platinum bosses. In a previous life, defeating such a boss required a perfectly coordinated team of 20. His eyes grew colder, his hand tightening on the sword hilt. He must move before everyone else, be the first to solo a platinum boss. First return to town and contact the government to sell all the spoils. Then he set off, his back gradually swallowed by the cave's darkness. Beat them to it, seize it before them, become the one above all. Scene shifts to the town in the afternoon. Sunlight stretched long over marble. The chatter of players echoed through the humid air. In the main square, where crowds bustled with trading, Tan Fong stood silently, calm-eyed amid the chaotic crowd. The info panel on his right displayed, tradable lifespan 105 years. From behind, an excited voice called, "Elder, next time if you get good gear remember to sell it to us." Tan Fong only nodded slightly. He mentally calculated nearing 40,000 tradable days. With that amount, he could already extract quite a few things. A stranger approached, his gaze somewhat dark. "Hello, you're Shadow, right?" His voice dropped. "I have an assassination job. Interested? Kill someone in real life and the reward for you will be substantial." Tan Fong ignored him and kept walking. The man leapt up to block his path, his tone coaxing. "Wait. This person is just an ordinary man named Tan Fong. You even killed Tong Fai. This is nothing for you, like crushing an ant. Do it and I'll pay you 3,000 tradable days of lifespan. It's money falling from the sky. Don't you want it?" Tan Fong stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Kêu Tần Phong.
Seeing his reaction, the other man's eyes lit up. "That's right. Don't worry, the reward is guaranteed. Once you finish, 3,000 days of lifespan will be transferred immediately."
Tần Phong smile coldly in Wally.
3,000 days equals about 50 million in real life. Who would want to kill me so soon? This man clearly isn't an old acquaintance from my past life nor a veteran player. He's likely a messenger. The real mastermind is the key. In my last life, I had a deep enmity with someone. In the endgame, if I'm not mistaken. He curled his lips slightly. The man asked, "So, tempted?" Tan Fong nodded slowly, his gaze icy. Being targeted this early clearly indicated pre-existing anger even before the game began. And the only person with both the motive and the means to do that was
Tiền Thi Thi.
only she had the ambition and the money. But if she truly wanted me dead, with the Tian conglomerate's power they could have done it before the game started. No need for such a clumsy assassination. So what's the real purpose? Perhaps she wants to get acquainted with Shadow, and removing Tan Fong might just be a convenience. After all, I already refused her invitation to revel. Ha ha! How interesting. I've not even come looking for her. Yet she crawled to me herself. Tan Fong looked at the man and said coldly, "Fine, I'll take it, but pay half up front and I decide the timing." The man was briefly stunned. "Wait! I need to ask my superior." He quickly sent a message. A minute later he returned and nodded. "Okay. We can pay half up front. I'll make the transfer now." Transaction successful. You received 1,500 tradable days of lifespan. Tan Fong thought to himself the deposit was merely interest. "TNTT, just wait. Soon I'll come to you in person." The man handed him a virtual slip displaying the target's info. "Here is the address and target info. With your ability, finding him won't be an issue." Tan Fong glanced down, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sun Tui, indeed where he was located. He turned and said coolly, "Fine. Wait and see." The man stood there with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What arrogance, after all, just a dog working for Miss Tien. Then another voice called out, "Boss, please stop." A girl stepped forward in tight red pants with a sword on her back, her gaze resolute. "I heard you're collecting boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss. Interested?" Tan Fong glanced over and replied tersely, 100 days on boss sighting. Pay on delivery." The girl didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. "All right, follow me. It's north of town, a bit far." Tan Fong asked, "What boss?" The girl answered, "The pestilence bearer." His eyes brightened. "Right, that's the one. You actually encountered it?" she asked. She added, "Are you okay going alone? That boss has pretty strong ranged damage." Tan Fong sneered, "No problem. Just lead the way." The pestilence bearer is indeed a golden boss. It emits a poisonous circle. Being within its range drains health points every second. Therefore, it must be killed as quickly as possible. For me now, a few skills are all that's needed. The girl pointed off into the distance. Enthusiastic. "This way." Tan Fong said nothing more. His silhouette sank into the dying light over the town. In the dimming light of afternoon, before the mouth of a moss-covered cave where faint poisonous fumes drifted like mist, the girl turned and pointed ahead. The boss is in this cave. My team cleared all the minor mobs but were powerless against the boss. I'll lead you in. She spun on her heel and led the way through intertwined roots. Tan Fong followed silently, his footsteps without a sound. At the end of the cave she stopped, her voice dropping. It's right there, before them. A grotesque tree trunk had risen from the gray earth, its body covered in parasitic fungi, emitting a poisonous blue mist. Tan Fong's breath shifted slightly, a cold flash in his eyes. Lifespan has been sent. Transaction successful, you transferred 100 tradable days of lifespan. The girl froze for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. Tan Fong silently assessed the boss tree, his gaze ice-cold. If his memory was right, this boss's poison could actually be dodged. Phantom Shade, 75% dodge rate, just right. At that moment the girl spoke, her voice anxious. Actually, I have to be honest. This is a trap. As soon as you start fighting, people will show up to kill you. I heard they've prepared anti-stealth devices at level 2. Doesn't matter. Tan Fong replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. The girl bit her lip, as if having decided, and continued. They also told me to pretend to stop you as part of the plan to learn more about you, then ultimately try to track down your real-life identity. Tan Fong nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the toxin-emitting trunk. He muttered as if to himself, "What kind of rotten plan is that?" The girl hesitated. "I'm being forced. In real life they have leverage over me. I want to tell you everything."
Behime S. Đông Phương Hiền.
In-game his name is Mei Nan. He said you killed him once. An image flashed through Tan Fong's mind. An arrogant man trying to snatch the Golden Ghost ship boss, then turning traitorous and offering skill books in plea for forgiveness. He smiled coldly inside. The girl panicked. "You even killed Tong Fai, you can surely kill him. I trust you, I've told you everything. You can't betray me, or they'll torture me to death." Tan Fong shook his head slightly, his gaze as deep as an abyss. A childish scheme. In my previous life I never heard that name. Maybe he was wiped the moment he entered the game. "Fine, consider it convenient to kill a dog," he said coldly. "I'm going in to fight the boss. Carry out your scheme. Lure their people here, leave the rest to me." With that he leapt up, vanishing midair as his stealth skill activated. The girl panicked. "Wait! It's over. It's really over." In her memory Dong Fong Hien once led 3 squads of 18 to attack this boss, but they were annihilated within half a minute. The poison was too strong. They hadn't even grazed 5% of the boss's HP. Shadow alone was tantamount to suicide. I must figure out an escape. But in midair, Tan Fong summoned the Grace of Release skill, activating the effect that amplifies weaknesses, cutting throats. Tan Fong's eyes flashed. Killing intent as cold as ice surged out. He struck down with a shield phantom slash. The boss howled as its HP plunged like a waterfall. 700, 2,189, 6,366. The golden health bar dropped to half. The girl cried in horror. What? One strike took 2/3 of the golden boss's HP. Over 80,000 damage. Is this even human? Tan Fong said nothing, standing on a dry branch, coldly watching each drop of toxin fall like blood. He immediately vanished with shield phantom, then reappeared beside the girl. Quickly calculating in his mind, he decided not to finish the boss yet. Let Dong Fong Hien's people come and feed their lives, wait for his skill cooldown, then send them all to hell. Grace of Release has a 25-second active cooldown. With 75% cooldown reduction, 14.3 seconds remain. Outside the cave, the sound of people surged. Prepare to enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who obstructs will be killed without question. Tan Fong looked out silently, a faint smirk at his lips. Is it them? Did he intend to tussle with Dong Fong Hien? Was the real plan to have Bong Tuet pretend to stop a dozen or so people? He glanced at Bong Tuet, who was grinding her teeth, and hastily summoned a giant golden shield to block the cave entrance. Tan Fong looked at the large golden shield blazing across the entrance, raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, golden shield. So they came to her to put on a show. With this defense, few can break it in the early stage. Maybe she received the ancient god's blessing outside, so she was able to open a golden tier treasure chest. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed like a thin blade. In an instant, Tan Fong's figure blurred and shot out like a black lightning bolt. Shield phantom slash. The strike fell like a death sentence on the rushing crowd. No warning, no time to react. In a moment, blood soaked the ground. Everyone was slaughtered. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes emitted an eerie golden light. He coldly raised his hand and cast Bloom of the Cursed. From the bodies not yet cold, blood-red spider lilies sprouted, exuding a strange fragrance and slowly siphoning the remaining lifespan from the people. The girl beside him went pale, trembling with fear. Oh my God! That's terrifying. One move wiped out the whole group. What are those blood-red flowers? Good thing I didn't listen to Dong Fong Hien. Otherwise I'd be sharing a grave with Tong Fai and the others now. She took a deep breath and forced a bright smile. Big brother, let's be friends. If I get the chance I'll tell you Dong Fong Hien's real-life location.
Tần Phong nốt đét côn ly, phai.
The girl brightened and continued in a softer, flirtatious tone. If you need special services, I can provide them free for life.
Tần Phong smile côn ly in wali.
So that's what it was. No wonder she was so eager. Without answering, he vaulted once more, shield phantom streaking straight toward the boss. Amid the roaring and poisonous gas, the giant monster was killed instantly. You have slain the pestilence bearer encircled, golden rank, level 10. Reward, 7 evolution points, 55 tradable days of lifespan, and experience points. Tan Fong looked down at the pile of loot with contempt. The lifespan of more than a dozen people still wasn't worth a single boss. To come all this way instead of farming mobs, truly courting death. His gaze swept and paused on the girl still standing there. What? You're not leaving yet. The girl, startled, hurriedly bowed her head. Nothing, I'm going now. Bye-bye, big brother. As soon as she finished, she fled as if chased by a ghost. Left alone in the cave, Tan Fong raised his hand and activated Greedy Hand. The pile of items glowed brilliantly in the light. His eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen an assassin skill book. And one dropped. Its dark moment, Platinum Tier. Assassin system releases a dark radiance from the blade, blinding all enemies within 20 m. Duration 10 seconds. Scales with the target's spirit attribute. Cooldown 60 seconds reduced to 34.3 seconds. Requires level 10. Excellent. Tan Fong immediately learned the skill, a cold satisfaction flashing in his eyes. If he could blind enemies, even when not stealthed he could trigger double damage. With this skill, bosses with high anti-stealth won't affect his output. Beside that was a weapon that made him even more pleased. Platinum Tier Pestilence Blade, Assassin Weapon. Plus 216 attack, plus 42 agility, plus 0.3 weak spot attack multiplier. Special effect. Attack supply poison that detonates after 3 seconds, dealing an additional 50% damage. Not bad, what a bountiful day. Tan Fong skimmed his status panel. Evolution points, 98. Just a bit more to evolve Greedy Hand from epic to legendary. Only 10,000 XP needed to advance the profession. Without hesitation, he quietly left the cave and began sweeping up the lesser mobs. At Tan Fong's appearance, the swarm of shrimp and crab creatures let out a terrified cry and fled in panic. But it was already too late. Tan Fong coldly switched to massacre mode. His blade slashed like a gale, the shrimp and crab swarm chopped into pieces, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. The remaining ones squealed in terror, but still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After a while, Tan Fong stopped and exhaled. A brilliant golden light began to envelop his whole body. You have advanced the obsession profession. From now on, each tier grant stat increases. Strength from 3 to 9, Constitution from 3 to 9, Agility from 8 to 24, Spirit from 5 to 15. Tan Fong now radiated a divine golden light, though his eyes still held a cold aloofness. Passive profession skills activated. Stealth I. Stealth duration doubled. Stealth 2. Can use skills while stealthed. Stealth 3. If striking from outside the enemy's sight range, damage is tripled. Reading the announcement, Tan Fong slowly said, unable to hide his satisfaction. Advancing to first-tier triples attributes directly, plus the ability to remain stealthed. If I manage cooldowns well, I can almost maintain permanent stealth. Attacks from outside vision no longer just double but triple. It's only first tier and already so powerful. No wonder it's called the strongest stealth profession. Right after, a system sound announced that 7 players in the Zhonghai area had reached level 10. The teleportation to the continent abandoned by the gods will open in 10 minutes. Players who don't meet the requirements should prepare to leave. The rankings popped up immediately. First, Shadow. Second, Grey Rose.
Thơ, Hà Tuyết Thiên.
Fourth, Black Cloth Forest.
5. Đại Lý Tử.
Sixth, Vong Man.
7. Hoài Hữu Tuyết Hàm.
Tan Fong glanced at the system time. 8:30 p.m. Does Zhonghai really have this many level 10 players? He faintly smirked, eyes scanning the familiar names. In his past life, the leaderboard was full of foreigners at this point. But now, thanks to him offloading a large amount of gear and skills, the balance has begun to shift. Maybe the world's outcome will change because of it. The thought made him a little eager. The real world late at night. Under the dim streetlights, police cars escorted a group of handcuffed criminals. A young officer stepped forward to report. All key personnel of the Daijong Industrial Crime Syndicate have been arrested. Only 3 remain online in the game. Their bodies are in a disintegrated state and cannot act. Awaiting orders. An older leader said in a low voice, "You've worked hard. Send a notice to Envu. Find a way to force the suspects offline." The man beside him nodded. That's a good idea. Even if they hide in small towns and can't be attacked, their bodies will still get hungry. When they need to eat, they'll have to go offline. Cut the connection and we can catch them. The leader's gaze darkened slightly. We must thank the one called Shadow. He provided intel on Daijong and warned that in-game abilities can be extracted into reality. If we had delayed and Zhang Lu and his gang reached level 10 and obtained powers, the casualties would be catastrophic. There have already been riots in one country, thousands dead. The squads we seeded into the game also reached level 10 thanks to Shadow's gear and skills. He's a talent Great Xia cannot afford to lose. We must secure him. Return to the game world. Tan Fong received a message. Big bro, I didn't expect you to be a hero who slays evil. I worship you so much. He frowned and replied, puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? If you have something, say it straight. The girl answered eagerly. Don't be modest. The government has announced it. Daijong Industry colluded with Tongfei to kidnap and murder players. Your elimination of them was government authorized. Tan Fong read the message without replying, thinking to himself, whitewashing, huh? Probably to make future cooperation easier. He added one more message. Have you found Dong Fuang Hien's location yet? The girl replied immediately. Not yet. I'll tell you as soon as I hear anything. He answered back. All right. At that moment, Tan Fong looked up at the sky. Time was running out. The most important thing now was to reach the continent abandoned by the gods. Many had used the town's teleportation system, but no one had yet opened the teleportation array to the continent. Stepping into the teleportation circle, an announcement rang out. Teleporting to the continent abandoned by the gods. Tan Fong thought to himself that this town was just a newbie village. Only upon reaching that continent would one truly be considered to have entered the game. Outside the array, several players who witnessed Tan Fong vanish were left bewildered. I don't see anyone anymore. Who just activated it? Need I ask? Of course, it's the old Shadow. Impossible. I have anti-stealth skill level 2 and still couldn't see him. Are you dumb? That means the old man's stealth level has surpassed level 2. Meanwhile, Tan Fong had already been teleported to the destination. What met his eyes was a scene of ruin, devastation so familiar. He muttered under his breath, his voice low as if soliloquizing. As expected, nothing's changed from my past life. Zhonghai City is desolate, still rotting and dead like this. His gaze swept over piles of collapsed concrete and buildings reduced to rusted steel frames. Other players, from different cities, would be teleported to ruins corresponding to where they had lived in real life. A chilling coincidence between the virtual world and reality. The reason for this strange phenomenon remained an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, from behind, a pair of blazing red eyes locked onto his back, and the air grew briefly cold. A creature with a worm-like body, for eyes, and serrated razor-sharp teeth, suddenly lunged at incredible speed. But as it struck, Tan Fong had vanished. He used Phantom Shade to make the monster's attack hit empty air. He then counterattacked with Shield Phantom Slash, the cold black light tearing through the space. You have defeated a territory greedy, level 11, normal quality. Before he could catch his breath, 3 more crawled out from the rubble and lunged at once.
Tần Phong Voltet 2, Narui Evading.
Then activated Grace of Release, along with Shield Phantom Slash again. The screams ended. Loot clattered onto the ground. He glanced over and coldly murmured, "There's no safe zone here like in the town. Monsters are everywhere. Enemies hide on all sides." Amid a battlefield reeking of metal and dust, his expression remained calm, as if accustomed to living in hell. If he could find cover within the ruins, he could establish a stronghold and dominate the area. Tan Fong quickly moved to the northwest. When he stopped, he looked at the dilapidated building before him and said in a low voice, "This was the headquarters of the Slaughter God Guild in my past life, in another area of the ruins, and Vu's team had just been teleported as well." Chuhek looked around, frowning. "Is this where the gods used to operate?" Vong Man grimaced. "It looks more like the ruins of a modern city." Chuhak was suddenly stunned and turned toward a ruined building. "Wait, isn't this Jongnam City?" Chu Tuet nodded in confirmation. "It is. Jongnam City Hall is still there." Chuek looked around again, puzzled. "Some say Big Brother Shadow was teleported here too, so why can't we see him?" Chu Tuet smiled faintly. "Don't look for him, Chu Hak. He has a stealth skill." At that moment the ground shook as 2 earthworm-like monsters, each as large as a drum, rose from the ground and charged at everyone.
Vương mãnh sao tét, monster.
"Watch out!" Chu Tuet reacted quickly and summoned Guardian Spirit. Her little bird flew up, perched on Vong Mana's head, and emitted a protective halo. The 2 monsters hesitated for a beat, then surged forward again. Thwack! The shield blocked the blow, but Vong Man was still knocked back, groaning in pain. Chu Tuet immediately healed him and warned, "Their attack power is stronger than the silver-white boss around the town. Don't underestimate them." A young man with a bow gritted his teeth and released a binding volley. The 2 monsters were instantly pinned to the ground by rings of energy. He laughed. "Gotcha. This time they're done for. I used everything to take them down." Nearby, Chu Hak chanted a spell, unleashing the skill prophetic Great Fireball. A fireball erupted from his staff, slamming down. The 2 monsters were burned to ash instantly. "You have defeated territory greeters. 2 defeated." Items dropped. The archer clapped and cheered. "Well fought, impressive." Vong Man turned and said, "Chu Tuet, send the owl up high to scout the surrounding area." Chu Tuet nodded, closed her eyes, and guided the bird upward. A moment later she opened her eyes, her expression darkening. "Monsters everywhere. The recent fight attracted their attention. They're heading toward us." Her voice dropped. "Also, there's no safe zone in sight." "What do we do, Captain?" The team fell silent. Vong Man widened his eyes. "No safe zone," the archer blurted out. "What kind of rotten place is this?" In a blink it turned into a survival game. Chuhek spoke up, a bit urgent. "Chu Tuet, can you locate the old man Shadow? He arrived before us, he can't be far. If we find him, we'll be safe." Chu Tuet closed her eyes and sent her mental sensing across the area. But after a few seconds she shook her head. "Can't find anyone." Suddenly her eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise. "Wait! There's a lot of light to the northwest, reflections from items dropped when monsters were killed." Chu Hak's eyes brightened. "Right? It's definitely from the old man. His inventory must be full, so he couldn't pick up all the loot." Chu Tuet nodded in agreement, but her face quickly grew serious. "Be careful. Many more monsters are appearing around that area." Sure enough, from all sides came a rustling like hundreds of claws scraping the ground. Twisted, malformed bodies burst from the cracks, eyes glowing like long-starved beasts, and Vu immediately ordered, "Fall back. The monsters over there were cleared by the old man's shadow. That area is safer." Everyone moved toward the glow of the dropped items. Vong Man responded decisively, "Hold the formation. Do not split up. Fight while retreating." The team all nodded. Blades flashed, magic fire roared. The battle was close, but the formation held as they cleared a path through a rain of monster blood. Elsewhere, deep in the ruined city of Zhanghai, Tan Fong was operating alone. A pack of low-level monsters was gathering. He merely lifted his hand and executed a shield phantom slash. Shadows of the blade filled the area and everything was crushed in an instant. Monster corpses lay scattered like trash, the light from dropped items glittering across the ground. He murmured in a cold voice, "Even without activating the active effect of Grace of Release, the total damage of Shield Phantom Slash now reaches 20 to 30,000. These small monsters are just punching bags for me to train my hand."
Tần Phong oan cờ lây su.
After a while he stopped. "Here, this is the hideout." Before him was a heavily collapsed area that looked like nothing but rubble. Yet beneath the debris lay a hidden enormous palace. Something that in his past life took a long time for anyone to discover. This was the largest stronghold in Zhanghai, the secret base of the Slaughter God Guild. The underground palace contained thousands of chambers and dozens of vast halls. It had once been a true underground city with systems, order, and death lurking within. Tan Fong began descending the spiral staircase, his voice cold as frost. "In my past life, to take this place I had to gather the 3 strongest teams, 18 elite warriors, all level 15, armed to the teeth, and still we paid the price. Ding. System. You have entered the hideout, spirit-purifying land." The scene before him opened like another world. Ancient in style, dimly lit like ghostly flames. Ghostly spirits floated in the air, their hissing sounds sending shivers down the spine. Tan Fong's gaze was steady as a mountain, without the slightest tremor. "But now I alone am enough." The monsters detected the intruder, let out eerie, manic laughs, and charged. Tan Fong drew the plague blade and noted quickly, "An elemental soul of golden rank, level 12? Immediately he cast Moment of Darkness. An absolute nightfall blanketed the entire area. The monsters lost sight like headless snakes and stood frozen. In that darkness, Shield Phantom Slash was executed continuously, like an invisible death reaper wielding a sword in the night. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi tore the air, and monster corpses fell like rain. In less than a minute, all were slain, and items scattered at his feet. Tan Fong stopped and glanced at the battlefield behind him. While blind, all attacks deal bonus damage. These level 12 small fry are just target dummies. He picked up no items, instead walking silently to an ancient, dust-covered altar. 15 in the first great hall were eliminated, yet this place has dozens of great halls and thousands of rooms. A cold smile crossed his lips. Truly a magnificent structure. If I clear out all the monsters here, there might be enough resources to evolve the greedy hand once more. Standing atop a pile of glittering loot, he looked straight into the distant darkness and said in a hoarse voice, "When the small fry are all dead, the guardian will appear." A vague image formed in his mind. A monster entirely blue like electric charge, plated in black like an ancient cuirass, its eyes flashing like blade edges. Scene shift to a solemn space. Towering shelves of books surrounded the room, old dusty tomes shedding particles in the breeze. In the center, a teleportation array glowed. 2 figures materialized in its faint blue light. A dark-skinned man with curly hair and wary eyes, and a girl whose gaze brimmed with curiosity. The array flashed one last time and quietly extinguished. The 2 had been sent to the continent abandoned by the gods. The man frowned, looking around at the desolation. "Is this the continent abandoned by the gods?" The girl next to him knit her brow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "Strange. This place looks oddly familiar." Her gaze swept the ruins and suddenly froze. A shattered statue reached out from the blackened rubble, the Statue of Liberty. The girl murmured, "Impossible. Isn't this New York?" Cut to another group just arriving on the abandoned divine land. They stood among the wreckage, their eyes roaming in bewilderment. One cried out in astonishment, "This is the ruins of Xiong City, and over there is London," the dark-skinned man gasped. Could it be that people from different regions are teleported to the ruins of the cities they come from? Strange. Each person is sent to the corresponding ruins of their own city. Before the question could be answered, two tall dark shapes suddenly appeared behind them. They were local monsters, giant earthworm-like creatures, exuding a fetid, slimy stench. The dark-skinned man screamed in panic, "Danger, run!" But before they could retreat, the monster's gaping maws lunged forward. A pitiful scream rang out and ended in an instant. Cut to the ruins of Zhonghai. The ground is littered with abandoned items, a faint golden light spreading like stardust. Vong Man hid behind a rock crevice, peered out to check. No monsters in sight. We can rest for a bit. And Vu sat panting, cheeks flushed, eyes full of reverence. No wonder he's the old man's shadow. I thought we were strong, but in the end we still tremble under his shadow. Vong Man frowned. "Captain and watch your wording." And Vu laughed awkwardly. "Huh, what's wrong with that? I'm being honest." Chuhak intervened, his voice low. Luckily he cleared the area. Otherwise, with the number of monsters just now, we'd all have become their prey. She frowned. "By the way, I wonder, if we die here, where will we respawn?" Vong Man turned. "Captain In, the six of us still aren't ready to explore this wasteland. Wait until everyone reaches level 10. Then we can coordinate effectively." And Vu nodded without objection. Meanwhile, Tutuet was scouting the area. She bent over a monster corpse, frowning. This monster is fragmented unusually, as if Old Man Shadow vanished right here. She pointed to the loot-strewn ground, voice full of desire. "There are even yellow-grade items. I really want to pick them up." Vong Man frowned. "I've sent word to Shadow. I'm not sure if he still needs this pile of stuff." At the same time, inside the spirit-purifying land, Tan Fong had just finished another battle. A final sword stroke cut down a half-man, half-smoke monster, its body turning to ash. He looked around. Golden light from the dropped items fell like a heavy rain, lighting up the space. He murmured in a cold tone. "Finally cleared all the small fry. Over 40 great halls, 1,000 small rooms, totaling more than 400. His gaze landed on the status board. 4 bronze bosses, 2 silver-white bosses. Over 100,000 experience points. Evolution points are now 205, only 5 points short of evolving the greedy hand. At that moment, a message from Vong Man popped up. "Big bro, where are you? We see the loot dropped by the monsters you killed. You didn't pick it up. We'll collect it and return lifespan to you at market price." Tan Fong curled a lip. "The government squad's here already?" He replied, "Fine. I'll contact you later. There are some pieces of gear to negotiate." "Roger. We'll wait at ruined fort coordinates 89.554 to 66.666. He closed the chat window, and Tan Fong's eyes suddenly turned colder. Lightning suddenly flashed ahead, bolts crisscrossing like a web in the sky. A powerful aura approached, making the air heavy. He stepped up onto a stone, drew his sword from its sheath, and whispered, "The Guardian has appeared." A gigantic figure materialized amid the thunderstorm. Ding! The spirit-purifying arbiter, level 15, rank platinum. The symbol of spirit purifying was carved on its brow. Dark black armor covered its body like an ancient knight, lightning coiling around like a dragon. System: you have encountered the guardian of the spirit-purifying land. Defeat him and you will become the master of this land. Tan Fong moved slightly. His figure vanished into the warped air as Shield Phantom activated. With cold eyes, he silently watched the Arbiter amid the raging storm. Lightning danced around its massive form like silver dragons in the dark. Level 15, the highest level monster in the Ruin City. He thought, Arbiter is the top boss here. 750,000 HP, divided into 3 phases. Memories of his past life sliced across his mind like a blade. Arbiter's single-target lightning strikes once shredded warriors in golden armor. But this time, Tan Fong's eyes darkened. I don't need to block anymore. Just avoid getting hit. Immediately after, Shield Phantom Slash was triggered, his silhouette striking like thunder. Tan Fong charged at the boss, the blade tracing a razor line, but the hit dealt no damage at all. Unfazed, he continued to seize the opportunity, with a direct attack to the weak point. The boss's HP plummeted, dropping like a waterfall. Fan Sen roared in fury. A lightning spear formed in its hand, then like a storm, a barrage of lightning bolts was launched. Tan Fong didn't confront them head-on. He kept moving, dodging each space-rending bolt. If he got hit even once, he'd definitely die. A platinum boss, its skills all have damage-boosting effects. My dodge rate is 75%, but against Fan San it drops to just over 50% chance to hit. Still, 182 agility isn't to be underestimated. With a speed exceeding 40 meters per second, he could nimbly evade each lightning strike. In the previous life, the whole guild had to use 4 priest shields and pray for luck to get through. Tan Fong tightened his grip on the sword, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. But this time, I won't give you a chance. He burst forward at high speed and landed a critical slash on the boss, its health dropping to only 2/3. Neck cut, grace of release, shield phantom slash, plus toxic damage from the plague blade. Together they shredded 250,000 points of HP. The boss roared and entered phase 2. Its body blazed and became invincible. 3 giant lightning orbs appeared around it. Tan Fong coldly looked up at the pitch-black sky. In this phase, if the 3 orbs aren't destroyed, the boss will go berserk. In the previous life, the team was wiped out because of a 1-second lapse. He remembered clearly. After that battle, Tan Tu-Du sobbed on voice chat, "I don't want to fight anymore." On the second run, she wasn't brought along, and the team cleared it in one go. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes, swung his arm, and launched an extremely toxic throwing knife that pierced the first orb, detonating it in an instant. The orb exploded, the boss howled, and its HP fell further. The rule was clear. Each orb destroyed inflicted massive damage to the boss. Without hesitation, he hurled throwing knives at the second and then the third orb in succession. Boom! All 3 lightning orbs detonated. Boss Fan Sen screamed in agony and shifted to phase 3. Its HP was now below 1/4. Its whole body blazed, lightning surging outward like a violent thunderstorm. The air thickened as arcs of electricity streamed from it, tearing space apart. Tan Fong knew well that in phase 3 it would spam skills nonstop. In the previous life, to survive they had to wear full lightning resist sets, raise priest shields, and burn through all healing to barely make it. But now, he leaped into the air like a swift cut of a bird through the storm. A ring of golden protection appeared around him. "You cast lightning from below, so I'll strike from above." Immediately after, Grace of Release combined with Blacklight Shield was activated, each move timed to the breath. Tan Fong stood firm inside the protective ring, the aura around him still lingering. The blade in his hand gleamed with a gloomy black, cold as impending death. Grace of Release and Blacklight Shield activated. A black light flared as if swallowing the lightning, enveloping his body. At that moment, Tan Fong's eyes showed no emotion, only the calm of someone certain of his enemy's death. Shield Phantom Slash. His silhouette tore through the air, striking the crown of Fan San like a fatal lightning bolt. The blade struck, the boss's helmet was knocked off and rolled across the ground. Boom! The boss froze for a long, endless moment before collapsing. Ding! You have slain the spirit-purifying Arbiter Platinum Tier boss. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. Your forethinking attributes have increased. You gain 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Fong curled his lip and murmured coldly, "Good." The system announced again. You are the first player in the world to defeat a Platinum Tier boss. Fame plus 10. You have become the master of the spirit-purifying land. Across the battlefield, items glittered and scattered, but Tan Fong didn't bother to glance at them once. He simply stood still and murmured, "The hideout isn't just a shelter in the game. It's a real base that can store and be transported to the real world." In his memory, when the divine spirit collapse began, the modern weapons that once dominated humanity became useless. Nuclear bombs were neutralized on day 1. Planes, tanks, All became scrap within a month or two. From that moment, humanity had to rely on extraction abilities from the divine spirit collapse. New power, new rules. After a hideout is brought into reality, a magical barrier can activate an absolutely secure fortress, if exploited correctly. He stopped, silent. His gaze grew deep. In his previous life, his guild, the Godslayer, had turned this place into their headquarters. Many memories, both joyful and bloody. But he had seen too many people come and go. Enough! Tan Fong clenched his fist. This time there will be no more Godslayers. I will walk alone to the very peak. In some forest, amid a torrential downpour, Tan Du's team fell into chaos. A giant axe-wielding monster roared, swinging down like thunder. A young man barely dodged and shouted, "Move!" Tan Du froze within the axe's arc. She screamed, "Ah! Save me!" Slice. Her body was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere. You have died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have died, losing 2 days of tradable lifespan. Tan Du was resurrected in town. Face panicked. "I died again?" A message popped up. "Told you to dodge. An axe that big and you didn't dodge?" Tan Du gritted her teeth and replied, "Who are you scolding? If you're the tanker and can't hold the boss properly, don't blame me for lacking dodge skills." "Goldie." The young man couldn't hold back his anger. "With such a wide area attack, how could I tank it, you idiot?" Ding. Player Great Frenzy, level 8, left the party. At that moment, another girl in the team messaged, "Chudu, the tanker ran. The boss is hitting me. Help." Boom. The boss swung its axe. The other girl died on the spot and was also teleported back to town. She trembled as she looked at Tan Du. "Let's farm monsters first. There's not much lifespan left. I'm scared." Tan Du nodded, said nothing, her heart full of worry. At that moment, a world announcement rang out. Player Shadow, Region Zhonghai City, is the first to defeat a Platinum tier boss. Fame +10. The forums exploded. Holy crap! Soloed a Platinum boss? Not many on the continent have reached that level. Who is Shadow? Does anyone know his true identity?
Tần Tiểu Du Webtoon.
A Platinum boss? I've never even seen a golden boss. How could someone be that strong? She clenched her teeth, eyes fixed on the still visible announcement. Why? Why am I struggling so much while that damned name can do it? Back at the place where the boss was killed, Tan Fong stood among the rubble, covered in the light of scattered loot, and sighed softly. Level 11, he murmured. After level 10, each level grants 4 points to all attributes plus 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he poured everything into agility. With sufficient speed, combined with unlimited invisibility, even the boss couldn't touch the hem of his cloak. A faint smile crossed his lips. He hadn't expected killing a Platinum boss to yield a full 20 evolution points. He opened the skill panel and paused at the Greedy Hand skill. Then evolve it right away. You have consumed 210 evolution points. Greedy Hand evolved from Epic to Legendary. Additional loot reward rate increased from 300% to 500%. Rarity upgrade chance for loot increased by 100%. Gained passive effect, 100 greedy space slots for item storage. Tan Fong's eyes brightened. He murmured coldly, "Very good. From 3 shares of loot to 5, plus an extra 100 inventory slots, now that's proper compensation." He activated the upgraded skill and began collecting loot. You received an additional 5 shares of loot. You gained 100 evolution points, leaving 115 points remaining. In his bag, he found 2 assassin set pieces and an assassin skill book. Levels not high enough. Store them in the hideout for now. Wasting no time, he summoned the devout follower. A ragged zombie materialized from the void. "Gather all the loot in the palace and pile it up for me." The follower growled once and moved quickly to obey. Tan Fong returned to the evolution panel. 115 points remained, enough to upgrade a slew of skills. Spent 42 evolution points. Shadow Step evolved 3 times to Epic. Invisibility duration increased from 30 SIXS to 60s. Attacks from stealth rose from 300% to 500%. Cooldown reduced from 22s to 8.5s. Spent 34 evolution points. Reinforced backstab evolved twice to epic. Rear attack damage increased from 50% to 75%. You consumed 1+2+3 evolution points. Moment of Darkness evolved from platinum to teal to diamond, then to epic. It now blinds all enemies within 60 m, up from 20 m. Duration is 16 seconds, up from 10. Duration may be shorter depending on the target spirit. Spent 33 evolution points. Blooming Curse evolved 3 times to legendary. It can be used on a player's corpse within 60 seconds after death. The corpse is absorbed and ceases to exist. Absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan and can absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs dropped when enlightenment is resolved. Tanfong froze. Eyes cold. Absorb non-tradable lifespan? Memories from his previous life surged back. In high-tier areas like the Rampage Zone inside special bosses, life depletion rates are hundreds or tens of thousands of times faster. Their non-tradable lifespan is burned first. If so, this type of lifespan will become common later. This truly is a god-tier skill. Just then a message popped up. The sender was the shield maid who had teamed with him on the quest. Congrats, Elder, on killing the first platinum boss. Tanfong glanced and replied coldly, "What's up? I have good news."
Đông Phương Hiền finally went offline.
I heard their clan is holding a banquet at the Jongnam restaurant. Their family acquired a lot of lifespan and are preparing to convert it into combat power to deploy into the game. He closed his eyes for a second and answered, "Well done. Elder, it's my duty. You must kill Dong Fuang Hien, or I'll be in trouble." "Don't worry." Tanfong replied coldly to the message and ended the chat. His gaze fell on the scattered loot across the palace floor. He touched it lightly and items were drawn into the 100-slot backpack granted by Greedy Hand. If piling all this on still left room, a secondary piece of gear could serve as a strategic warehouse. Time to find Vong Man and sell everything to them. As he appeared, cheers erupted. And Vu waved excitedly like a child seeing a superhero. "Look, Shadow is here." Miss Zhang threw her arms forward as if to embrace him, calling loudly, "Elder." Tanfong raised a hand to stop her, expression unchanged. "Same rules as always. I set the price. You can take it or leave it." He tossed out 30 common items and a bronze sword. Nonchalantly, "Discount for you? All one price, 950 days. The hand that had blocked her left a faint imprint on Envu's face, but she paid it no mind and smiled brightly. "Ooh, fine Elder. We estimated the first lot at over 1,000 days, so I'll round and give you 2,000 days." Tanfong nodded slightly. "Done. This lot includes silver, golden, and platinum gear. Total value 18,000 tradable days." And Vu checked and widened her eyes. "Platinum gear? I don't even have a complete golden set yet." "Elder, you really are the elder selling platinum gear too. Amazing. With this stash, Zhonghai City's growth rate will skyrocket." "Thanks, Big Bro Shadow." Tanfong replied indifferently, "No problem. Just helping each other." At that moment Tuhak asked curiously, "Hey, why does your backpack have so many slots? Are you Doryman?" Tanfong glanced at her. "Maybe your bags are already full, right?" He switched to a serious tone. "A friendly reminder. Under the statue in the ruined city is a staircase. Beneath is a teleportation formation that returns you to the original city. But returning costs 500 days of lifespan the first time. Subsequent returns do not. Consider carefully. I'm leaving first." With that, he turned and left, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the gray mist. And Vu shouted excitedly, "See? I told you the elder must be reincarnated. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information?" Vong Man hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Captainin, please don't be like that. I'm a little scared." And Vu set a can of drink on her hip and sat casually. "What do you all think? What if I seduce Shadow?" The people around her stared blankly. No one answered. Inwardly they all cursed. No chest, no butt, and she wants to seduce someone. At the same time, Tanfong had left the area and continued moving. He stopped. The system opened and a line of text appeared. "Do you want to spend tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality?"
Tần Phong replied coolly, Shin Level, Shin Clark Evolution.
Spending 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Level sync and class evolution complete. Tan Fong's gaze turned icy. Next was skill extraction. Last time he only extracted Shadow Step level 1. This time he decided to burn all resources. Spent 1,960 days, upgraded Shadow Step to level 10. Spent 900 days reinforced backstab. Spent 1,000 days extracted Greedy Hand. Spent 3,200 days extracted Shield Phantom Slash. Spent 536 days extracted Illusory Demon Shade. Spent 16,099 days extracted Blooming Curse. Spent 11,313 days extracted Dark Light Shield. Extraction sync complete. You have 7,480 days remaining. He said in a low voice, continue. Spent 3,600 days extracted Golden Hidden Rope. Spent 3,394 days extracted Devout Follower Necklace. Golden. Tan Fong muttered, the Devout Follower Necklace not only reduces cooldowns, more importantly, it allows summoning Platinum tier followers. Now, in reality, I'm almost invincible. Looking at the stats, the last line showed 486 tradable days remaining. He exhaled lightly, his eyes darkened. His entire estate had been drained, but his power in reality was now nearly equal to in the game, only lacking lifespan for the next offline extraction. He must get more. Saying nothing further, he logged out of the game. Back in reality, Tan Fong's body was now covered in layers of thick dark qi, his cold eyes emitting a dim golden light. He curled a lip. Tian Titi knew this address. To be safe, he had to leave first. Extracting the spirit-purifying land would cost 1,300 years of lifespan, so for now he could only look for a temporary place to stay. His gaze swept the room one last time. Tan Fong raised his hand and activated the Greedy Hand skill. Instantly, space warped and all the furniture in the room seemed swallowed, disappearing into the void. The storage space of this skill is indeed overpowered. All my stuff fits neatly in my hand now. He stepped to the window, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through information. Dong Fuang Hien is at the Zhongnam restaurant, 15 kilometers away. At his current speed, less than 10 minutes. With that, he leapt down, his figure turning into a black streak slicing the air, melting into the night like a nightmare streaking across the city. At the Zhongnam restaurant, laughter and chatter rang throughout the luxurious hall. The Dong Fuang family members sat around the banquet table, faces full of excitement. Everyone now understands skills and lifespan from the game can affect the real world. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. A senior shouted. This time our Hien did very well, initially building power inside the game. Dong Fuang Hien smiled modestly. Grandfather, it was my duty. The silver-haired old man nodded approvingly, leaning on his cane. Very good. The lifespan gained this time will be used entirely to equip skills and upgrade. The goal is to get the core members to level 10 as soon as possible. Seize this opportunity and the Dong Fuang family will surely become the hegemon of the region. Establish a 10,000-year lineage, an unending dynasty. Dong Fuang Hien sat there, his eyes flashing with a dark gleam. This old man is half in the coffin yet still dreams of immortality. Humph, wait until I catch Shadow, extract his secrets, and force him to dedicate his lifespan to me for life. Then the first to die will be you. The old man asked again, what about tracking down Shadow's identity? Don't worry, grandfather. I've arranged a very reliable woman to approach him. News will come quickly. Once we capture him alive, he'll be a tool of our family. Good. Now, raise your glasses to the glorious future of the Dong Fuang family. Long live the Dong Fuang family. Long live the Dong Fuang family. But amid the cheers, darkness descended. Tan Fong had just wiped out the guards and thought coldly, I didn't expect these aristocrats to be armed with guns. Dark Light Shield and Illusory Demon Shade can't fully evade bullets. If shot in the head or heart you still die, better to be cautious. Immediately, he summoned the Devout Follower, an aberrant creature with claws and blue flame. As a silver tier boss, the Devout Follower has great damage resistance. Even when attacked with guns, it can hold out for a long time. Advance, leave none alive, he ordered coldly. The follower charged, eyes blazing. Who are you? Stop. The follower didn't answer, only hissed horribly and leapt forward. Blue flame exploded. No! It's a monster from divine relics. Open fire. The guard screamed, fire! But every shot only seemed to enrage the beast. It attacked the crowd with blue flame. One man was torn open by claws, blood spraying everywhere.
Đông Phương Hiền Vua sốc.
Inside the chaos, the old man was seized by the devout follower, shouting, Hien, save me! Dong Phuong Hien turned and fled, panic in his heart. Damn it, if I log back into the game, reach level 10, and extract power, I'll return. Then no one will dare touch me. But after only a few steps, a figure as cold as ice blocked his path. Shadow.
He Rekogin Tần Phong.
Tan Phong said nothing, just a slight movement. His hand swung, and Dong Phuong Hien's head flew into the air. His eyes widened. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he fell onto the cold floor. Red spider lilies sprouted from his corpse, blooming scarlet across the area. Tan Phong stood motionless like a stone statue. The system displayed, absorbed 27,000 tradable days of lifespan. Absorbed an additional 485 years of non-tradable lifespan. He smiled, voice low and cold as winter frost. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Under the gloomy, death-thickened air, the cursed flowers slowly unfurled. They drained every remnant, from lifespan to flesh of the unlucky, then dissolved into black mist that drifted into the air, as if no one had ever existed here. Not a drop of blood, not a scrap of bone remained. Tan Phong stood silently like a ghost. His eyes coldly surveyed the scene as he murmured, recording the result. Every time, blooming curse performs a great deed. It erases the corpse, cleans the traces, and sucks lifespan dry like wringing out a wet towel. Not a drop left. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 2,327 years, a figure far beyond ordinary limits. With this base, even entering the rampage zone, he no longer feared being oppressed or crushed. Suddenly someone outside shouted, "Call the police!" Gunshots and desperate screams came from the private room. Police squad rushed over immediately. The incident took place at the Dong Phuong family's private banquet, a power no one dares to touch. Reports said there had been a shootout with serious casualties. They smashed the door and stormed in, but the scene left everyone stunned. In the chaotic room there was not a single corpse, no survivors, not even a trace of blood. Only the smell of gunpowder and a deadly silence remained. Did anyone see anyone leave the restaurant? A cop called out. No one. Another answered hesitantly. How strange. Where did the Dong Phuong people go? All missing. A commander ground his teeth. Report it first. This is big. No one knew that Tan Phong had left the scene earlier, hiding with the shield phantom skill. No one knew that Tan Phong had slipped away earlier, cloaked by shield phantom. He slid out of the restaurant like a shadow, leaving no trace. In his eyes now there was only the next target, the Tien Corporation. However, Tien Corporation's headquarters had moved to North America since the game's arrival. In the city of Madu, only heiress TNT remained detained. He had to act before she left the country. He thought to himself, from Zhonghai to Madu is nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take at least 2 to 3 hours, too slow, while every second now was worth more than gold. Checking into a hotel, Tan Phong sat on the bed, his gaze cold to the bone. I need to get a mount. Back in the game world, the system chimed mechanically. Welcome back to the game. Tan Phong began moving, calculating his route. There were still several silver and gold tier bosses in the western ruins. He could farm them. Just as he was considering this, a message popped up from Envu. Big brother? Big brother? Good news. He frowned, his expression wary. Seconds later, Envu explained. Tuhac just found an entrance to a tomb, but a gold tier resentful spirit was guarding it. We couldn't beat it and had to retreat. Tan Phong immediately asked, how did she find it? And Vu replied at her usual rapid pace. We were on our way back to the starting town and took a detour to avoid small monsters. Halfway through we found someone missing. After searching for a long time we found Tuhak had fallen into a pit, probably missed a step. It turned out to be a special ancient tomb below. A barrier blocked the party chat channels. No communication possible. We followed the pit's rim in and immediately encountered a level 12 gold tier boss wielding a blade, slashing wildly. Luckily we escaped in time. We're safe in Shelltown now. If you want to go, I'll send the coordinates.
Tần Phong smile.
Cam Lai was exactly Cam Lai, able to fall into a tomb amid the ruins. But he had to admit, tombs, shrines, and cursed ruins are strange opportunities, appearing randomly beyond the outskirts. Finding one is fate. He replied, okay, send me the coordinates. And Vu sent a mischievous emoji with her message, hum. If there's anything big you don't use, remember to sell it to us.
Tần Phong chúc cờ silenti.
This and Vu was naturally sly. He replied curtly, fine. After a few minutes' travel, Tan Fong arrived at the given coordinates. In front of him was a dark, old well. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. This well is the entrance? He glanced down to the bottom, a strange smile playing on his lips. Such a huge well, and she still managed to miss it. That woman Tuhak is truly a talent. Without hesitation, he jumped down. You have entered the Tomb of Grudges. Remote connection block. Tan Fong landed safely and immediately grew alert. The air here was thick with energy. The damp smell of the past mixed with resentment, as if walking inside a dead creature. From the darkness ahead, a pair of eyes flared red. That gaze froze the spine of anyone who saw it. A growling voice echoed, bringing waves of bone-chilling killing intent. A tall man stepped out, his body wreathed in dense black chi. He held a blade, muscles bulging, each heavy step seeming to compress the space. A level 12 gold tier resentful spirit. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. He hadn't encountered this boss in his past life, but its form clearly signaled a physical type. High damage, wide area attacks. No wonder Vu's group scattered. He recalled that despite selling them many gear pieces and skill books, their strength hadn't improved much. Vong Man was a divine shield warrior with about 5,000 HP, yet a single slash took off half his bar, truly aberrant. The boss suddenly leapt forward, swinging its blade straight down at Tan Fong's head. He did not panic. He merely tilted his body to dodge. If he'd taken the full blow, he'd surely have died. Immediately, he counterattacked with Grace of Release. Shield Phantom Slash. Dozens of slashes flashed like lightning, accompanied by razor-sharp killing intent. As the boss staggered back half a step, he unleashed Throat Cut. The blade gleamed coldly, piercing through defenses as thick as steel. The boss's body was torn open, blood spurting. Tan Fong assessed silently. Defense is high. Shield Phantom Slash dealt only 80% damage, but it was useless. After being hit by Grace of Release, the boss couldn't withstand Throat Cut. Just as he thought it was over, boom! The boss's severed arm suddenly swelled. Tan Fong flinched, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Not good. Bang! The arm exploded like a meat bomb. Shards of black cheese scattered, embedding in the stone floor and the air. Tan Fong was standing right at the epicenter. Without thinking, he sprang backward, twisting midair like a wraith to slip clear of death's edge. He lowered his gaze to the lingering smoke and dust after the blast, breathed sharply, and thought, I was complacent. If I hadn't activated Illusory Demon Shade in time, my body would likely be splattered on that cliff. He remembered a faint event from his past life memories. Once they'd killed a strange boss not in the database. A teammate eagerly rushed to loot it, but the boss self-destructed upon death and blew him up on the spot. Several other teams were wiped out by the boss's suicide explosion. Tan Fong narrowed his eyes. This usually happened only with platinum-tier bosses, yet in this tomb a gold-tier boss played the self-destruct game. His eyes scanned the ground. A few items glittered as if intentionally alluring. Without hesitation he reached out and activated Greedy Hand. Ting! You defeated a gold-tier resentful spirit, received 10 Kucha, 10 tradable days of lifespan, gained 20 evolution points, looted the platinum skill book Nightfall Endurance. Using Greedy Hand, received an additional 630 tradable days of lifespan and looted the platinum Hateful Armor. The corner of Tan Fong's mouth twitched, A rare spark of excitement crossed his cold eyes. Good, both a usable skill and gear. He opened the new skills details. Nightfall Endurance, Platinum. Assassin class imbues weapons with dark power, dealing dark element damage to all enemies within 5 m. Adds 500 elemental damage, cooldown 10 seconds, cast time 5.7 seconds, requires level 11. Tan Fong nodded slightly, eyes showing surprise. An elemental skill for assassins and dark element at that. His spirit is higher than his strength, so magical attacks will hit harder than physical. He checked his stats. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. After a moment's thought, he decided to upgrade the skill to the Shroud rank. He spent evolution points 1+2+3, leaving 36 points. Nightfall Endurance evolved to Shroud rank. Range increased from 5 m to 12 m. Damage from 500 to 1,300 dark elemental points. Cooldown 10 seconds. Level requirement 11. Tan Fong studied the stats, his expression slightly subdued. After evolution, the range jumped from 5 m to 12 m and damage rose from 500 to 1,300. He analyzed further. It's still an area skill, so that bonus damage isn't huge. Total damage per cast is still lower than Shield Phantom Slash, but for clearing small mobs it's truly godlike. Shield Phantom Slash is a straight-line skill. Though its range is 5 m, it only cleaves in one direction. Nightfall Endurance, by contrast, is a deadly circle. The more enemies inside, the more devastating it is. He didn't stop. He opened the equipment interface and immediately donned the hateful armor. Item info appeared. Platinum rank, plus 55 attack, plus 45 physical defense, plus 42 all-element resistance, plus 777 damage block, requires level 11. Special effect, Hate. When attacked, gain plus 30 base attack power for 5 seconds. Tan Fong assessed coldly. The secondary effect was insignificant, but the defense and damage block far exceeded his level 5 gold Demon Fire set, so it was a clear upgrade. He flipped through a few more items, looting over 20 silver and gold tier pieces in total. He estimated mentally that selling them all would net over 10,000 tradable days of lifespan, usable to buy skills or level up. Tan Fong clenched his fist, his gaze cold as he stared down the dark corridor ahead. He could now press deeper into the tomb, hoping to find something valuable, ideally a mount.